Forward. The organizing principle of this book is the discovery that the idea of culture, and the word itself in its general modern uses, came into English thinking in the period which we commonly describe as that of the Industrial Revolution. The book is an attempt to show how and why this happened, and to follow the idea through to our own day. It thus becomes an account and an interpretation of our responses in thought and feeling to the changes in English society since the late 18th century. Only in such a context can our use of the word culture, and the issues to which the word refers, be adequately understood. The book continues the inquiry which began with the founding of the review Politics and Letters, which I edited, with Mr. Clifford Collins and Mr. Wolf Mankowitz, between 1946 and 1948. Our object then was to inquire into and where possible reinterpret this tradition which the word culture describes in terms of the experience of our own generation. I am permanently indebted to my former co-editors for what I learned with them in that first attempt. During the actual writing of the book, since 1950, I have again been particularly indebted to Mr. Collins, and also to my colleague Mr. Anthony MacLean. I gained much benefit from discussing the work in progress with Humphrey House and Francis Klingender, whose valuable work survives their early deaths. Others, among many who have helped me, whom I ought particularly to mention are Mr. F. W. Battison, Mr. E. F. Bell Chambers, Mr. Henry Collins, Mr. S. J. Coleman and Mr. H. P. Smith. My wife has argued the manuscript with me, line by line, to an extent which, in certain chapters, makes her virtually the joint author. But I cannot finally involve anyone but myself, either in my judgments or in my errors. Because of the form of the book, I have not been able to include any detailed accounts of the changes in words and meanings to which I refer. I shall publish this supporting evidence, later, in a specialist paper on changes in English during the Industrial Revolution. The brief accounts given in my text are subject to the usual dangers of summary, and the reader primarily interested in the words themselves must be referred to the paper mentioned, which adds some new evidence to the existing authorities. While this book has been in the press, I have been considering the directions in which further work in its field might profitably move, and it may be useful to note these. It seems to me, first, that we are arriving, from various directions, at a point where a new general theory of culture might in fact be achieved. In this book I have sought to clarify the tradition, but it may be possible to go on from this to a full restatement of principles, taking the theory of culture as a theory of relations between elements in a whole way of life. We need also, in these terms, to examine the idea of an expanding culture, and its detailed processes. For we live in an expanding culture, yet we spend much of our energy regretting the fact, rather than seeking to understand its nature and conditions. I think a good deal of factual revision of our received cultural history is necessary and urgent, in such matters as literacy, educational levels, and the press. We also need detailed studies of the social and economic problems of current cultural expansion, as means towards an adequate common policy. Finally, in the special field of criticism, we may be able to extend our methods of analysis, in relation to the redefinitions of creative activity and communication which various kinds of investigation are making possible. All this work will be difficult, but it may be helped by an understanding of the context of our present vocabulary in these matters, to which this book is offered as a contribution. Parts of the book have previously appeared, in other forms, in Essays in Criticism and Universities and Left Review. R.W. New Forward. It is now more than a quarter of a century since I wrote Culture and Society. I sometimes find, when I reread it or parts of it, that it is like reading a book written by someone else. Yet it was in this book that I first found a position which expressed my sense of what had happened and was still happening in industrial civilization, and in its art and thought. I have since developed and sometimes changed particular points and judgments, but I have not changed my view that one of the central ways of understanding the two extraordinary centuries which have so greatly changed the world and which underlie its now major crisis is through the detailed and complex thinking about culture which has been active and vibrant at every stage. As the original introduction explains, The book was formed around my discovery that the concept of culture, in its modern senses, came through at the time of the Industrial Revolution. The book was organized around the new kinds of problem and question which were articulated not only in the new sense of culture but in a whole group of closely associated words. FN1 Thus the very language of serious inquiry and argument was in part changed and changing, and my purpose then was to follow this change through in the writing of the very diverse men and women who had contributed to this newly central kind of argument. One of the questions I am now most often asked about the book is how I selected the writers I would discuss. Behind this question there is usually a sense that some kind of list or catalogue of such writers already existed, and that I included or excluded this one or that. But I have to say that when I was reading for the book no such list was known to me or has since been discovered. I do not mean that most of the writers were not already well known, but I do mean that, to the best of my knowledge, they had not been seen as connected in this way, around certain central themes. My actual preparation for the book was in fact a continually extending reading, without prepared lists or any real signposts. Indeed, I remember several moments of something like panic when I discovered bodies of writing that I had not previously connected with the inquiry, but which were obviously relevant. The book, as a result, kept being shaped and reshaped. In the years since it was written, I have discovered more of these cases and could make other inclusions. But it may be possible to claim, as indeed many readers have said, that I got far enough to establish a sense of a tradition of writing about culture and society, which as a tradition was too little or not at all known, in its real complexity. There could then be subsequent inclusions, or indeed exclusions, but the sense that such a tradition existed was what the book had, in general, achieved. It is then, in a way, an ironic tribute to the success of the book that so many of its subsequent readers could take this tradition for granted, and then ask, often with good local reasons, why I had not included this or that contributor to so well-known a tradition. Another regular question is why I centered the book on English writers, when there were so many obviously relevant writers in other languages and cultures. It is a fair question, and I certainly believe that both the book itself, and the many writers it discusses, need to be read alongside those other traditions, which bear, sometimes in common ways, sometimes with quite different approaches, on the same themes. Yet I am still sure that the book could only be formed, in its particular method, around this particular experience and tradition. The Industrial Revolution, which eventually swept or impinged on most of the world, began in England. The fundamentally new social and cultural relationships and issues which were part of that historically decisive transition were therefore first felt, in their intense and unprecedented immediacy, within this culture. At the beginning, and indeed for 2 or 3 generations, it was literally a problem of finding a language to express them. Thus, though it is true that comparable changes happened in other societies, and new forms of thought and art were created to respond to them, often in equally or more penetrating and interesting ways than in these English writers, it is nevertheless of some permanent general importance to see what happened where it happened first. The warm responses to my book, in Italian or Japanese or German translation, or as so notably among North American readers, seem to confirm this belief. There is then an important contemporary point. It was widely said, when Culture and Society was published in 1958, that it was one of the founding texts of the British New Left. It is still regularly said that this book, with the later The Long Revolution, combined with Richard Hogarth's The Uses of Literacy and E.P. Thompson's William Morris and The Making of the English Working Class to initiate a new intellectual and political tradition. That is for others to decide. The history is in fact quite complex. But I remember that in 1968 something different was being said. These books, or some of them, were still respected, but were often assigned to a kind of cultural radicalism which had since been outdistanced by a clearer, harder, and indeed more traditional kind of socialism. I know that in any case I developed some of the arguments in that direction, for reasons I still support. But the way it looked in 1968 is different from the way it looked later, in 1978 or 1982. What had been confidently analyzed, and in some cases dismissed, as the merely romantic critique of industrialism or industrial capitalism returned, in these later years, to make startling connections with the new ecological and radical ecological movements. It was not that all or even most of the 19th century forerunners had combined their sense of radical disturbance with the solutions that were being offered or sought in these new movements. Some of them simply looked backward, as indeed some in the new movements still do. Others looked forward, but only rarely in that temporarily confident way in which the basic modes of industrial civilization were seen as the unproblematic ground for a new radical social order. As the crisis of our own years has continued, the openness, the diversity, the human commitments of these earlier writers came through, in a majority of cases, as the voices of fellow strugglers rather than of historically outdated or periodist thinkers. The depth and extent of the crisis, that is to say, was something we could readily share from our own world with even the earliest of these contributors, and we were still, with them, looking for answers, having returned, by the sheer weight of events, to many of the same questions. I now often find it ironic that some of the newest and most important thinking of our own time, seeing the crises of the social order and of the natural order as inseparably linked, can be found in embryo or indeed insignificant development in these earlier writers. But then it is finally encouraging rather than ironic, for new knowledge, new experience, new forms of hope, new groups and institutions, are taking the whole inquiry into dimensions which are much more than repetitive, and instead of being drawn back are pushed forward by these remarkable predecessors. It is for this central reason that I can allow myself to hope that culture and society is still relevant to new contemporary readers. It is in any case widely used as a history of the thought and writing of this English tradition, and perhaps that is still enough. But I did not write it only as a history, as the conclusion sufficiently shows. I began it in the post-1945 crisis of belief and affiliation. I used all the work for it as a way of finding a position for which I could hope to understand and act in contemporary society, necessarily through its history, which had delivered this strange, unsettling and exciting, world to us. It may not work in that way for others, but that is why it was written and how, by many more readers than I had hoped for, it has often been read. Raymond Williams. FN1 note, the paper on changes in English during the Industrial Revolution, originally intended as an appendix to Culture and Society, developed much later into my book Keywords, 1976. An outline of dates. The dates given are those in which the writers discussed were aged 25. Edmund Burke. 1754. Jeremy Bentham. 1773. William Blake. 1782. William Cobbett. 1787. William Wordsworth. 1795. Robert Owen. 1796. St. Coleridge. 1797. Robert Southey. 1799. Lord Byron. 1813. P. B. Shelley. 1817. Thomas Arnold. 1820. John Keats. 1820. Thomas Carlyle. 1820. J. H. Newman. 1826. Benjamin Disraeli. 1829. F. D. Maurice. 1830. John Stuart Mill. 1831. Elizabeth Gaskell. 1835. A. W. Pugin. 1837. Charles Dickens. 1837. John Ruskin. 1844. George Eliot. 1844. Charles Kingsley. 1844. Matthew Arnold. 1847. William Morris. 1859. Jamcn. Whistler. 1859. Walter Pater. 1864. W. H. Mallock. 1874. Bernard Shaw. 1881. Oscar Wilde. 1881. George Gissing. 1882. Hilaire Belloc. 1895. R. H. Tawney. 1905. T. E. Hume. 1908. D. H. Lawrence. 1910. T. S. Eliot. 1913. I. A. Richards. 1918. F. R. Levy. 1920. George Orwell. 1928. Christopher Caldwell. 1932. Introduction. In the last decades of the 18th century, and in the first half of the 19th century, a number of words, which are now of capital importance, came for the first time into common English use, or, where they had already been generally used in the language, acquired new and important meanings. There is in fact a general pattern of change in these words, and this can be used as a special kind of map by which it is possible to look again at those wider changes in life and thought to which the changes in language evidently refer. 5 words are the key points from which this map can be drawn. They are industry, democracy, class, art, and culture. The importance of these words, in our modern structure of meanings, is obvious. The changes in their use, at this critical period, bear witness to a general change in our characteristic ways of thinking about our common life, about our social, political, and economic institutions, about the purposes which these institutions are designed to embody, and about the relations to these institutions and purposes of our activities in learning, education, and the arts. The first important word is industry, and the period in which its use changes is the period which we now call the Industrial Revolution. Industry, before this period, was a name for a particular human attribute, which could be paraphrased as skill, assiduity, perseverance, diligence. This use of industry of course survives. But, in the last decades of the 18th century, industry came also to mean something else. It became a collective word for our manufacturing and productive institutions, and for their general activities. Adam Smith, in The Wealth of Nations, 1776, is one of the first writers to use the word in this way, and from his time the development of this use is assured. Industry, with a capital letter, is thought of as a thing in itself, an institution, a body of activities rather than simply a human attribute. Industrious, which described persons, is joined, in the 19th century, by industrial, which describes the institutions. The rapid growth in importance of these institutions is seen as creating a new system, which in the 1830s is first called industrialism. In part, this is the acknowledgement of a series of very important technical changes, and of their transforming effect on methods of production. It is also, however, an acknowledgement of the effect of these changes on society as a whole, which is similarly transformed. The phrase industrial revolution amply confirms this, for the phrase, first used by French writers in the 1820s, and gradually adopted, in the course of the century, by English writers, is modeled explicitly on an analogy with the French Revolution of 1789. As that had transformed France, so this has transformed England. The means of change are different, but the change is comparable in kind. It has produced, by a pattern of change, a new society. The second important word is democracy, which had been known, from the Greek, as a term for government by the people, but which only came into common English use at the time of the American and French revolutions. Weekly, in words ancient and modern, writes: "It was not until the French Revolution that democracy ceased to be a mere literary word, and became part of the political vocabulary. Point 1. In this he is substantially right. Certainly, it is in reference to America and France that the examples begin to multiply, at the end of the 18th century, and it is worth noting that the great majority of these examples show the word being used unfavorably, in close relation with the hated Jacobinism, or with the familiar mob rule. England may have been, the word has so many modern definitions, a democracy since Magna Carta, or since the Commonwealth, or since 1688, but it certainly did not call itself one. Democrats, at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries, were seen, commonly, as dangerous and subversive mob agitators. Just as industry and its derived words record what we now call the Industrial Revolution, so democracy and democrat, in their entry into ordinary speech, record the effects, in England, of the American and French revolutions, and a crucial phase of the struggle, at home, for what we would now call democratic representation. Industry, to indicate an institution, begins in about 1776, democracy, as a practical word, can be dated from about the same time. The third word, class, can be dated, in its most important modern sense, from about 1772. Before this, the ordinary use of class, in English, was to refer to a division or group in schools and colleges, the usual classes in logic and philosophy. It is only at the end of the 18th century that the modern structure of class, in its social sense, begins to be built up. First comes lower classes, to join lower orders, which appears earlier in the 18th century. Then, in the 1790s, we get higher classes, middle classes and middling classes follow at once, working classes in about 1815, upper classes in the 1820s. Class prejudice, class legislation, class consciousness, class conflict, and class war follow in the course of the 19th century. The upper middle classes are first heard of in the 1890s, the lower middle class in our own century. It is obvious, of course, that this spectacular history of the new use of class does not indicate the beginning of social divisions in England. But it indicates, quite clearly, a change in the character of these divisions, and it records, equally clearly, a change in attitudes towards them. Class is a more indefinite word than rank, and this was probably one of the reasons for its introduction. The structure then built on it is in 19th century terms, in terms, that is to say, of the changed social structure, and the changed social feelings, of an England which was passing through the Industrial Revolution, and which was at a crucial phase in the development of political democracy. The fourth word, art, is remarkably similar, in its pattern of change, to industry. From its original sense of a human attribute, a skill, it had come, by the period with which we are concerned, to be a kind of institution, a set body of activities of a certain kind. An art had formerly been any human skill, but art, now, signified a particular group of skills, the imaginative or creative arts. Artist had meant a skilled person, as had artisan, but artist now referred to these selected skills alone. Further, and most significantly, art came to stand for a special kind of truth, imaginative truth, and artist for a special kind of person, as the words artistic and artistical, to describe human beings, new in the 1840s, show. A new name, aesthetics, was found to describe the judgment of art, and this, in its turn, produced a name for a special kind of person, aesthete. The arts, literature, music, painting, sculpture, theater were grouped together, in this new phrase, as having something essentially in common which distinguished them from other human skills. The same separation as had grown up between artist and artisan grew up between artist and craftsman. Genius, from meaning a characteristic disposition, came to mean exalted ability, and a distinction was made between it and talent. As art had produced artist in the new sense, and aesthetics aesthete, so this produced a genius, to indicate a special kind of person. These changes, which belong in time to the period of the other changes discussed, form a record of a remarkable change in ideas of the nature and purpose of art, and of its relations to other human activities and to society as a whole. The fifth word, culture, similarly changes, in the same critical period. Before this period, it had meant, primarily, the tending of natural growth, and then, by analogy, a process of human training. But this latter use, which had usually been a culture of something, was changed, in the 19th century, to culture as such, a thing in itself. It came to mean, first, a general state or habit of the mind, having close relations with the idea of human perfection. Second, it came to mean the general state of intellectual development, in a society as a whole. Third, it came to mean the general body of the arts. Fourth, later in the century, it came to mean a whole way of life, material, intellectual and spiritual. It came also, as we know, to be a word which often provoked either hostility or embarrassment. The development of culture is perhaps the most striking among all the words named. It might be said, indeed, that the questions now concentrated in the meanings of the word culture are questions directly raised by the great historical changes which the changes in industry, democracy, and class, in their own way, represent, and to which the changes in art are a closely related response. The development of the word culture is a record of a number of important and continuing reactions to these changes in our social, economic, and political life, and may be seen, in itself, as a special kind of map by means of which the nature of the changes can be explored. I have stated, briefly, the fact of the changes in these important words. As a background to them I must also draw attention to a number of other words which are either new, or acquired new meanings, in this decisive period. Among the new words, for example, there are ideology, intellectual, rationalism, scientist, humanitarian, utilitarian, romanticism, atomistic, bureaucracy, capitalism, collectivism, commercialism, communism, doctrinaire, equalitarian, liberalism, masses, medieval and medievalism, operative, noun, primitivism, proletariat, a new word for mob, socialism, unemployment, cranks, highbrow, isms and pretentious. Among words which then acquired their now normal modern meanings are business, equals trade, common, equals vulgar, earnest, derisive, education and educational, getting on, handmade, idealist, equals visionary, progress, rank and file, other than military, reformer and reformism, revolutionary and revolutionize, salary, as opposed to wages, science, equals natural and physical sciences, speculator, financial, solidarity, strike and suburban, as a description of attitudes. The field which these changes cover is again a field of general change, introducing many elements which we now point to as distinctively modern in situation and feeling. It is the relations within this general pattern of change which it will be my particular task to describe. The word which more than any other comprises these relations is culture, with all its complexity of idea and reference. My overall purpose in the book is to describe and analyze this complex, and to give an account of its historical formation. Because of its very range of reference, it is necessary, however, to set the inquiry from the beginning on a wide basis. I had originally intended to keep very closely to culture itself, but, the more closely I examined it, the more widely my terms of reference had to be set. For what I see in the history of this word, in its structure of meanings, is a wide and general movement in thought and feeling. I shall hope to show this movement in detail. In summary, I wish to show the emergence of culture as an abstraction and an absolute, an emergence which, in a very complex way, merges two general responses. First, the recognition of the practical separation of certain moral and intellectual activities from the driven impetus of a new kind of society. Second, the emphasis of these activities, as a court of human appeal, to be set over the processes of practical social judgment and yet to offer itself as a mitigating and rallying alternative. But, in both these senses, culture was not a response to the new methods of production, the new industry, alone. It was concerned, beyond these, with the new kinds of personal and social relationship, again, both as a recognition of practical separation and as an emphasis of alternatives. The idea of culture would be simpler if it had been a response to industrialism alone, but it was also, quite evidently, a response to the new political and social developments, to democracy. Again, in relation to this, it is a complex and radical response to the new problems of social class. Further, while these responses define bearings, in a given external area that was surveyed, there is also, in the formation of the meanings of culture, an evident reference back to an area of personal and apparently private experience, which was notably to affect the meaning and practice of art. These are the first stages of the formulation of the idea of culture, but its historical development is at least as important. For the recognition of a separate body of moral and intellectual activities, and the offering of a court of human appeal, which comprise the early meanings of the word, are joined, and in themselves changed, by the growing assertion of a whole way of life, not only as a scale of integrity, but as a mode of interpreting all our common experience, and, in this new interpretation, changing it. Where culture meant a state or habit of the mind, or the body of intellectual and moral activities, it means now, also, a whole way of life. This development, like each of the original meanings and the relations between them, is not accidental but general and deeply significant. My terms of reference then are not only to distinguish the meanings, but to relate them to their sources and effects. I shall try to do this by examining, not a series of abstracted problems, but a series of statements by individuals. It is not only that, by temperament and training, I find more meaning in this kind of personally verified statement than in a system of significant abstractions. It is also that, in a theme of this kind, I feel myself committed to the study of actual language, that is to say, to the words and sequences of words which particular men and women have used in trying to give meaning to their experience. It is true that I shall be particularly interested in the general developments of meaning in language, and these, always, are more than personal. But, as a method of inquiry, I have not chosen to list certain topics, and to assemble summaries of particular statements on them. I have, rather, with only occasional exceptions, concentrated on particular thinkers and their actual statements, and tried to understand and value them. The framework of the inquiry is general, but the method, in detail, is the study of actual individual statements and contributions. In my first part, I consider a number of 19th-century thinkers, of whom many if not all will be familiar to the informed reader, but whose relations, and even whose individual meanings, may be seen from this standpoint in a somewhat different light. I consider next, and more briefly, certain writers at the turn of the 19th into the 20th century, who form, as I see them, a particular kind of interregnum. Then, in my third part, I consider some writers and thinkers of our own century, in an attempt to make the structure of meanings, and the common language in these matters, fully contemporary. Finally, in my conclusion, I offer my own statement on an aspect of this common experience, not indeed as a verdict on the tradition, but as an attempt to extend it in the direction of certain meanings and values. The area of experience to which the book refers has produced its own difficulties in terms of method. These, however, will be better appreciated, and judged, in the actual course of the inquiry. I ought perhaps to say that I expect the book to be controversial, not that I have written it for the sake of controversy as such, but because any such inquiry involves the discussion and the proposition of values, which are quite properly the subject of difference, and which affect even what we are in the habit of calling the known facts. I shall, at any rate, be glad to be answered, in whatever terms, for I am inquiring into our common language, on matters of common interest, and when we consider how matters now stand, our continuing interest and language could hardly be too lively. Part I. A 19th-century tradition. Chapter I. Contrasts. The mood of England in the Industrial Revolution is a mood of contrasts. The title, Contrasts, which Pugin was to make famous, epitomizes the habit of thinking of the early industrial generations. We can properly begin our own study by an essay in contrasts between lastingly influential men and ideas. My first contrast is between Edmund Burke and William Cobbett, my second between Robert Southey and Robert Owen. Edmund Burke and William Cobbett. Edmund Burke has been called the first modern conservative, William Cobbett the first great tribune of the industrial proletariat. Yet Cobbett began his political career in England under the patronage of William Windham, an intimate friend of Burke, and one who made Burke's principles his standard in politics. It was Windham, consciously the political heir of Burke, who welcomed back from the United States, in 1800, the famous young anti-Jacobin pamphleteer, William Cobbett. It was with money raised by Windham that Cobbett started publication of his famous Political Register, which became, until Cobbett's death in 1835 continued, the most influential radical publication in the land. The fierce young anti-Jacobin died a great radical, who had been hunted to courtroom and prison, on charges of sedition, by others of the political heirs of Burke. But the association of Burke and Cobbett, through Windham, serves as an introduction to the more important association, which we should now make. In the convulsion of England by the struggle for political democracy and by the progress of the Industrial Revolution, many voices were raised in condemnation of the new developments, in the terms and accents of an older England. Of all these, two have survived as the most important, Burke and Cobbett. In spite of their great differences, this fact prevails. They attacked the New England from their experience of the Old England, and, from their work, traditions of criticism of the new democracy and the new industrialism were powerfully begun, traditions which in the middle of the 20th century are still active and important. Burke's attack was upon democracy, as we now commonly understand it. The event which drew his fire was the revolution in France, but his concern was not only with France, it was, perhaps primarily, with the running of a similar tide in England. He did not believe that this could be kept back, but his stand was none the less firm. You see, my dear Lord, that I do not go upon any difference concerning the best method of preventing the growth of a system which I believe we dislike in common. I cannot differ with you because I do not think any method can prevent it. The evil has happened, the thing is done in principle and in example, and we must wait the good pleasure of an higher hand than ours for the time of its perfect accomplishment in practice in this country and elsewhere. All I have done for some time past, and all I shall do hereafter, will only be to clear myself from having any hand, actively or passively, in this great change. Point 1. Now that the change has happened, or is supposed to have happened, a man in such a position is evidently isolated. The confutation of Burke on the French Revolution is now a one-finger exercise in politics and history. We check the boiling by pouring in cold water. His writings on France are annotated as I have seen the story of the creation in a Bible in a railway waiting room, historically untrue. This sort of thing is indeed so easy that we may be in danger of missing a more general point, which has to do less with his condemnations than with his attachments, and less with his position than with his manner of thinking. The quality of Burke is the quality indicated by Matthew Arnold, in his comment on him in The Function of Criticism at the Present Time. Almost alone in England, he brings thought to bear upon politics, he saturates politics with thought. Point 2. Arnold himself is one of the political heirs of Burke, but again this is less important than the kind of thinking which Arnold indicates by the verb saturates. It is not thought in the common opposition to feeling, it is, rather, a special immediacy of experience, which works itself out, in depth, to a particular embodiment of ideas that become, in themselves, the whole man. The correctness of these ideas is not at first in question, and their truth is not, at first, to be assessed by their usefulness in historical understanding or in political insight. Burke's writing is an articulated experience, and as such it has a validity which can survive even the demolition of its general conclusions. It is not that the eloquence survives where the cause has failed. The eloquence, if it were merely the veneer of a cause, would now be worthless. What survives is an experience, a particular kind of learning. The writing is important only to the extent that it communicates this. It is, finally, a personal experience become a landmark. My point can be illustrated in one very simple way. In politics, Burke is, above all, the great recommender of prudence as the primary virtue of civil government. We know this, we receive it as an idea. Burke's formal opponents, knowing it, think they can destroy him when they can set against the principle such a sentence as this, from the tribute of a great admirer. His abilities were supernatural, and a deficiency of prudence and political wisdom alone could have kept him within the rank of mortals. 3. As we look, now, at Burke's political career, we confirm the estimate of deficiency. Common prudence was lacking at one crisis after another, and his political wisdom, in the practical sense, was halting or negligible. Yet this does not affect his estimate of political virtue. Burke is one of that company of men who learn virtue from the margin of their errors, learn folly from their own persons. It is at least arguable that this is the most important kind of learning. Burke says of the leaders of the National Assembly, their purpose everywhere seems to have been to evade and slip aside from difficulty. This it has been the glory of the great masters in all the arts to confront and to overcome, and when they had overcome the first difficulty, to turn it into an instrument for new conquests over new difficulties, thus to enable them to extend the empire of their science, and even to push forward, beyond the reach of their original thoughts, the landmarks of the human understanding itself. Difficulty is a severe instructor, set over us by the supreme ordinance of a parental guardian and legislator, who knows us better than we know ourselves, as he loves us better too. He that wrestles with us strengthens our nerves, and sharpens our skill. Our antagonist is our helper. This amicable conflict with difficulty obliges us to an intimate acquaintance with our object, and compels us to consider it in all its relations. It will not suffer us to be superficial. It is the want of nerves of understanding for such a task, it is the degenerate fondness for tricking shortcuts, and little fallacious facilities, that has in so many parts of the world created governments with arbitrary powers. 4. The truth of this can be generally attested, and the wrestling is not less important, nor less fruitful, when under the shadow of general difficulty a man's antagonist is in certain aspects himself. Moreover, the connection between the quality of this process in individuals and the quality of civil society is major and indisputable. We do not need to share Burke's support of the Bourbons against the Assembly to realize the authority of this. If circumspection and caution are a part of wisdom, when we work only upon inanimate matter, surely they become a part of duty too, when the subject of our demolition and construction is not brick and timber, but sentient beings, by the sudden alteration of whose state, condition, and habits, multitudes may be rendered miserable. The true lawgiver ought to have a heart full of sensibility. He ought to love and respect his kind, and to fear himself. It may be allowed to his temperament to catch his ultimate object with an intuitive glance, but his movements towards it ought to be deliberate. Political arrangement, as it is a work for social ends, is to be only wrought by social means. Their mind must conspire with mind. If I might venture to appeal to what is so much out of fashion in Paris, I mean to experience, I should tell you that in my course I have known and, according to my measure, have cooperated with great men, and I have never yet seen any plan which has not been mended by the observations of those who were much inferior in understanding to the person who took the lead in the business. By a slow but well-sustained progress, the effect of each step is watched, the good or ill success of the first gives light to us in the second, and so, from light to light, we are conducted with safety through the whole series. We see that the parts of the system do not clash. The evils latent in the most promising contrivances are provided for as they arise. One advantage is as little as possible sacrificed to another. We compensate, we reconcile, we balance. 5. Nothing is more foolish than to suppose, as reformers of many kinds have done, that this is merely a recommendation of conservatism. It is equally foolish for conservatives to suppose that such conclusions are any kind of argument against the most radical social reform. Burke is describing a process, based on a recognition of the necessary complexity and difficulty of human affairs, and formulating itself, in consequence, as an essentially social and cooperative effort in control and reform. No particular policy can dispense with such recognitions, no description of policy, by a tricking shortcut, can arrogate them to itself. Yet when this has been said, the direction of effort, the decision of what is necessary, remain to be discussed. Here, Burke belongs most certainly to what Arnold called an epoch of concentration. It is not true to say that he resisted all reform, but his heaviest fire is reserved for all schemes of wholesale innovation or radical reconstruction. Reform is not a change in the substance or in the primary modification of the object, but a direct application of a remedy to the grievance complained of. Point 6. Politics is a business of practical expediency, not of theoretical ideas. His comment on the unfortunate Dr. Price can stand as a general comment on the whole philosophical and literary tradition which was promoting social change. Wholly unacquainted with the world in which they are so fond of meddling, and inexperienced in all its affairs, on which they pronounce with so much confidence, they have nothing of politics but the passions they excite. Point 7. The point has been echoed by thousands of lesser men, and is now a commonplace of diatribe, yet the criticism contained in the last clause keeps its force, and might even be applied to Burke himself. Even where the value of a tradition of thought in politics is most certainly to be acclaimed, this observation is not to be forgotten as an important limiting clause. Burke served the causes of his day, and in particular the cause of opposition to democracy. He argued that the tendency of democracy was to tyranny, and he observed, further, that those who are subjected to wrong under multitudes are deprived of all external consolation. They seem deserted by mankind, overpowered by a conspiracy of their whole species. Point 8. This again is an observation from experience. It did not need complete democracy for its realization, it was, in the bad times, Burke's own feeling about himself, under the sway of a majority opinion that was against him. This is not to deny that the observation about democracy may be reasonable. Yet, as the argument has gone since Burke's day, his position has come to seem paradoxical. It is commonly argued, in this kind of criticism of democracy, that the individual is oppressed by the mass, and that, generally speaking, virtues are individual in origin and are threatened by mass society. Burke had no experience of anything that could be called a mass society, but he could not in any case have accepted such an argument. His position, quite unequivocally, is that man as an individual left to himself is wicked, all human virtue is the creation of society, and is in this sense not natural but artificial, art is man's nature. The embodiment and guarantee of the proper humanity of man is the historical community. The rights of man include the right to be restrained. Government is a contrivance of human wisdom to provide for human wants. Among these wants is to be reckoned the want, out of civil society, of a sufficient restraint upon their passions. Society requires not only that the passions of individuals should be subjected, but that even in the mass and body, as well as in the individuals, the inclinations of men should frequently be thwarted, their will controlled, and their passions brought into subjection. This can only be done by a power out of themselves, and not, in the exercise of its function, subject to that will and to those passions which it is its office to bridle and subdue. In this sense the restraints on men, as well as their liberties, are to be reckoned among their rights. Point 9. In so far as democracy is a system which enables individuals to decide how they should govern themselves, this is not its only definition, but it was a common one, in association with doctrines of economic individualism, when Burke was writing. This is a substantial criticism. As Burke says, in opposition to a main tenor of 18th century thinking, we are afraid to put men to live and trade each on his own private stock of reason, because we suspect that the stock in each man is small, and that the individuals would do better to avail themselves of the general bank and capital of nations and of ages. 10. 70 years later, this was to be the basis of Matthew Arnold's recommendation of culture. In opposition to the ideas of individualist democracy, Burke set the idea of a people. In a state of rude nature there is no such thing as a people. A number of men in themselves have no collective capacity. The idea of a people is the idea of a corporation. It is wholly artificial, and made, like all other legal fictions, by common agreement. What the particular nature of that agreement was, is collected from the form into which the particular society has been cast. 11. The whole progress of man is thus dependent, not only on the historical community in an abstract sense, but on the nature of the particular community into which he has been born. No man can abstract himself from this, nor is it his alone to change. Society is indeed a contract. Subordinate contracts for objects of mere occasional interest may be dissolved at pleasure, but the state ought not to be considered nothing better than a partnership agreement in a trade of pepper and coffee, calico, or tobacco, or some other such low concern, to be taken up for a little temporary interest, and to be dissolved by the fancy of the parties. It is to be looked on with other reverence, because it is not a partnership in things subservient only to the gross animal existence of a temporary and perishable nature. It is a partnership in all science, a partnership in all art, a partnership in every virtue, and in all perfection. As the ends of such a partnership cannot be obtained in many generations, it becomes a partnership not only between those who are living, but between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. 12. It can now be observed that Burke shifts, in this argument, from society to state, and that the essential reverence for society is not to be confused, as Burke seems to confuse it, with that particular form of society which is the state at any given time. The observation is important, but Burke would not have been impressed by it. In his view, there was nothing in any way accidental about any particular form. The idea of society was only available to men in the form in which they had inherited it. Moreover, the progress of human society was the known march of the ordinary providence of God. The inherited form was divine in origin and guidance, the instrument of God's will that man should become perfect. Without civil society man could not by any possibility arrive at the perfection of which his nature is capable, nor even make a remote and faint approach to it. He who gave our nature to be perfected by our virtue, willed also the necessary means of its perfection. He willed therefore the state, he willed its connection with the source and original archetype of all perfection. 13. The difficulty about this position, of course, comes when the state form changes, as it had done in France, and yet is considered, in its new form, as a destroyer of civil society. If the creation of state forms is the known march of the ordinary providence of God, then even the great changes which Burke was resisting might be beyond human control. He recognized this himself, late in his life, although the recognition did not modify his resistance. They who persist in opposing this mighty current in human affairs will appear rather to resist the decrees of Providence itself, than the mere designs of men. 14. The difficulty serves to illustrate once again Burke's period. His doctrines rest on an experience of stability, containing imperfections, but not essentially threatened. As the current of change swelled, the affirmation became a desperate defense. And even while Burke was writing, the great tide of economic change was flowing strongly, carrying with it many of the political changes against which he was concerned to argue. He speaks from the relative stability of the 18th century against the first signs of the flux and confusion of the 19th century, but he speaks also against those rising doctrines which the 18th century had produced, and which were to become the characteristic philosophy of the change itself. In doing so, he prepared a position in the English mind from which the march of industrialism and liberalism was to be continually attacked. He established the idea of the state as the necessary agent of human perfection, and in terms of this idea the aggressive individualism of the 19th century was bound to be condemned. He established, further, the idea of what has been called an organic society, where the emphasis is on the interrelation and continuity of human activities, rather than on separation into spheres of interest, each governed by its own laws. A nation is not an idea only of local extent, an individual momentary aggregation, but it is an idea of continuity, which extends in time as well as in numbers and in space. And this is a choice not of one day, or one set of people, not a tumultuary and giddy choice, it is a deliberate election of the ages and of generations, it is a constitution made by what is 10,000 times better than choice, it is made by the peculiar circumstances, occasions, tempers, dispositions, and moral, civil, and social habitudes of the people, which disclose themselves only in a long space of time. 15. Immediately after Burke, this complex which he describes was to be called the spirit of the nation. By the end of the 19th century, it was to be called a national culture. Examination of the influence and development of these ideas belongs to my later chapters. It is sufficient to note here Burke's own definitions. It is in these terms that Burke has lasted, but the survival involves a separation of these ideas from the rest of Burke's statement. We see him, now, when we see him as a whole, crippled by many kinds of misunderstanding. We set his polemics against the subsequent known march. He seems to us blind to many of the changes which, even as he wrote, were transforming England. How else, we ask, could he have written, in the middle of a 60-year period which saw 3,209 acts of enclosure of traditional common land, such a sentence as this: the tenant right of a cabbage garden, a year's interest in a hovel, the goodwill of an alehouse or a baker's shop, the very shadow of a constructive property, are more ceremoniously treated in our Parliament, than with you the oldest and most valuable landed possessions. 16. Of all English thinkers, Burke should have recognized most clearly the common ownership, through custom and prescription, of these 4 million acres that Parliament diverted into private hands. The point is not one of polemic against Burke, it is, rather, an indication of the flux of history and judgment. The organic society, with which Burke's name was to be associated, was being broken up under his eyes by new economic forces, while he protested elsewhere. The epitaph on all his polemic is this, in his own brilliant judgment: wise men will apply their remedies to vices, not to names, to the causes of evil which are permanent, not to the occasional organs by which they act, and the transitory modes in which they appear. Otherwise you will be wise historically, a fool in practice. Seldom have two ages the same fashion in their pretexts and the same modes of mischief. Wickedness is a little more inventive. It walks abroad, it continues its ravages, whilst you are gibbeting the carcase, or demolishing the tomb. You are terrifying yourselves with ghosts and apparitions, whilst your house is the haunt of robbers. 17. The vigor of the insight serves only to underline the irony, when applied to Burke himself. It is here, I think, that Cobbett is so relevant. Cobbett was sufficiently younger than Burke to live through the Napoleonic Wars and their aftermath, and to see the first effects in country and town of the whole complex of changes which we call the Industrial Revolution. He had nothing of Burke's depth of mind, but he had what in so confused a time was at least as important, an extraordinary sureness of instinct. There is more in common between Cobbett the anti-Jacobin and Cobbett the radical than is usually supposed. There is the same arrogance, the same crudeness, the same appetite for a class of men that he could hate. Divested of his sureness of instinct, Cobbett is, in large measure, the type of the very worst kind of popular journalist. There have indeed been, since his day, 1,000 petty Cobbetts, imitating the vices of the position and lacking the virtues. The fact serves to show, not only the continuity, but Cobbett's quality, for the sureness of instinct was no accident, it was, rather, vital and impregnable, a genuine embodiment of value. Wise men will apply their remedies to vices, not to names. This, essentially, is the motto for Cobbett, and he was even helped in his wisdom, at this particularly confusing time, by his relative indifference to ideas. He could thunder, with Burke, against a multitude of horrid barbarity, such as the eye never witnessed, the tongue never expressed, or the imagination conceived, until the commencement of the French Revolution. 18. He could congratulate himself, on leaving the United States in 1800, on returning to his native land, where neither the moth of democracy nor the rust of federalism doth corrupt. 19. But when he saw the condition of England, and in this instance the hiring out of pauper labor, he did not refer his reaction to any fixed categories, or fear the calling of names. You may wince, you may cry Jacobin and Leveller as long as you please. I wish to see the poor men of England what the poor men of England were when I was born, and from endeavouring to accomplish this wish, nothing but the want of the means shall make me desist. 20. He saw, and understood, the changes in the countryside. The taxing and funding system has drawn the real property of the nation into fewer hands. It has made land and agriculture objects of speculation. It has, in every part of the kingdom, molded many farms into one. It has almost entirely extinguished the race of small farmers. From one end of England to the other, the houses which formerly contained little farmers and their happy families, are now seen sinking into ruins, all the windows except one or two stopped up, leaving just light enough for some laborer, whose father was, perhaps, the small farmer, to look back upon his half-naked and half-famished children, while, from his door, he surveys all around him the land teeming with the means of luxury to his opulent and overgrown master. We are daily advancing to the state in which there are but two classes of men, masters and abject dependants. 21. This was always his major theme. A labouring man, in England, with a wife and only 3 children, though he never lose a day's work, though he and his family be economical, frugal, and industrious in the most extensive sense of these words, is not now able to procure himself by his labour a single meal of meat from one end of the year unto the other. Is this a state in which the labouring man ought to be? 22. He contrasted apparent prosperity with actual poverty. Here are resources. Here is wealth. Here are all the means of national power, and of individual plenty and happiness. And yet, at the end of these 10 beautiful miles, covered with all the means of affording luxury in diet and in dress, we entered that city of Coventry, which, out of 20,000 inhabitants, contained at that very moment upwards of 8,000 miserable paupers. 23. So the indictment mounted, and was generalized. England has long groaned under a commercial system, which is the most oppressive of all possible systems, and it is, too, a quiet, silent, smothering oppression that it produces, which is more hateful than all others. 24. The terms of Cobbett's social criticism so much resemble later and more organized critiques that it is easy to forget the basis of experience from which he worked, and the values by which he judged. He called the new class system, most significantly, unnatural. In controversy, he accused an opponent of trying to cut off the chain of connection between the rich and the poor. You are for demolishing all small tradesmen. You are for reducing the community to 2 classes, masters and slaves. When master and man were the terms, every one was in his place, and all were free. Now, in fact, it is an affair of masters and slaves. 25. The old social relations, in productive labor, were being replaced by men, reduced to hands, in the service of the seigneurs of the twist, sovereigns of the spinning jenny, great yeomen of the yarn. 26. The new industrial system was unnatural, and Cobbett could see much mischief arising from such things as the new railways. They are unnatural effects, arising out of the resources of the country having been drawn unnaturally together into great heaps. 27. Unnatural is the constant emphasis, and the word is the keystone of a continuing tradition of criticism of the new industrial civilization. Cobbett's reaction, however, is of 2 main kinds. There is the reaction of the countryman, which has become a major English tradition. Faced with the new industrial economy, and its kind of products and way of satisfying needs, he issued a manual of the England he remembered. Cottage economy, containing information relative to the brewing of beer, making of bread, keeping of cows, pigs, bees, ewes, goats, poultry, and rabbits, and relative to other matters deemed useful in the conducting of the affairs of a laborer's family. It was a sign of the times, of course, that so much of this information should have to be conveyed in print, but the book epitomizes this part of Cobbett's positive reaction. He would salvage what he could of domestic industry and the traditional daily skills. There is also, however, Cobbett's other reaction, which was, and still is, very much more controversial. In the misery that had fallen on the English poor, Cobbett stood fast against any kind of consolation. He would have nothing to do with charity schemes, the dissemination of religious tracts, or even with the kind of popular education then being recommended. The comforting system necessarily implies interference on one side, and dependence on the other. 28. He did not want violence, but he expected resistance. He expected, and watched with sympathy, all the efforts of the laboring poor to improve their conditions by their own action. I knew that all the palaver in the world, all the wheedling, coaxing, praying, I knew that all the blustering and threatening, I knew that all the teachings of all the tract societies, that all the imprisoning, whipping, and harnessing to carts and wagons, I knew that all these would fail to persuade the honest, sensible, and industrious English laborer, that he had not an infeasible right to live. There is no man, not of a fiend-like nature, who can view the destruction of property that is now going on in the southern counties without the greatest pain, but I stand to it, that it is the strict natural course of things, where the laborer, the producer, will not starve. 29. In consequence, and at great personal risk, he opposed every kind of repression by state authority. To speak of them, the rioters, as the Times has done, as an organized rabble, easily beaten by the soldiers, and to say, that it may be desirable that the spirit should break out in all places at once, so that the trouble of subduing it may be the sooner over, to talk in this light and swaggering manner is calculated to swell discontent into rage and despair. 30. He rejected the orthodox explanation of disorder as due to plots and agitators. This is the circumstance that will most puzzle the ministry. They can find no agitators. It is a movement of the people's own. 31. He condemned the institution of the Combination Acts, as a weapon against trade unionism. When it was found that men could not keep their families decently upon the wages that the rich masters chose to give them, and that the men would not work, and contrive to combine, so as to be able to live, for a while, without work, then it was, for the purposes in view, found necessary to call this combining by the name of conspiracy. It was found necessary so to torture the laws as to punish men for demanding what they deemed the worth of their labor. 32. He saw labor as the only property of the poor, and he demanded the same rights for this as for other property. The principle upon which all property exists is this, that a man has a right to do with it that which he pleases. That he has a right to sell it, or to keep it. That he has a right to refuse to part with it at all, or, if he choose to sell it, to insist upon any price that he chooses to demand. If this be not the case, a man has no property. 33. The principle comes straight from the individualist thinking of the 18th century, but in being extended to a new kind of property and hence to a whole new class, it threatened the economic basis of a society conceived on just this principle. The new employer claimed his right to do as he willed with his own. Cobbett, on the same principle, claimed the same right for the workers. Just as Cobbett had seen the emerging class structure of the new society, so he saw its consequences in class conflict. They, the workers, combine to effect a rise in wages. The masters combine against them. One side complains of the other, but neither knows the cause of the turmoil, and the turmoil goes on. The different trades combine, and call their combination a general union. So that here is one class of society united to oppose another class. 34. Cobbett saw this as inevitable, on the principle which he had put forward, and which the workers had themselves asserted. He did not think the problem was to be solved by the employers developing a better attitude to their workers. This was part of the comforting system, and was practiced even by slave owners towards their slaves. The workers would have no more status than slaves unless the traditional rights of property were extended to their only property, their labor. He wanted the working class to realize their position, in these terms. As he said in 1830, of the events in France: "I am pleased at the revolution, particularly on this account, that it makes the working classes see their real importance, and those who despise them see it too." 35. Cobbett had discovered, in fact, the essential weakness, the inherent contradiction, in the theories of economic individualism. It might be more true to say that he had stumbled on it, in the coming together of his inheritance from the 18th century and of his attachment by instinct and experience to the laboring poor. He thus saw and approved, in its infancy, the course of the labor movement, and he knew that it would not be beaten by laws. Better call for a law to prevent those inconvenient things called springtides. 36. That his assessment of this position was realistic, more realistic by far than that of the majority of his contemporaries, is now obvious. As focal points of the criticism of the new industrial system, we have then Cobbett the countryman, with his attachments to a different way of life, and Cobbett the tribune, encouraging the rising labor movement. In the latter role he has been numerously succeeded, and, in the change of circumstance, replaced. In the former role he remains irreplaceable. The rural rides, and the values embodied in them, are still a landmark. It remains to note briefly two other aspects of his work, one expected, the other rather surprising. The first is his position on popular education, which is very much that of Dickens in Hard Times. He believed, for political reasons, that the working people must be in charge of their own educational movements. Any other arrangement would be part of the comforting system, the incessant persuasion to be quiet. Dickens was not interested in such a point, but he believed, with Cobbett, that knowledge abstracted from a whole way of life, and then used as a mold into which all young lives were to be cast, was inhuman and dangerous. Cobbett insisted that learning could not be separated from doing, and that good education arose from a whole way of life, and was a preparation for participation in it, rather than an isolated, book learning, abstraction. The position is right, although it has been abused. Cobbett himself is often simply a Philistine. For the very economic and social changes which Cobbett was attacking were forcing a separation between learning and other human activity. Criticism of the separation was valuable, but it had to be made, more carefully perhaps than Cobbett could manage to make it, in positive terms of the unity of human activity, rather than in the negative terms of a prejudice against book learning. We shall see the later stages of this argument in other writers. The other aspect of Cobbett's work is his surprising share of responsibility for that idealization of the Middle Ages which is so characteristic of 19th-century social criticism. As a literary movement, mediaevalism had been growing since the middle of the 18th century. Its most important aspect, for Cobbett, was its use of the monasteries as a standard for social institutions, the image of the working of a communal society as a welcome alternative to the claims of individualism. Burke made the point, in the Reflections. Later, Pugin, Carlyle, Ruskin and Morris were all to make it, explicitly and influentially. It is a little surprising to find Cobbett in this company. His standard, normally, was the England into which I was born. Yet not only did he make the point, he was responsible for a large measure of its popularization. He read Lingard's History of England, the work of a Catholic scholar, and used it, with characteristic license, as the basis of his History of the Protestant Reformation. This book had, by contemporary standards, a huge circulation, and there must for some time have been many thousands of readers who came to these ideas through Cobbett rather than through contact with any of the more reliable sources. For Cobbett, as for many others, the attachment was one of instinct. The originating emotion was simply recoil from the very different social ideals of the rising industrialism. Burke and Cobbett, when their thinking has been followed through, are very distinct, almost antagonistic figures. Burke did not live to give an opinion of Cobbett the radical, but it is likely that he would have shared Coleridge's feelings in 1817. I entertain toward Cobbetts, and all these creatures, and to the Foxides, who have fostered the vipers, a feeling more like hatred than I ever bore to other flesh and blood. 37. Cobbett, as dogmatically, has left record of a characteristically limited view of Burke. How amusing it is to hear the world disputing and wrangling about the motives and principles and opinions of Burke. He had no notions, no principles, no opinions of his own, when he wrote his famous work. He was a poor, needy dependent of a borough-monger, to serve whom, and please whom, he wrote, and for no other purpose whatever. And yet, how many people read this man's writings as if they had flowed from his own mind. 38. Yet to put together the names of Burke and Cobbett is important, not only as contrast, but because we can only understand this tradition of criticism of the new industrial society if we recognize that it is compounded of very different and at times even directly contradictory elements. The growth of the new society was so confusing, even to the best minds, that positions were drawn up in terms of inherited categories, which then revealed unsuspected and even opposing implications. There was much overlapping, even in the opposite positions of a Cobbett and a Burke, and the continuing attack on utilitarianism, and on the driving philosophy of the new industrialism, was to make many more strange affiliations. Marx, for instance, was to attack capitalism, in his early writings, in very much the language of Coleridge, of Burke, and of Cobbett. Utilitarianism itself was to have unsuspected implications, and liberalism was to divide into a confusion of meanings. It is no more than one would expect in the early stages of so great a change. The effort which men had to make, to comprehend, and to affirm, was indeed enormous, and it is the effort, the learning, in experience which it is important for us to know. We can still be grateful that men of the quality of Burke and Cobbett, for all their differences, were there to try to learn and record, and so magnificently to affirm, to the last limits of their strength. To Robert Southey and Robert Owen. If you propose to render civilization complete by extending it to those classes who are brutalized by the institutions of society, half the persons whom you address will ask how this is to begin, and the other half, where it is to end. Undoubtedly both are grave questions. Owen of Lanark indeed would answer both. 39. This is Southey, in his character of Montesinos, in the Colloquies, Sir Thomas More, or, Colloquies on the Progress and Prospects of Society, 1829. The comment sketches for us the famous Mr. Owen of Lanark, who, unlike the majority of his contemporaries who had realized the inadequacies of the new society, offered answers where they raised questions, offered confidence where they perceived difficulty, offered schemes, backed by practical success, which showed clearly where the process of completing civilization must begin and would end. Southey adds, but, because he promises too much, no trial is made of the good which his schemes might probably perform. 40. There are, perhaps, other reasons than this. Southey goes on to praise and to criticize Owen. He describes him as one of the three men who have in this generation given an impulse to the moral world, and continues, Clarkson and Dr. Bell are the other two. They have seen the first fruits of their harvest. So I think would Owen ere this, if he had not alarmed the better part of the nation by proclaiming, upon the most momentous of all subjects, opinions which are alike fatal to individual happiness and to the general good. Yet I admire the man. A craniologist, I dare say, would pronounce that the organ of theopathy is wanting in Owen's head, that of benevolence being so large as to have left no room for it. 41. Southey is right in asserting, as Owen well knew, that Owen's attacks on religion, begun in 1817, led to a radical recasting of Owen's prospects and prevented the kind of harvest and active benevolent system, of a paternal kind which he had previously been preparing. But the man who is now seen as one of the founders of English socialism, and of the cooperative movement, requires an analysis more searching than that of a craniologist. There were other organs, not only in Owen, but in the society that determined his actual course. Southey and Owen, in retrospect, stand as removed as Burke and Cobbett, in apparent principle. And Southey, to us, is the fainter figure, a life's work diluted to a few anthology poems, and marked in perpetuity by Byron's vision of judgment. He said, "I only give the heads," he said. He meant no harm in scribbling, 'twas his way. Upon all topics, 'twas, besides, his bread. Of which he buttered both sides, 'twould delay too long the assembly, he was pleased to dread, and take up rather more time than a day. To name his works he would but cite a few. Wat Tyler rhymes on Blenheim Waterloo. 42. In this, as in 100 lesser passages, Southey was the stock butt as a turncoat and a reactionary, but a caricature is not a life, and there is more to Southey than this, just as there is more to Byron and Shelley than that they were, in Southey's phrase, members of the Satanic school. In his social thinking at least, Southey remains an influential if unacknowledged figure, and his approval of Owen reminds us of the complexity of this difficult period. Where Cobbett sneered at Owen's parallelograms of paupers, Southey, with very many of the new generation of English industrial workers, approved. In a movement like Christian socialism, the influence of both Southey and Owen can be clearly discerned. Yet Owen, in his main bearings, led to socialism and the cooperatives, Southey, with Burke and Coleridge, to the new conservatism. Southey's part in the latter movement, moreover, was no minor one. Smythe, for example, instanced the colloquies as a main source of the ideas of Young England, and called Southey the real founder of the movement. 43 What Southey said in 1816 could have been said by many throughout this generation, including many of those who attacked him. The great evil is the state of the poor, which, constantly exposes us to the horrors of a bellum servile, and sooner or later, if not remedied, will end in 1.44. The Colloquies remain Southey's most important work in this field, but as early as 1807, in the Letters from England by Don Manuel Alvarez Espriella, he advanced the kind of criticism of the new manufacturing system which later became axiomatic in a number of different schools, and which is almost identical with the later observations of Owen. In this essential respect he did not change his opinions, and the Colloquies is only a fuller statement of a position which many thousands have inherited. Sir Thomas More, in the Colloquies, is made to ask, can a nation be too rich? Southey, in the character of Montesinos, replies, I cannot answer that question without distinguishing between a people and a state. A state cannot have more wealth at its command than may be employed for the general good, a liberal expenditure in national works being one of the surest means for promoting national prosperity, and the benefit being still more evident of an expenditure directed to the purposes of national improvement. But a people may be too rich, because it is the tendency of the commercial, and more especially of the manufacturing system, to collect wealth rather than to diffuse it. Great capitalists become like pikes in a fish pond, who devour the weaker fish, and it is but too certain that the poverty of one part of the people seems to increase in the same ratio as the riches of another. 45. Whereas the natural operations of commerce are wholly beneficial, and bind nation to nation and man to man, the effect of the manufacturing system is directly opposite in tendency. The immediate and home effect of the manufacturing system, carried on as it now is upon the great scale, is to produce physical and moral evil, in proportion to the wealth which it creates. 46. Men are being reduced to machines, and he who, at the beginning of his career, uses his fellow creatures as bodily machines for producing wealth, ends not infrequently in becoming an intellectual one himself, employed in continually increasing what it is impossible for him to enjoy. 47. Meanwhile, the new cottages of the manufacturers, i.e. workmen, are, upon the manufacturing pattern, naked, and in a row. How is it, said I, that everything which is connected with manufactures presents such features of unqualified deformity? Time cannot mellow them, nature will neither clothe nor conceal them, and they remain always as offensive to the eye as to the mind. 48. The items of this comprehensive indictment, and certain of its actual phrases, will be recognized as familiar by many who know Southey only as a renegade. It is among the very earliest general judgments of this kind. Southey's affirmation is as characteristic as his indictment, and is again a very early example of a position which has become general. The contrast with medieval society is one of its elements, although not greatly stressed. The very form of the colloquies, the bringing of more to question the new society, indicates a conscious continuity with the first phase of the humanist challenge, in which many of the ideas now concentrated in the meaning of culture were in fact laid down. Southey handles the historical contrast in this comment by Moore. Throughout the trading part of the community, everyone endeavors to purchase at the lowest price, and sell at the highest, regardless of equity in either case. Bad as the feudal times were, they were less injurious than these commercial ones to the kindly and generous feelings of human nature. 49. The comment indicates also a central feature in Southey's attitude, and one which ranges him firmly with Owen. Criticizing orthodox political economy, on the grounds of its exclusion of moral considerations, Montesinos adds, "It discerns the cause of all our difficulties, not in the constitution of society, but of human nature." 50. Complementary with this, Southey insists on the positive functions of government. There can be no health, no soundness in the state, till government shall regard the moral improvement of the people as its first great duty. The same remedy is required for the rich and for the poor. Some voluntary castaways there will always be, whom no fostering kindness and no parental care can preserve from self-destruction, but if any are lost for want of care and culture, there is a sin of omission in the society to which they belong. 51. The word, culture, indicates here the line which was to be so extensively pursued, the setting up, in opposition to the laissez-faire society of the political economists, of an idea of active and responsible government, whose first duty was the promotion of the general health of society. The idea, as was to become habitual, was linked with a respect for feeling. Moore's comment, like Burke's, on the rise of the new society, is, "In came calculation, and out went feeling." 52. Southey also puts forward a view of the humanizing effects of literature, which the author of Utopia would have recognized. In reply to Moore's grand indictment of the sinfulness of the nation, Montesinos replies, "There is hope to be derived from the humanizing effects of literature, which has now first begun to act upon all ranks." 53. All these points are made by Southey very early in what was to become a major 19th-century tradition. Southey's detailed proposals for reform are less interesting than his general affirmation. They include planned colonization, an improved parochial order, a more efficient police, a national system of education, universal religious instruction, savings banks, and, finally, perhaps by the establishment of Owenite communities among themselves, the laboring classes will have their comforts enlarged, and their well-being secured, if they are not wanting to themselves in prudence and good conduct. 54. It is the familiar paternalist program, but Owen, as must now be stressed, is rightly placed in such a context. Southey ends with an exchange of questions between Montesinos and Moore. Montesinos, you would make me apprehend, then, that we have advanced in our chemical and mechanical discoveries faster than is consistent with the real welfare of society. Moore, you cannot advance in them too fast, provided that the moral culture of the species keep pace with the increase of its material powers. Has it been so? 55. You cannot advance in them too fast. This certainly would make sense to Owen. The real originality that gives value to Owen's work is that he begins from an acceptance of the vastly increased power which the Industrial Revolution had brought, and sees in just this increase of power the opportunity for the new moral world. He is the successful manufacturer, and not the scholar or poet. In temperament and personality he is at one with the new industrialists who were transforming England, but his vision of transformation is human as well as material. As the new generation of manufacturers would organize their places of work for production, or for profit, so he would organize England for happiness. He is as firmly paternalist, and as essentially authoritarian, as a Tory reformer like Southey, but he accepts, without equivocation, the increase of wealth as the means of culture. Owen's observations on the effect of the manufacturing system, 1815, offers the now familiar general judgment. The general diffusion of manufactures throughout a country generates a new character in its inhabitants, and as this character is formed upon a principle quite unfavorable to individual or general happiness, it will produce the most lamentable and permanent evils, unless its tendency be counteracted by legislative interference and direction. The manufacturing system has already so far extended its influence over the British Empire, as to effect an essential change in the general character of the mass of the people. This alteration is still in rapid progress, and, ere long, the comparatively happy simplicity of the agricultural peasant will be wholly lost amongst us. It is even now scarcely anywhere to be found, without a mixture of those habits which are the offspring of trade, manufactures, and commerce. 56. Owen is thus with Southey, and against the political economists, in discerning the cause of all our difficulties, not in human nature, but in the constitution of society. Further, he is stating, with hitherto unequaled clarity, the two propositions which have since been so widely affirmed. I. That a change in the conditions of production affects an essential change in the human producers. 2. That the Industrial Revolution was such a major change, and produced what was virtually a new kind of human being. He attacks the change, as a matter of course. All ties between employers and employed are frittered down to the consideration of what immediate gain each can derive from the other. The employer regards the employed as mere instruments of gain, while these acquire a gross ferocity of character, which, if legislative measures shall not be judiciously devised to prevent its increase, and ameliorate the condition of this class, will sooner or later plunge the country into a formidable and perhaps inextricable state of danger. 57. The choice, as Owen sees it, is between the new moral world and anarchy. The problem, as it presented itself to Owen, was one of social engineering. The phrase gives exactly the right stress. His basic principle he expresses in this way. Any general character, from the best to the worst, from the most ignorant to the most enlightened, may be given to any community, even to the world at large, by the application of proper means, which means are to a great extent at the command and under the control of those who have influence in the affairs of men. 58. At times, and particularly in his very early writings, he is not above expressing this principle in terms of the low rationalism which one still encounters in discussion of industrial relations. If, then, due care as to the state of your inanimate machines can produce such beneficial results, what may not be expected if you devote equal attention to your vital machines, which are far more wonderfully constructed? When you shall acquire a right knowledge of these, of their curious mechanism, of their self-adjusting powers, when the proper mainspring shall be applied to their varied movements, you will become conscious of their real value. The more delicate, complex, living mechanism would be equally improved by being trained to strength and activity. It would also prove true economy to keep it neat and clean, to treat it with kindness, that its mental movements might not experience too much irritating friction. From experience which cannot deceive me, I venture to assure you, that your time and money so applied, if directed by a true knowledge of the subject, would return you, not 5, 10, or 15% for your capital so expended, but often 50, and in many cases 100%. 59. Against this element in Owen, the coarse scepticism of Cobbett reveals itself as a far superior human refinement. Yet the spirit of Owen, in the main, is not fairly represented by his surrender to such a device of argument. The infant schools of New Lanark were original enough in their educational techniques, but they were far more innovating in their humanity and kindness. When Owen talked of creating human happiness, he was not serving an abstraction but an active and deeply impressive experience. His institution of these schools, so fascinatingly described here of his autobiography, ranks as one of the major personal achievements of the century. The children were trained and educated without punishment or any fear of it, and were while in school by far the happiest human beings I have ever seen. Human nature, its capacities and powers, is yet to be learned by the world. 60. The whole enterprise at New Lanark, indeed, is so great a positive human achievement as to be virtually incredible, in such a field, in the years between the Luddites and Peterloo. Always, it is Owen's experience that is impressive, the lived quality of his new view of society. I was completely tired of partners who were merely trained to buy cheap and sell dear. This occupation deteriorates, and often destroys, the finest and best faculties of our nature. From an experience of a long life, in which I passed through all the gradations of trade, manufactures and commerce, I am thoroughly convinced that there can be no superior character formed under this thoroughly selfish system. Truth, honesty, virtue, will be mere names, as they are now, and as they have ever been. Under this system there can be no true civilization, for by it all are trained civilly to oppose and often to destroy one another by their created opposition of interests. It is a low, vulgar, ignorant, and inferior mode of conducting the affairs of society, and no permanent, general, and substantial improvement can arise until it shall be superseded by a superior mode of forming character and creating wealth. 61. Hazlitt first said, and others with and without acknowledgement have repeated, that Owen was a man of one idea. Owen's comment on this is just. Had he said that I was a man of one fundamental principle and its practical consequences, he would have been nearer the truth. For instead of the knowledge that the character of man is formed for and not by him being one idea, it will be found to be, like the little grain of mustard seed, competent to fill the mind with new and true ideas, and to overwhelm in its consequences all other ideas opposed to it. 62. Owen's tone, frequently, is messianic, and it becomes shrill, in the later years, with practical disappointment. Yet the one idea, with its essential hope, has certainly proved competent to fill the mind of England. On the one hand, Owen's idea of a new moral world, to be created by active government and a national system of education, merged significantly with the idea of positive culture, which gained strength and wide adherence with the progress of the century. On the other hand, setting aside the principle of paternalism, the succeeding generations of the English industrial working people took upon themselves the realization of Owen's fundamental principle and its practical consequences. We need only add, as a significant footnote, a question and answer from Owen's Catechism of the New View of Society, 1817. Q. Is it not to be feared that such arrangements as you contemplate would produce a dull uniformity of character, repress genius, and leave the world without hope of future improvements? A. It appears to me that quite the reverse of all this will follow. It is not easy to imagine, with our present ideas, what may be accomplished by human beings so trained and so circumstanced. It is only when the obscurities by which society is now enveloped are in some degree removed, that the benefit can be even in part appreciated. 63. The answer, however locally convincing, is in terms of the idea which makes Owen significant in this tradition, that human nature itself is the product of a whole way of life, of a culture. Chapter 2. The Romantic Artist. Than the poets from Blake and Wordsworth to Shelley and Keats, there have been few generations of creative writers more deeply interested and more involved in study and criticism of the society of their day. Yet a fact so evident, and so easily capable of confirmation, accords uneasily in our own time with that popular and general conception of the romantic artist which, paradoxically, has been primarily derived from study of these same poets. In this conception, the poet, the artist, is by nature indifferent to the crude worldliness and materialism of politics and social affairs. He is devoted, rather, to the more substantial spheres of natural beauty and personal feeling. The elements of this paradox can be seen in the work of the Romantic poets themselves, but the supposed opposition between attention to natural beauty and attention to government, or between personal feeling and the nature of man in society, is on the whole a later development. What were seen at the end of the 19th century as disparate interests, between which a man must choose and in the act of choice declare himself poet or sociologist, were, normally, At the beginning of the century, seen as interlocking interests, a conclusion about personal feeling became a conclusion about society, and an observation of natural beauty carried a necessary moral reference to the whole and unified life of man. The subsequent dissociation of interests certainly prevents us from seeing the full significance of this remarkable period, but we must add also that the dissociation is itself in part a product of the nature of the Romantic attempt. Meanwhile, as some sort of security against the vestiges of the dissociation, we may usefully remind ourselves that Wordsworth wrote political pamphlets, that Blake was a friend of Tom Paine and was tried for sedition, that Coleridge wrote political journalism and social philosophy, that Shelley, in addition to this, distributed pamphlets in the streets, that Southey was a constant political commentator, that Byron spoke on the Frame riots and died as a volunteer in a political war, and further, as must surely be obvious from the poetry of all the men named, that these activities were neither marginal nor incidental, but were essentially related to a large part of the experience from which the poetry itself was made. It is, moreover, only when we are blinded by the prejudice of the dissociation that we find such a complex of activities in any way surprising. For these two generations of poets lived through the crucial period in which the rise both of democracy and of industry was effecting qualitative changes in society, changes which by their nature were felt in a personal as well as in a general way. In the year of the French Revolution, Blake was 32, Wordsworth 19, Coleridge 17, and Southey 15. In the year of Peterloo, Byron was 31, Shelley 27, Keats 24. The dates are sufficient reminder of a period of political turmoil and controversy fierce enough to make it very difficult for even the least sensitive to be indifferent. Of the slower, wider, less observable changes that we call the Industrial Revolution, the landmarks are less obvious, but the lifetime of Blake, 1757 to 1827, is, in general, the decisive period. The changes that we receive as record were experienced, in these years, on the senses, hunger, suffering, conflict, dislocation, hope, energy, vision, dedication. The pattern of change was not background, as we may now be inclined to study it, it was, rather, the mold in which general experience was cast. It is possible to abstract a political commentary from the writings of these poets, but this is not particularly important. The development of Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Southey from differing degrees of revolutionary ardor in their youth to differing degrees of Burkean conservatism in their maturity is interesting. A distinction between the revolutionary principles of Shelley and the fine libertarian opportunism of Byron is useful. A reminder that Blake and Keats cannot be weakened to some ideal vagueness, but were, as men and poets, passionately committed to the tragedy of their period, is timely. In every case, however, the political criticism is now less interesting than the wider social criticism, those first apprehensions of the essential significance of the Industrial Revolution, which all felt and none revoked. Beyond this, again, is a different kind of response, which is a main root of the idea of culture. At this very time of political, social, and economic change there is a radical change also in ideas of art, of the artist, and of their place in society. It is this significant change that I wish to adduce. There are 5 main points. First, that a major change was taking place in the nature of the relationship between a writer and his readers. Second, that a different habitual attitude towards the public was establishing itself. Third, that the production of art was coming to be regarded as one of a number of specialized kinds of production, subject to much the same conditions as general production. Fourth, that a theory of the superior reality of art, as the seat of imaginative truth, was receiving increasing emphasis. Fifth, that the idea of the independent creative writer, the autonomous genius, was becoming a kind of rule. In naming these points, it is of course necessary to add at once that they are clearly very closely interrelated, and that some might be named as causes, and some as effects, were not the historical process so complex as to render a clear division impossible. The first characteristic is clearly a very important one. From the third and fourth decades of the 18th century there had been growing up a large new middle-class reading public, the rise in which corresponds very closely with the rise to influence and power of the same class. As a result, the system of patronage had passed into subscription publishing, and thence into general commercial publishing of the modern kind. These developments affected writers in several ways. There was an advance, for the fortunate ones, in independence and social status. The writer became a fully fledged professional man. But the change also meant the institution of the market as the type of a writer's actual relations with society. Under patronage, the writer had at least a direct relationship with an immediate circle of readers, from whom, whether prudentially or willingly, as mark or as matter of respect, he was accustomed to accept and at times to act on criticism. It is possible to argue that this system gave the writer a more relevant freedom than that to which he succeeded. In any event, against the dependence, the occasional servility and the subjection to patronal caprice had to be set the direct relation of the act of writing with at least some part of society, personally known, and the sense, when relations were fortunate, that the writer belonged. On the other hand, against the independence and the raised social status which success on the market commanded had to be set similar liabilities to caprice and similar obligations to please, but now, not liabilities to individuals personally known, but to the workings of an institution which seemed largely impersonal. The growth of the literary market as the type of a writer's relations with his readers has been responsible for many fundamental changes of attitude. But one must add, of course, that such a growth is always uneven, both in its operations and in its effects. It is not perhaps until our own century that it is so nearly universal as to be almost dominant. By the beginning of the 19th century the institution was established, but it was nevertheless modified by many kinds of survival of earlier conditions. The important reactions to it were, however, laid down at this time. One such reaction, evidently, is that named as the second point, the growth of a different habitual attitude towards the public. Writers had, of course, often expressed, before this time, a feeling of dissatisfaction with the public, but in the early 19th century this feeling became acute and general. One finds it in Keats, "I have not the slightest feel of humility towards the public," in Shelley, "accept no counsel from the simple-minded." Time reverses the judgment of the foolish crowd. Contemporary criticism is no more than the sum of the folly with which genius has to wrestle. One finds it, most notably and most extensively, in Wordsworth. Still more lamentable is his error who can believe that there is anything of divine infallibility in the clamour of that small though loud portion of the community, ever governed by factitious influence, which, under the name of the public, passes itself upon the unthinking, for the people. Towards the public, the writer hopes that he feels as much deference as it is entitled to, but to the people, philosophically characterized, and to the embodied spirit of their knowledge, his devout respect, his reverence, is due. 1. It is, of course, easier to be respectful and reverent to the people, philosophically characterized, than to a public, which noisily identifies itself. Wordsworth, in his conception of the people, is drawing heavily on the social theory of Burke, and for not dissimilar reasons. However the immediate argument went, whatever the reactions of actual readers, there was thus available a final appeal to the embodied spirit of the people, that is to say, to an idea, an ideal reader, a standard that might be set above the clamour of the writer's actual relations with society. The embodied spirit, naturally enough, was a very welcome alternative to the market. Obviously, such an attitude then affects the writer's own attitude to his work. He will not accept the market quotation of popularity. Away then with the senseless iteration of the word popular applied to new works in poetry, as if there were no test of excellence in this first of the fine arts but that all men should run after its productions, as if urged by an appetite, or constrained by a spell. 2. He will continue to insist, in fact, on an idea, a standard of excellence, the embodied spirit of a people's knowledge, as something superior to the actual course of events, the actual run of the market. This insistence, it is worth emphasizing, is one of the primary sources of the idea of culture. Culture, the embodied spirit of a people, the true standard of excellence, became available, in the progress of the century, as the court of appeal in which real values were determined, usually in opposition to the factitious values thrown up by the market and similar operations of society. The subjection of art to the laws of the market, and its consideration as a specialized form of production subject to much the same conditions as other forms of production, had been prefigured in much late 18th century thinking. Adam Smith had written, "In opulent and commercial societies to think or to reason comes to be, like every other employment, a particular business, which is carried on by a very few people, who furnish the public with all the thought and reason possessed by the vast multitudes that labor. 3. This is significant as a description of that special class of persons who from the 1820s were to be called intellectuals. It describes, also, the new conditions of specialization of the artist, whose work, as Adam Smith had said of knowledge, was now in fact purchased, in the same manner as shoes or stockings, from those whose business it is to make up and prepare for the market that particular species of goods. 4. Such a position, and such a specialization of function, followed inevitably from the institution of commercial publishing. The novel, in particular, had quickly become a commodity. Its main history as a literary form follows, as is well known, precisely the growth of these new conditions. But the effects were also obvious in poetry, on which the impact of a market relationship was inevitably severe. Alongside the rejection of the public and of popularity as standards of worth, increasing complaint was made that literature had become a trade. The two things, in fact, were normally treated together. Sir Egerton Brydges wrote in the 1820s, "It is a vile evil that literature is become so much a trade all over Europe. Nothing has gone so far to nurture a corrupt taste, and to give the unintellectual power over the intellectual. Merit is now universally esteemed by the multitude of readers that an author can attract. Will the uncultivated mind admire what delights the cultivated?" 5. Similarly in 1834 Tom Moore spoke of the lowering of standard that must necessarily arise from the extending of the circle of judges, from letting the mob in to vote, particularly at a period when the market is such an object to authors. 6. He went on to distinguish between the mob and the cultivated few. It is obvious, here, how the adjective cultivated contributed to the newly necessary abstractions, cultivation and culture. In this kind of argument, culture became the normal antithesis to the market. I have emphasized this new type of an author's relationship to his readers because I believe that such matters are always central in any kind of literary activity. I turn now to what is clearly a related matter, but one which raises the most difficult issues of interpretation. It is a fact that in this same period in which the market and the idea of specialist production received increasing emphasis there grew up, also, a system of thinking about the arts of which the most important elements are, first, an emphasis on the special nature of art activity as a means to imaginative truth, and, second, an emphasis on the artist as a special kind of person. It is tempting to see these theories as a direct response to the actual change in relations between artist and society. Certainly, in the documents, there are some obvious elements of compensation. At a time when the artist is being described as just one more producer of a commodity for the market, he is describing himself as a specially endowed person, the guiding light of the common life. Yet, undoubtedly, this is to simplify the matter, for the response is not merely a professional one. It is also, and this has been of the greatest subsequent importance, an emphasis on the embodiment in art of certain human values, capacities, energies, which the development of society towards an industrial civilization was felt to be threatening or even destroying. The element of professional protest is undoubtedly there, but the larger issue is the opposition on general human grounds to the kind of civilization that was being inaugurated. Romanticism is a general European movement, and it is possible to relate the new ideas, as they arise, solely to a larger system of ideas in European thinking as a whole. The influence of Rousseau, of Goethe, of Schiller, and of Chateaubriand can certainly be traced. Indeed, if we consider the ideas in abstraction, we can take the idea of the artist as a special kind of person, and of the wild genius, as far back as the Socratic definition of a poet in Plato's Ion. The superior reality of art has a multitude of classical texts, and, within our period, is in obvious relation with the German idealist school of philosophy and its English dilution through Coleridge and Carlyle. These relations are important, yet an idea can perhaps only be weighed, only understood, in a particular mind and a particular situation. In England, these ideas that we call romantic have to be understood in terms of the problems in experience with which they were advanced to deal. A good example is a definition in one of the early documents of English Romanticism, Young's Conjectures on Original Composition, 1759. An original may be said to be of a vegetable nature, it rises spontaneously from the vital root of genius, it grows, it is not made. Imitations are often a sort of manufacture, wrought up by those mechanics, art, and labor, out of pre-existent materials not their own. 7. This is a piece of very familiar romantic literary theory, contrasting the spontaneous work of genius with the formal imitative work bound by a set of rules. As Young also writes, modern writers have a choice to make, they may soar in the regions of liberty, or move in the soft fetters of easy imitation. 8. But what Young is saying when he defines an original is, if we look at his terms, very closely linked with the whole general movement of society. It is certainly literary theory, but as certainly it is not being formulated in isolation. When he says of an original that it grows, it is not made, he is using the exact terms on which Burke based his whole philosophical criticism of the new politics. The contrast between grows and made was to become the contrast between organic and mechanical, which lies at the very center of a tradition which has continued to our own day. Again, when he defines an imitation, Young condemns it in terms of the very industrial processes which were about to transform English society, a sort of manufacture, wrought up by those mechanics, out of pre-existent materials not their own. The point may or may not hold in literary theory, but these are certainly the terms and the implied values by which the coming industrial civilization was to be condemned. Burke condemned the new society in terms of his experience, or his idealization, of the earlier society. But increasingly as the huge changes manifested themselves, the condemnation became specialized, and, in a sense, abstract. One part of the specialization was the growth of the standard of cultivation or culture, another part, closely related to this and later in fact to combine with it, was the growth of the new idea of art. This new idea of a superior reality, and even of a superior power, is strikingly expressed by Blake. Now art has lost its mental charms. France shall subdue the world in arms. So spoke an angel at my birth. Then said, descend thou upon earth. Renew the arts on Britain's shore. And France shall fall down and adore. With works of art their armies meet. And war shall sink beneath thy feet. But if thy nation arts refuse, and if they scorn the immortal muse, France shall the arts of peace restore, and save thee from the ungrateful shore. Spirit, who lovest Britannia's isle, round which the fiends of commerce smile. 9. In Blake, the professional pressures can be easily discerned, for he suffered badly in the desolate market where none come to buy. He reminds us of Young, when he attacks the interest of the monopolizing trader who manufactures art by the hands of ignorant journeymen till he is counted the greatest genius who can sell a good for nothing commodity for a great price. 10. But, equally, Blake's criticism goes far beyond the professional complaint. The imagination which, for him, art embodies is no commodity, but a representation of what eternally exists, really and unchangeably. 11. It is in such a light that the inadequacies of existing society and of the quality of life which it promotes are to be seen and condemned. It is important to measure the strength of this claim, for we shall misunderstand it if we look only at some of the later divagations of the idea of genius. The ambiguous word in Jung's definition is imitation, which in nearly all Romantic theory acquired a heavily derogatory sense. This is because imitation was understood to mean imitation of works already done, that is to say conformity to a given set of rules. The eloquence deployed against the set of rules is both remarkable and, in the end, tedious. What was happening, technically, was no more than a change of convention, which when it is of any magnitude normally carries such eloquence as a byproduct. To the degree that the change is more than a change in convention, and changes in convention only occur when there are radical changes in the general structure of feeling, the word imitation is particularly confusing. For indeed, in the best classicist theory, imitation is the term normally used to describe what Blake has just described, and what all the Romantic writers emphasized, a representation of what eternally exists, really and unchangeably. Imitation, at its best, was not understood as adherence to somebody else's rules, it was, rather, imitation of the universal reality. An artist's precepts were not so much previous works of art as the universals, in Aristotle's term, or permanent realities. This argument, really, had been completed in the writings of the Renaissance. The tendency of Romanticism is towards a vehement rejection of dogmas of method in art, but it is also, very clearly, towards a claim which all good classical theory would have recognized, the claim that the artist's business is to read the open secret of the universe. A Romantic critic like Ruskin, for example, bases his whole theory of art on just this classicist doctrine. The artist perceives and represents essential reality, and he does so by virtue of his master faculty, imagination. In fact, the doctrines of the genius, the autonomous creative artist, and of the superior reality of art, penetration to a sphere of universal truth, were in Romantic thinking two sides of the same claim. Both Romanticism and Classicism are in this sense idealist theories of art, they are really opposed not so much by each other as by naturalism. What was important at this time was the stress given to a mode of human experience and activity which the progress of society seemed increasingly to deny. Wordsworth might hold with particular conviction the idea of the persecuted genius, but there is a more general significance in his attitudes to poetry, and indeed to art as a whole. High is our calling, friend, creative art. Demands the service of a mind and heart. Though sensitive, yet in their weakest part. Heroically fashioned to infuse faith in the whispers of the lonely muse. While the whole world seems adverse to desert. 12. These are the lines to the painter Haydn, in December 1815. They are significant for the additional reason that they mark the fusing into the common sphere of imaginative truth of the two separate arts, or skills, of poetry and painting. While in one sense the market was specializing the artist, artists themselves were seeking to generalize their skills into the common property of imaginative truth. Always, this kind of emphasis is to be seen as a mode of defense. The defensive tone in Wordsworth's lines is very obvious, and in this they are entirely characteristic. At one level the defense is evidently compensatory, the height of the artist's claim is also the height of their despair. They defined, emphatically, their high calling, but they came to define and to emphasize because they were convinced that the principles on which the new society was being organized were actively hostile to the necessary principles of art. Yet, while to see the matter in this way is to explain the new emphasis, it is not to explain it away. What was laid down as a defensive reaction became in the course of the century a most important positive principle, which in its full implications was deeply and generally humane. There are many texts from which this principle can be illustrated, but the most characteristic, as it is also among the best known, is Wordsworth's preface of 1800 to the Lyrical Ballads. Here it is not only the truth but the general humanity of poetry which Wordsworth emphasizes, first, by attacking those who talk of poetry as of a matter of amusement and idle pleasure, who will converse with us as gravely about a taste for poetry, as they express it, as if it were a thing as indifferent as a taste for rope dancing, or Frontignac or sherry. 13. The concept of taste which implies one kind of relationship between writer and reader is inadequate because it is a metaphor, taken from a passive sense of the human body, and transferred to things which are in their essence not passive to intellectual acts and operations. But the profound and the exquisite in feeling, the lofty and universal in thought and imagination, are neither of them, accurately speaking, objects of a faculty which could ever without a sinking in the spirit of nations have been designated by the metaphor taste. And why? Because without the exertion of a cooperating power in the mind of the reader, there can be no adequate sympathy with either of these emotions. Without this auxiliary impulse, elevated or profound passion cannot exist. 14. This states in another way an important criticism of the new kind of social relationships of art. When art is a commodity, taste is adequate, but when it is something more, a more active relationship is essential. The something more is commonly defined. Aristotle, I have been told, has said, that poetry is the most philosophic of all writing. It is so. Its object is truth, not individual and local, but general and operative, not standing upon external testimony, but carried alive into the heart by passion, truth which is its own testimony, which gives competence and confidence to the tribunal to which it appeals, and receives them from the same tribunal. The poet writes under one restriction only, namely, the necessity of giving immediate pleasure to a human being possessed of that information which may be expected from him, not as a lawyer, a physician, a mariner, an astronomer, or a natural philosopher, but as a man. To this knowledge which all men carry about with them, and to these sympathies in which, without any other discipline than that of our daily life, we are fitted to take delight, the poet principally directs his attention. He is the rock of defense for human nature, an upholder and preserver, carrying everywhere with him relationship and love. In spite of difference of soil and climate, of language and manners, of laws and customs, in spite of things silently gone out of mind, and things violently destroyed, the poet binds together by passion and knowledge the vast empire of human society, as it is spread over the whole earth, and over all time. 15. This is the case which, in its essentials, was to be eloquently restated by Shelley in his defense of poetry. It is the case which extends through Ruskin and Morris into our own century, when poetry, as Wordsworth would have approved, has been widened to art in general. The whole tradition can be summed up in one striking phrase used by Wordsworth, where the poet, the artist in general, is seen as an upholder and preserver, carrying everywhere with him relationship and love. 16. Artists, in this mood, came to see themselves as agents of the revolution for life, in their capacity as bearers of the creative imagination. Here, again, is one of the principal sources of the idea of culture. It was on this basis that the association of the idea of the general perfection of humanity with the practice and study of the arts was to be made. For here, in the work of artists, the first and last of all knowledge, as immortal as the heart of man, was a practicable mode of access to that ideal of human perfection which was to be the center of defense against the disintegrating tendencies of the age. The emphasis on a general common humanity was evidently necessary in a period in which a new kind of society was coming to think of man as merely a specialized instrument of production. The emphasis on love and relationship was necessary not only within the immediate suffering but against the aggressive individualism and the primarily economic relationships which the new society embodied. Emphasis on the creative imagination, similarly, may be seen as an alternative construction of human motive and energy, in contrast with the assumptions of the prevailing political economy. This point is indeed the most interesting part of Shelley's defense. Whilst the mechanist abridges, and the political economist combines, labor, let them beware that their speculations, for want of correspondence with those first principles which belong to the imagination, do not tend, as they have in modern England, to exasperate at once the extremes of luxury and want. The rich have become richer, and the poor have become poorer, and the vessel of the state is driven between the Scylla and Charybdis of anarchy and despotism. Such are the effects which must ever flow from an unmitigated exercise of the calculating faculty. 17. This is the general indictment which we can see already forming as a tradition, and the remedy is in the same terms. There is no want of knowledge respecting what is wisest and best in morals, government, and political economy, or at least, what is wiser and better than what men now practice or endure. But, we want the creative faculty to imagine that which we know, we want the generous impulse to act that which we imagine, we want the poetry of life. Our calculations have outrun conception, we have eaten more than we can digest. Poetry, and the principle of self, of which money is the visible incarnation, are the God and Mammon of the world. 18. The most obvious criticism of such a position as Shelley's is that, while it is wholly valuable to present a wider and more substantial account of human motive and energy than was contained in the philosophy of industrialism, there are corresponding dangers in specializing this more substantial energy to the act of poetry, or of art in general. It is this specialization which, later, made much of this criticism ineffectual. The point will become clearer in the later stages of our inquiry, where it will be a question of distinguishing between the idea of culture as art and the idea of culture as a whole way of life. The positive consequence of the idea of art as a superior reality was that it offered an immediate basis for an important criticism of industrialism. The negative consequence was that it tended, as both the situation and the opposition hardened, to isolate art, to specialize the imaginative faculty to this one kind of activity, and thus to weaken the dynamic function which Shelley proposed for it. We have already examined certain of the factors which tended towards this specialization. It remains now to examine the growth of the idea of the artist as a special kind of person. The word art, which had commonly meant skill, became specialized during the course of the 18th century, first to painting, and then to the imaginative arts generally. Artist, similarly, from the general sense of a skilled person, in either the liberal or the useful arts, had become specialized in the same direction, and had distinguished itself from artisan, formerly equivalent with artist, but later becoming what we still call, in the opposite specialized sense, a skilled worker, and of course from craftsman. The emphasis on skill, in the word, was gradually replaced by an emphasis on sensibility, and this replacement was supported by the parallel changes in such words as creative, a word which could not have been applied to art until the idea of the superior reality was forming, original, with its important implications of spontaneity and vitalism, a word, we remember, that Young virtually contrasted with art in the sense of skill, and genius, which, because of its root association with the idea of inspiration, had changed from characteristic disposition to exalted special ability, and took its tone in this from the other effective words. From artist in the new sense there were formed artistic and artistical, and these, by the end of the 19th century, had certainly more reference to temperament than to skill or practice. Aesthetics, itself a new word, and a product of the specialization, similarly stood parent to aesthete, which again indicated a special kind of person. The claim that the artist revealed a higher kind of truth is, as we have seen, not new in the Romantic period, although it received significant additional emphasis. The important corollary of the idea was, however, the conception of the artist's autonomy in this kind of revelation. His substantive element, for example, was now not faith but genius. In its opposition to the set of rules, the autonomous claim is of course attractive. Keats puts it finely. The genius of poetry must work out its own salvation in a man, it cannot be matured by law and precept, but by sensation and watchfulness in itself. That which is creative must create itself. 19. Our sympathy with this rests on the emphasis on a personal discipline, which is very far removed from talk of the wild or lawless genius. The difference is there, in Keats, in the emphasis on the genius of poetry, which is impersonal as compared with the personal genius. Coleridge put the same emphasis on law, with the same corresponding emphasis on autonomy. No work of true genius dares want its appropriate form, neither indeed is there any danger of this. As it must not, so genius cannot, be lawless, for it is even this that constitutes it genius, the power of acting creatively under laws of its own origination. 20. This is at once more rational and more useful for the making of art than the emphasis, at least as common in romantic pamphleteering, on an artless spontaneity of the art, sensibility, which claims that it can dispense with art, skill. The subsequent years hold more than enough examples. As literary theory, the emphases of Keats and Coleridge are valuable. The difficulty is that this kind of statement became entangled with other kinds of reaction to the problem of the artist's relations with society. The instance of Keats is most significant, in that the entanglement is less and the concentration more. If we complete the sentence earlier quoted from him, we find, "I have not the slightest feel of humility towards the public, or to anything in existence but the eternal being, the principle of beauty, and the memory of great men." 21. This is characteristic, as is the famous affirmation, "I am certain of nothing but of the holiness of the heart's affections, and the truth of imagination." What the imagination seizes as beauty must be truth whether it existed before or not, for I have the same idea of all our passions as of love. They are all, in their sublime, creative of essential beauty. The imagination may be compared to Adam's dream: he awoke and found it truth. 22. But the account of the artist's personality which Keats then gives is, in his famous phrase, that of negative capability, when a man is capable of being in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. 23. Or again, men of genius are great as certain ethereal chemicals operating on the mass of neutral intellect, but they have not any individuality, any determined character. I would call the top and head of those who have a proper self, men of power. 24. It is certainly possible to see this emphasis on passivity as a compensatory reaction, but this is less important than the fact that Keats's emphasis is on the poetic process rather than on the poetic personality. The theory of negative capability could degenerate into the wider and more popular theory of the poet as dreamer, but Keats himself worked finely, in experience, to distinguish between dreamer and poet, and if in the second Hyperion his formal conclusion is uncertain, it is at least clear that what he means by dream is something as hard and positive as his own skill. It is not from the fine discipline of a Keats that the loose conception of the romantic artist can be drawn. Wordsworth, in the preface to Lyrical Ballads, shows us most clearly how consideration of the poetic process became entangled with more general questions of the artist and society. In discussing his own theory of poetic language, he is in fact discussing communication. He asserts, reasonably and moderately, the familiar attitude to the public. Such faulty expressions, were I convinced they were faulty at present, and that they must necessarily continue to be so, I would willingly take all reasonable pains to correct. But it is dangerous to make these alterations on the simple authority of a few individuals, or even of certain classes of men, for where the understanding of an author is not convinced, or his feelings altered, this cannot be done without great injury to himself, for his own feelings are his stay and support. 25. This has to be said on the one side, while at the same time Wordsworth is saying, the poet thinks and feels in the spirit of human passions. How, then, can his language differ in any material degree from that of all other men who feel vividly and see clearly? 26. And so, among the qualities, enumerated as principally conducing to form a poet, is implied nothing differing in kind from other men, but only in degree. The poet is chiefly distinguished from other men by a greater promptness to think and feel without immediate external excitement, and a greater power in expressing such thoughts and feelings as are produced in him in that manner. But these passions and thoughts and feelings are the general passions and thoughts and feelings of men. 27. Of these chief distinctions, while the first is a description of a psychological type, the second is a description of a skill. While the two are held in combination, the argument is plausible. But in fact, under the tensions of the general situation, it became possible to dissociate them, and so to isolate the artistic sensibility. The matter is exceptionally complex, and what happened, under the stress of events, was a series of simplifications. The obstruction of a certain kind of experience was simplified to the obstruction of poetry, which was then identified with it and even made to stand for it as a whole. Under pressure, art became a symbolic abstraction for a whole range of general human experience, a valuable abstraction, because indeed great art has this ultimate power, yet an abstraction nevertheless, because a general social activity was forced into the status of a department or province, and actual works of art were in part converted into a self-pleading ideology. This description is not offered for purposes of censure, it is a fact, rather, with which we have to learn to come to terms. There is high courage, and actual utility, if also simplification, in romantic claims for the imagination. There is courage, also, in the very weakness which, ultimately, we find in the special pleading of personality. In practice there were deep insights, and great works of art, but, in the continuous pressure of living, the free play of genius found it increasingly difficult to consort with the free play of the market, and the difficulty was not solved, but cushioned, by an idealization. The last pages of Shelley's defense of poetry are painful to read. The bearers of a high imaginative skill become suddenly the legislators, at the very moment when they were being forced into practical exile, their description as unacknowledged, which, on the theory, ought only to be a fact to be accepted, carries with it also the felt helplessness of a generation. Then Shelley at the same time claims that the poet ought personally to be the happiest, the best, the wisest, and the most illustrious of men, 28. Where the emphasis, inescapably, falls painfully on the ought. The pressures, here personal as well as general, create, as a defensive reaction, the separation of poets from other men, and their classification into an idealized general person, poet, or artist, which was to be so widely and so damagingly received. The appeal, as it had to be, is beyond the living community, to the mediator and Redeemer, time. 29. Over the England of 1821 there had, after all, to be some higher court of appeal. We are not likely, when we remember the lives of any of these men, to be betrayed into the irritability of prosecution, but it is well, also, if we can avoid the irritability of defense. The whole action has passed into our common experience, to lie there, formulated and unformulated, to move and to be examined. For it is less their spirit, than the spirit of the age 30. Chapter 3. Mill on Bentham and Coleridge. The essays of John Stuart Mill on Jeremy Bentham and Samuel Taylor Coleridge are among the most remarkable documents of the intellectual history of the 19th century. Their recent reprinting, with an interesting introduction by Dr. F.R. Levy, was valuable and timely. The essays bring together what Mill called the two great seminal minds of England in their age, but the result, quite evident in a reading of the essays, is a bringing together not of two minds but of three. For to watch Mill being influenced by, and correcting, Bentham and Coleridge is absorbing and illuminating. We see not only the working of an individual and most able mind, but a process which has a general representative importance. Mill's attempt to absorb, and by discrimination and discarding to unify, the truths alike of the utilitarian and the idealist positions is, after all, a prologue to a very large part of the subsequent history of English thinking, in particular, to the greater part of English thinking about society and culture. If we look at the matter in this way, we shall avoid the readiest mistake with regard to these essays, the mistake, that is, of supposing that we are reading an impartial judgment of the ideas of Bentham and Coleridge, an authoritative summing up by a great neutral. Mill's tone is always so reasonable, and his professional skill in summary and distinction so evident, that such a conclusion seems positively invited. Yet the essays are not a judicial verdict, they are the effort of a particular mind and a very distinguished one to reconcile two deeply opposed positions. Mill believed that by the exercise of reason and patience all such differences could be resolved. Seeing the contrasted positions, as was his habit, in an almost solely rational light, he believed that reconciliation was possible, if only interest and prejudice could be, as he thought not impossible, set aside. But the essays are also an event, a particular stage, in Mill's own intellectual development. Written in 1838 and 1840, they belong to a period when Mill's reaction against utilitarianism was at its most critical stage. The particular balance or appearance of balance which he here achieved was not afterwards fully maintained. The point is underlined when we remember that his utilitarian friends did not see the essays as moving from the thesis of Bentham through the antithesis of Coleridge to a new synthesis, they saw them simply as apostasy, a surrender to German mysticism. They may well, narrow dogmatists, have been wrong, but at least Mill did not impress them as a neutral. Further, almost immediately after the essay on Coleridge, Mill began moving away from the Coleridgean influence. In his political economy, and especially in his examination of Sir William Hamilton's philosophy, much of the assent here granted to Coleridge is deliberately withdrawn. We may suitably begin our more detailed examination of the essays with a passage from the essay on Coleridge. All students of man and society who possess that first requisite for so difficult a study, a due sense of its difficulties, are aware that the besetting danger is not so much of embracing falsehood for truth, as of mistaking part of the truth for the whole. It might be plausibly maintained that in almost every one of the leading controversies, past or present, in social philosophy, both sides were in the right in what they affirmed, though wrong in what they denied, and that if either could have been made to take the other's views in addition to its own, little more would have been needed to make its doctrine correct. Point 1. It is worth noting how completely intellectualist is Mill's method. For in life it is not whether the abstracted opinions of opposed thinkers might profitably complement each other, to make what is called a correct doctrine. We have to ask, indeed, whether such a procedure would, even in itself, be useful, considering its tendency to isolate the doctrines from those attachments, those particular valuations, those living situations, in which alone the doctrines can be said to be active. The point is crucial, yet still the piety of Mill's hope is genuine. It is worth watching his account of the basic opposition. Take for instance the question how far mankind have gained by civilization. One observer is forcibly struck by the multiplication of physical comforts, the advancement and diffusion of knowledge, the decay of superstition, the facilities of mutual intercourse, the softening of manners, the decline of war and personal conflict, the progressive limitation of the tyranny of the strong over the weak, the great works accomplished throughout the globe by the cooperation of multitudes, and he becomes that very common character, the worshipper of our enlightened age. Point 2. Here, fairly enough, is the abstract of liberalism, and Mill continues. Another fixes his attention, not upon the value of these advantages, but upon the high price which is paid for them, the relaxation of individual energy and courage, the loss of proud and self-relying independence, the slavery of so large a portion of mankind to artificial wants, their effeminate shrinking from even the shadow of pain, the dull unexciting monotony of their lives, and the passionless insipidity, and absence of any marked individuality in their characters, the contrast between the narrow mechanical understanding, produced by a life spent in executing by fixed rules a fixed task, and the varied powers of the man of the woods, whose subsistence and safety depend at each instant upon his capacity of extemporarily adapting means to ends, the demoralizing effect of great inequalities in wealth and social rank, and the sufferings of the great mass of the people of civilized countries, whose wants are scarcely better provided for than those of the savage, while they are bound by 1,000 fetters in lieu of the freedom and excitement which are his compensations. Point 3. This is an aggregation of a number of kinds of criticism of what Mill calls civilization, but which, from the detail of certain of its points, might better be called industrialism. Mill remarks: no two thinkers can be more entirely at variance than the two we have supposed the worshippers of civilization and of independence, of the present and the remote past. Yet all that is positive in the opinions of either of them is true, and we see how easy it would be to choose one's path, if either half of the truth were the whole of it, and how great may be the difficulty of framing, as it is necessary to do, a set of practical maxims which combine both. Point 4. This sounds reasonable, but the opposed positions as described by Mill contradict each other not only in valuation but, at certain points, in fact. The contrast is further confused by the inclusion of arguments which refer to different periods of history. Part of the criticism inherent in the latter position is criticism of the transition to industrialism, part again the contrast, not of the village laborer and the industrial worker, but of civilized man and Rousseau's noble savage Mill's man of the woods. It is then difficult to say which of the many points is positively true, and the idea of a set of practical maxims which combine both seems absurd. Mill is, in fact, gathering opinions, and arbitrarily grouping them, rather than paying attention to the opposition of values engendered by different orders of experience, which arise from different ways of life. He is, at this point, nowhere near any kind of lived reality. A Cobbett from one position, a Coleridge from another, had their own views, in experience, of the high price paid for civilization, but because their experience was actual, they were specific about the civilization. Cobbett did not see the multiplication of physical comforts and the sufferings of the great mass of the people as opposing arguments, he saw them as aspects of one and the same civilization, and therefore, in their very contrast, a fact about the kind of civilization being experienced. Coleridge, in criticizing a narrow mechanical understanding, had something better to refer to as a positive than the man of the woods, about whom, after all, neither Rousseau nor Mill nor anyone likely to take part in the argument knew anything worth writing down, and whom we should have to define rather more precisely, savage, white trapper, before we could say, even for the sake of argument, whether he is a just symbol of independence. I press these points because they show the degree to which Mill is apt to divorce opinions and valuations both from experience and from social reality. He is on surer ground, and his normal grasp of his material returns, when he describes another opposition. So again, one person sees in a very strong light the need which the great mass of mankind have of being ruled over by a degree of intelligence and virtue superior to their own. He is deeply impressed with the mischief done to the uneducated and uncultivated by weaning them of all habits of reverence, appealing to them as a competent tribunal to decide the most intricate questions, and making them think themselves capable, not only of being a light to themselves, but of giving the law to their superiors in culture. He sees, further, that cultivation, to be carried beyond a certain point, requires leisure, that leisure is the natural attribute of a hereditary aristocracy, that such a body has all the means of acquiring intellectual and moral superiority, and he needs be at no loss of endow them with abundant motives to it. 5. This summary is admirable. So too is Mill's exposition of the objections to it. But there is a thinker of a very different description, in whose premises there is an equal portion of truth. This is he who says, that an average man, even an average member of an aristocracy, if he can postpone the interests of other people to his own calculations or instincts of self-interest, will do so, that all governments in all ages have done so, as far as they were permitted, and generally to a ruinous extent, and that the only possible remedy is a pure democracy, in which the people are their own governors, and can have no selfish interest in oppressing themselves. 6. This is not the only line of objection to the former position, but it is the one which we should expect Mill to follow, the objection which would naturally occur to him, as one trained in the utilitarian kind of thinking. He goes on to see the progress of this conflict of position in terms of the swing of the pendulum. Every excess in either direction determines a corresponding reaction, improvement consisting only in this, that the oscillation, each time, departs rather less widely from the center, and an ever-increasing tendency is manifested to settle finally in it. 7. It hardly needs emphasis that this view of the matter was to become a commonplace. When in doubt, the English imagine a pendulum. But still it is inadequate, since it is confined to the development of opinion and neglects the changing relations of those actual forces in society which seek to move in one or other direction. Yet Mill's statement of the opposing political doctrines is much more adequate than his exposition of what might be called the cultural objections to modern industrial civilization. The methods and habits of utilitarian thinking remained with him, even when he was questioning certain utilitarian positions, or acknowledging the merits of positions reached in a different way. Consider, For instance, his famous distinction between his subjects. By Bentham, beyond all others, men have been led to ask themselves, in regard to any ancient or received opinion, is it true? And by Coleridge, what is the meaning of it? 8. This is just and illuminating, although we must not convict Coleridge of any disregard for truth. Yet, taking the distinction as it stands, there can be no doubt of the side on which Mill himself stands. His critique of Bentham is founded on the question, is it true? But is this fundamental doctrine of Bentham's political philosophy and universal truth? 9. This, at all important points, is the tone of the inquiry. Similarly, with Coleridge, he is sifting for what he considers true, and setting aside what is false. There is a point, of course, at which one doubts whether there is any significant difference between the questions is it true? And what is the meaning of it? But Mill's emphasis serves to underline very clearly his own habit of approach. Mill is nearer to Bentham than to Coleridge in fundamentals. He is, by the same token, nearer to our own normal habits of thinking. One result of the essays, certainly, is a very damaging criticism of Bentham. Knowing so little of human feelings, he knew still less of the influences by which those feelings are formed, all the more subtle workings, both of the mind upon itself, and of external things upon the mind, escaped him, and no one, probably, who, in a highly instructed age, ever attempted to give a rule to all human conduct, set out with a more limited conception either of the agencies by which human conduct is, or of those by which it should be, influenced. Point 10. The comment is a personal one, on Bentham, but it has normally been seized on, by those who are opposed to utilitarianism, as a general criticism of the system as a whole. It has become, now, an element in that familiar criticism of systematic social thinking, a criticism which grounds itself on the principle that the systematizers have an inadequate knowledge of actual human nature. Mill is careful not to make this extension himself, and indeed how could he have done so? His own comment on himself lies too ready to hand. I never was a boy, never played at cricket, it is better to let nature have her way. Point 11. Or again, even in the narrowest of my then associates, they being older men, their ratiocinative and nicely concatenated dreams were at some point or other, and in some degree or other, corrected and limited by their experience of actual realities, while I, a schoolboy fresh from the logic school, had never conversed with the reality, never seen one, knew not what manner of thing it was, had only spun, first other people's and then my own deductions from assumed premises. Point 12. The notorious education which James Mill imposed on his son has been often abused, and with the support of texts like these. When I read such comments, I want always to enter the marginal note, yet the system, after all, produced John Stuart Mill. For good or ill, and surely, in the main, it is for good, the severe training produced a fine example of a very fine kind of intelligence. That it is not the only kind is agreed. Systematic inquiry into the working of human institutions, systematic attempts to reform them, and to devise techniques for their further reformation, these are great positive human activities, and the objection to them, on the title of human nature, is not, under its most common auspices, very impressive. Mill, in emphasizing the personal deficiencies of Bentham, is not thereby rejecting the characteristic methods of utilitarian thought. He is, rather, applying himself to the problems of a new situation, and a different one in certain radical respects from that which Bentham had been concerned to meet. The earlier utilitarianism had been a wholly adequate doctrine for the rising middle class, seeking confirmation of its growing power through reforms directed against the privileges of the aristocracy. The doctrine had been colored, throughout, by values appropriate to the new methods of production. It is true to say that this first period of utilitarianism, in England, served to create the political and social institutions correspondent to the first stages of the Industrial Revolution. The climax of this effort was the Reform Bill of 1832. Mill, writing in the years immediately following the bill, is concerned with the problems of the next phase. Bentham had claimed that good government depended upon the responsibility of the governors to persons whose interest, whose obvious and recognizable interest, accords with the end in view. Point 13. The Reform Bill had gone a long way toward securing this, for that class which was directing the Industrial Revolution. But now Mill saw the inevitable extension of the principle, and that the numerical majority, whose obvious and recognizable interest was to be served, had to be differently defined. The new item on the agenda was complete political democracy, and Mill, seeing the logical justice of this, from Bentham's premises as he understood them, saw also what he took to be the dangers of extension, in particular, a tyranny of opinion and prejudice, the will of the majority overriding and perhaps suppressing minority opinion. When Cobbett had written his last 100 Days of English Liberty, his concern had been with the efforts of an authoritarian government to suppress the most dangerous advocates of reform. When Mill came to write his essay on liberty, the emphasis had shifted and Mill had moved with his times. The central concern, now, was with the preservation of the rights of individuals and minorities against public opinion and the democratic state. And it was here that he found Coleridge so useful to him, particularly Coleridge's idea of the clerisy, a nationally endowed class. For the cultivation of learning, and for diffusing its results among the community. We consider the definitive establishment of this fundamental principle to be one of the permanent benefits which political science owes to the conservative philosophers. Point 14. Mill grounded his defense of individual liberty on other main arguments, but he saw the usefulness, against the tyranny of interest, of so apparently disinterested a class. Even more than the danger of majority tyranny, Mill saw when he was writing these essays the danger consequent on the success of the first period of the Industrial Revolution, of the national life being dominated by laissez-faire commercialism. Bentham's idea of the world is that of a collection of persons pursuing each his separate interest and pleasure. Point 15. This was freedom, or individual liberty, not as Mill the intellectual had defined it, in terms of the freedom of thought, but as the rising industrial class had defined it, with the shadow of Bentham to support them, in terms of the freedom to do as they willed with their own. Faced with this, Mill had to reconsider the bases of utilitarian thought, and he arrived, in consequence, at what is perhaps his central judgment on Bentham. A philosophy like Bentham's, can teach the means of organizing and regulating the merely business part of the social arrangements. It will do nothing, except sometimes as an instrument in the hands of a higher doctrine, for the spiritual interests of society, nor does it suffice of itself even for the material interests. All he can do is but to indicate means by which, in any given state of the national mind, the material interests of society can be protected, saving the question, of which others must judge, whether the use of those means would have, on the national character, any injurious influence. Point 16. Obviously, here, Coleridge's criticisms were relevant. There were his famous questions, in the constitution of church and state. Has the national welfare, have the will and happiness of the people, advanced with the increase of the circumstantial prosperity? Is the increasing number of wealthy individuals that which ought to be understood by the wealth of the nation? 17. Or again, it is not uncommon for 100,000 operatives, mark this word, for words in this sense are things, to be out of employment at once in the cotton districts, and, thrown upon parochial relief, to be dependent upon hard-hearted taskmasters for food. The Malthusian doctrine would indeed afford a certain means of relief, if this were not a twofold question. If, when you say to a man you have no claim upon me, you have your allotted part to perform in the world, so have I. In a state of nature, indeed, had I food, I should offer you a share from sympathy, from humanity, but in this advanced and artificial state of society, I cannot afford you relief, you must starve. You came into the world when it could not sustain you. What would be this man's answer? He would say, you disclaim all connection with me, I have no claims upon you. I can then have no duties towards you, and this pistol shall put me in possession of your wealth. You may leave a law behind you which shall hang me, but what man who saw assured starvation before him, ever feared hanging? It is this accursed practice of ever considering only what seems expedient for the occasion, disjoined from all principle or enlarged systems of action, of never listening to the true and unerring impulses of our better nature, which has led the colder-hearted men to the study of political economy, which has turned our Parliament into a real committee of public safety. In it is all power vested, and in a few years we shall either be governed by an aristocracy, or, what is still more likely, by a contemptible democratical oligarchy of glib economists, compared to which the worst form of aristocracy would be a blessing. 18. It is a useful reminder of the complexity of reactions in this period to note that this comment of Coleridge's might almost have been written by Cobbett. Certainly the starting point of the argument is one that Cobbett repeatedly used, and the expected answer of the poor man is one that he again and again emphasized. What Mill seized on in Coleridge is fairly indicated by the phrase disjoined from all principle or enlarged systems of action. For Mill was far too intelligent to suppose that the deficiencies of a particular system, here Benthamism, were any sort of argument against system as such. There is always a system of some kind. One system may be established and therefore confused with permanent human nature, another system may challenge it and may be called, because it is still in the stage of doctrine, dogmatic and abstract. The argument against system as such is either fretful or ignorant. What appealed to Mill, in his reconsideration of Benthamism, was the emphasis implied in Coleridge's key word enlarged. He wanted principle, or enlarged systems of action as an improvement on a system competent only in the merely business part of the social arrangements, and insufficiently competent even in that. What might this new principle, or enlarged system, be? The peculiarity of the Germano-Coleridgean school is, that they saw beyond the immediate controversy, to the fundamental principles involved in all such controversies. They were the first, except a solitary thinker here and there, who inquired with any comprehensiveness or depth, into the inductive laws of the existence and growth of human society. They thus produced, not a piece of party advocacy, but a philosophy of society, in the only form in which it is yet possible, that of a philosophy of history, not a defense of particular ethical or religious doctrines, but a contribution, the largest made by any class of thinkers, towards the philosophy of human culture. 19. The last word of this extract must be given the emphasis, for indeed it is from the time of Coleridge on, as here so ably recognized by Mill, that the idea of culture enters decisively into English social thinking. Mill continues. The same causes as those which had led to the new emphasis on historical studies have naturally led the same class of thinkers to do what their predecessors never could have done, for the philosophy of human culture. For the tendency of their speculations compelled them to see in the character of the national education existing in any political society, at once the principal cause of its permanence as a society, and the chief source of its progressiveness, the former by the extent to which that education operated as a system of restraining discipline, the latter by the degree in which it called forth and invigorated the active faculties. Besides, not to have looked upon the culture of the inward man as the problem of problems, would have been incompatible with the belief which many of these philosophers entertained in Christianity, and the recognition by all of them of its historical value, and the prime part which it has acted in the progress of mankind. But here too, let us not fail to observe, they rose to principles, and did not stick in the particular case. The culture of the human being had been carried to no ordinary height, and human nature had exhibited many of its noblest manifestations, not in Christian countries only, but in the ancient world, in Athens, Sparta, Rome, nay, even barbarians, as the Germans, or still more unmitigated savages, the wild Indians, and again the Chinese, the Egyptians, the Arabs, all had their own education, their own culture, a culture which, whatever might be its tendency upon the whole, had been successful in some respect or other. Every form of polity, every condition of society, whatever else it had done, had formed its type of national character. What that type was, and how it had been made what it was, were questions which the metaphysician might overlook, the historical philosopher could not. Accordingly, the views respecting the various elements of human culture and the causes influencing the formation of national character, which pervade the writings of the Germano-Coleridgean school, throw into the shade everything which had been effected before, or which has been attempted simultaneously by any other school. Such views are, more than anything else, the characteristic feature of the Goethean period of German literature, and are richly diffused through the historical and critical writings of the new French school, as well as of Coleridge and his followers. 20. The emphasis on culture, Mill decided, was the way to enlarge the utilitarian tradition. He looked back to the state of affairs before the reforming movement into which he had been born, and concluded, this was not a state of things which could recommend itself to any earnest mind. It was sure in no great length of time to call forth two sorts of men, the one demanding the extinction of the institutions and creeds which had hitherto existed, the other, that they be made a reality, the one pressing the new doctrines to their utmost consequences, the other reasserting the best meaning and purposes of the old. The first type attained its greatest height in Bentham, the last in Coleridge. We hold that these two sorts of men, who seem to be, and believe themselves to be, enemies, are in reality allies. The powers they wield are opposite poles of one great force of progression. What was really hateful and contemptible was the state which preceded them, and which each, in its way, has been striving now for many years to improve. 21. Mill is simplifying, of course, when he speaks of alliance between these two sorts of men. He is simplifying, in the way that is habitual to him, by abstracting the opinions and the speculative intentions from the particular interests and forces through which the opinions became active. Yet, having recognized the value of Benthamite reform, he had now found a way of expressing his conviction that the newly reformed industrial civilization was narrow and inadequate. Coleridge had worked out this idea of culture, the court of appeal to which all social arrangements must submit. We must now look at this idea more closely, in certain passages in the Constitution of Church and State which Mill does not quote. First, in Coleridge's 5th chapter. The permanency of the nation, and its progressiveness and personal freedom, depend on a continuing and progressive civilization. But civilization is itself but a mixed good, if not far more a corrupting influence, the hectic of disease, not the bloom of health, and a nation so distinguished more fitly to be called a varnished than a polished people, where this civilization is not grounded in cultivation, in the harmonious development of those qualities and faculties that characterize our humanity. 22. Here, clearly, Coleridge is trying to set up a standard of health, to which a more certain appeal may be made than to the mixed good of civilization. He defines this standard in the word cultivation the first time, in fact, that this word had been used to denote a general condition, a state or habit of the mind. The word depends, of course, on the force of the important 18th century adjective cultivated. What Coleridge here calls cultivation was elsewhere, as in Mill, to be called culture. Coleridge makes the same general point again at the end of his discussion of the function of the national church. And of especial importance is it to the objects here contemplated, that only by the vital warmth diffused by these truths throughout the many, and by the guiding light from the philosophy, which is the basis of divinity, possessed by the few, can either the community or its rulers fully comprehend, or rightly appreciate, the permanent distinction and the occasional contrast between cultivation and civilization, or be made to understand this most valuable of the lessons taught by history, and exemplified alike in her oldest and her most recent records, that a nation can never be a too cultivated, but may easily become an over-civilized, race. 23. The permanent distinction, and the occasional contrast, and Coleridge had already spoken of cultivation as the ground, the necessary antecedent condition, of both, permanency and progressiveness. This idea of cultivation, or culture, was affirmed, by Coleridge, as a social idea, which should be capable of embodying true ideas of value. Mill had written, "Man is never recognized by Bentham as a being capable of pursuing spiritual perfection as an end." 24. That man was so capable, that the pursuit of perfection was indeed his overriding business in life, was of course widely affirmed elsewhere, especially by Christian writers. But for Mill it was Coleridge who first attempted to define, in terms of his changing society, the social conditions of man's perfection. Coleridge's emphasis in his social writings is on institutions. The promptings to perfection came indeed from the cultivated heart, that is to say, from man's inward consciousness, but, as Burke before him, Coleridge insisted on man's need for institutions which should confirm and constitute his personal efforts. Cultivation, in fact, though an inward, was never a merely individual process. What in the 18th century had been an ideal of personality, a personal qualification for participation in polite society, had now, in the face of radical change, to be redefined, as a condition on which society as a whole depended. In these circumstances, cultivation, or culture, became an explicit factor in society, and its recognition controlled the inquiry into institutions. We can now see that as a result of the changes in society at the time of the Industrial Revolution, cultivation could not be taken for granted as a process, but had to be stated as an absolute, an agreed center for defense. Against mechanism, the amassing of fortunes, and the proposition of utility as the source of value, it offered a different and a superior social idea. It became, indeed, the court of appeal, by which a society construing its relationships in terms of the cash nexus might be condemned. Grounding itself on an idea of the harmonious development of those qualities and faculties that characterize our humanity. This general condition, cultivation, could be taken as the highest observable state of men in society, and the permanent distinction and occasional contrast between it and civilization, the ordinary progress of society, drawn and emphasized. It was in this spirit that Coleridge examined the constitution of the state, and proposed the endowment within it of a class dedicated to the preservation and extension of cultivation. In his general approach he follows Burke, but where Burke had found the conditions satisfied, within the traditional organization of society, Coleridge found the condition threatened, under the impact of change. In the face of the disintegrating processes of industrialism, cultivation had now more than ever to be socially assured. The social idea of culture, now introduced into English thinking, meant that an idea had been formulated which expressed value in terms independent of civilization, and hence, in a period of radical change, in terms independent of the progress of society. The standard of perfection, of the harmonious development of those qualities and faculties that characterize our humanity, was now available, not merely to influence society, but to judge it. The terms of Coleridge's proposals for an endowed class whose business should be general cultivation are worth noting. He calls this class the clerisy, or national church, which, in its primary acceptation, and original intention, comprehended the learned of all denominations, the sages and professors of all the so-called liberal arts and sciences. 25. He saw this class as the third estate of the realm. Now, as in the first estate, landowners, the permanency of the nation was provided for, and in the second estate, merchants and manufacturers, its progressiveness and personal freedom, while in the king the cohesion by interdependence, and the unity of the country, were established, there remains for the third estate only that interest which is the ground, the necessary antecedent condition, of both the former. 26. The maintenance of this clerisy, whose care was thus the necessary antecedent condition for both permanency and progressiveness, was to be assured by a specifically reserved portion of the national wealth, which Coleridge calls the nationality. This would be its establishment, as a national church, but the church was not to be understood as only the Church of Christ, for this would reduce the church to a religion, and thence to a mere sect. Theology, certainly, would give the circulating sap and life, but the object of the class as a whole was general cultivation. A certain smaller number were to remain at the fountainhead of the humanities, in cultivating and enlarging the knowledge already possessed, and in watching over the interests of physical and moral science, being likewise the instructors of such as constituted, or were to constitute, the remaining more numerous classes of the order. The members of this latter and far more numerous body were to be distributed throughout the country, so as not to leave even the smallest integral part or division without a resident guide, guardian, and instructor, the objects and final intention of the whole order being these: to preserve the stores and to guard the treasures of past civilization, and thus to bind the present with the past, to perfect and add to the same, and thus to connect the present with the future, but especially to diffuse through the whole community, and to every native entitled to its laws and rights, that quantity and quality of knowledge which was indispensable both for the understanding of those rights, and for the performance of the duties correspondent. Point 27. The national property, which is to maintain this work, cannot rightfully, and, without foul wrong to the nation, never has been, alienated from its original purposes. Point 28. Where there has been such alienation, the state may rightly act to restore such property, and rededicate it to its original uses. This will be done through the national church, but not necessarily through existing church organizations. I do not assert that the proceeds from the nationality cannot be rightfully vested, except in what we now mean by clergymen and the established clergy. I have everywhere implied the contrary. Point 29. The idea, in all its aspects, bears the peculiar stamp of Coleridge's mind. In immediate terms, Mill's comment is probably just. By setting in a clear light what a national church establishment ought to be, he has pronounced the severest satire upon what in fact it is. Point 30. Yet for Mill, and for us, the importance lies in the principle. Mill found, then, in Coleridge, the enlarged system of action which he felt to be necessary. It is probably true to say that much of his later work is importantly affected by this enlargement of principle, although the directions which it took lie at some distance from the directions of those writers who consciously continued Coleridge's kind of inquiry. Mill's later work is dominated by two factors: his extension of the methods and claims of utilitarian reform to the interests of the rising working class, and his effort to reconcile democratic control with individual liberty. Such a program was, indeed, to initiate the subsequent main line of English social thinking. Its influence, not only on the Fabian kind of socialism, but on a wide area of characteristic modern legislation, is evident. No doubt Mill thought, as it is common to think, that the idea of culture, which had impressed him in Coleridge, was adequately provided for, in terms of a social institution, by the extending system of national education. In the latter half of the 19th century, Mill is so sensible, on particular issues, where a Carlyle or even a Ruskin is so patently absurd, that it is easy for us to conclude that Mill's enlarged, humanized utilitarianism was in fact the best outcome that could have been wished. Whether this is in fact so, whether this kind of development is indeed valuable to us, must be discussed at a later point in this inquiry, on the basis of our subsequent experience. What must be emphasized at this stage is the way in which what Mill took from Coleridge differs from what Coleridge himself offered, an emphasis which is certainly necessary if we are to understand the subsequent development of the idea of culture. Mill uses the word culture in another important context, when he is describing, in his autobiography, the effect on him, at a time of emotional crisis, of Wordsworth's poems. These poems, he writes, seemed to be the very culture of the feelings, which I was in quest of. In them I seemed to draw from a source of inward joy, of sympathetic and imaginative pleasure, which could be shared in by all human beings, which had no connection with struggle or imperfection, but would be made richer by every improvement in the physical or social condition of mankind. From them I seemed to learn what would be the perennial sources of happiness, when all the greater evils of life shall have been removed. 31. Such a conclusion is obviously relevant to his earlier account of the crisis itself. In this frame of mind it occurred to me to put the question directly to myself: suppose that all your objects in life were realized, that all the changes in institutions and opinions which you are looking forward to, could be completely effected at this very instant, would this be a great joy and happiness to you? And an irrepressible self-consciousness distinctly answered, no. At this my heart sank within me, the whole foundation on which my life was constructed fell down. 32. Mill puts the situation so clearly that we all understand him, and the movement of mind which he describes has, I suppose, become characteristic. These paragraphs are now the classical point of reference for those who decide that the desire for social reform is ultimately inadequate, and that art, the source of inward joy, is fortunately always there as an alternative. But this very common position, whether in Mill or others, is rather doubtful. Mill is recoiling from a solely rational organization of effort. This is only a recoil from the desire for social reform when such a desire has its roots in that kind of intellectual attachment. Many men have, like the early Mill, based their social thinking on that kind of attachment alone, and recoil under the inevitable extension of experience is then natural enough. The fact that, with sensitive men, the recoil takes the form of Mill's kind of attachment to poetry is also understandable. Poetry, as he describes it, is the very culture of the feelings, but it is not only this, it has no connection with struggle or imperfection, that is to say, it is a separate, ideal sphere. Democratic sentiments are retained, the pleasure will be made richer by every improvement in the physical or social condition of mankind. Meanwhile, however, it is not only a promise but a refuge, a source of contact with the perennial sources of happiness. And this has become a very common way of regarding poetry, and art in general, with the obvious implied judgment of the rest of man's social activity. The basic objection to this way of regarding poetry is that it makes poetry a substitute for feeling. It does this because the normal method of intellectual organization, in minds of this kind, is a method which tends to deny the substance of feelings, to dismiss them as subjective and therefore likely to obscure or hinder the ordinary march of thought. If the mind is a machine for thinking, then feeling, in the ordinary sense, is irrelevant to its operations. Yet the machine for thinking inhabits a whole personality, which is subject, as in Mill's case, to complex stresses, and even to breakdown. Observing this situation, a mind organized in such a way conceives the need for an additional department, a special reserve area in which feeling can be tended and organized. It supposes, immediately, that such a department exists in poetry and art, and it considers that recourse to this reserve area is in fact an enlargement of the mind. Such a disposition has become characteristic, and both the practice and the appreciation of art have suffered from art being thus treated as a saving clause in a bad treaty. There were elements in the romantic idea of poetry which tended to indulge this kind of false attachment. The specialization of poetry to the function of a culture of the feelings can be seen as part of the same movement of mind which produced the characteristic rational narrowness of utilitarian thought. Feeling and thought, poetry and rational inquiry, appeared to be antitheses, to be chosen between, or to be played off one against the other. But in fact they were antitheses within a disruption, the confusion of men haunted by this ghost of a mind. Coleridge, if Mill had attended to him, could have made this issue clear, made it clear, at least, as an issue, even if his own method of organization could not have been transferred. It was obviously impossible that Mill should realize Coleridge's kind of attachment to experience. A whole position like that of Coleridge cannot be offered for conviction. It is not, and could not be, a suasive element. The most that a man like Coleridge can offer is an instance, but, to the degree that one realizes Coleridge's position, one realizes also that an instance is indeed the most valuable thing that can be offered. The kind of thinking which we observe in Coleridge centers our attention, not on Mill's rationale of a society, but, almost wholly, on the relations between personal instance and social institution. It is possible here only briefly to indicate Coleridge's fundamental approach. It is, perhaps, best described in a characteristically complicated sentence from a letter to Wordsworth. In short, the necessity of a general revolution in the modes of developing and disciplining the human mind by the substitution of life and intelligence, for the philosophy of mechanism, which, in everything that is most worthy of the human intellect, strikes death, and cheats itself by mistaking clear images for distinct conceptions, and which idly demands conceptions where intuitions alone are possible or adequate to the majesty of the truth. In short, facts elevated into theory, theory into laws, and laws into living and intelligent powers. 33. Or again, the groundwork, therefore, of all true philosophy is the full apprehension of the difference between the contemplation of reason, namely, that intuition of things which arises when we possess ourselves, as one with the whole, which is substantial knowledge, and that which presents itself when transferring reality to the negations of reality, to the ever-varying framework of the uniform life. We think of ourselves as separated beings, and place nature in antithesis to the mind, as object to subject, thing to thought, death to life. This is abstract knowledge, or the science of the mere understanding, which leads to a science of delusion then only when it would exist for itself instead of being the instrument of the former, that intuition of things which arises when we possess ourselves as one with the whole, instead of being, as it were, a translation of the living word into a dead language, for the purposes of memory, arrangement, and general communication. 34. The important distinction is between substantial knowledge and abstract knowledge, but the function of the latter is not denied, a function of memory, arrangement, and general communication. The contrast is not between thinking and feeling, but between modes of both. The unity of the substantial modes of either is insisted upon. My opinion is this, that deep thinking is attainable only by a man of deep feeling, and that all truth is a species of revelation. It is insolent to differ from the public opinion in opinion, if it be only opinion. 35. By deep feeling we make our ideas dim, and this is what we mean by our life, ourselves. 36. This elevation of the spirit above the semblances of custom and the senses to a world of spirit, this life in the idea, even in the supreme and godlike, which alone merits the name of life, and without which our organic life is but a state of somnambulism, this it is which affords the soul anchorage in the storm, and at the same time the substantiating principle of all true wisdom, the satisfactory solution of all the contradictions of human nature, of the whole riddle of the world. This alone belongs to and speaks intelligibly to all alike, the learned and the ignorant, if but the heart listens. For alike present in all, it may be awakened but it cannot be given. But let it not be supposed, that it is a sort of knowledge. No. It is a form of being, or indeed it is the only knowledge that truly is, and all other science is real only as far as it is symbolical of this. 37. Of course, when Coleridge passes from instance to formulation he passes also into a more shadowy, and more debatable, activity. It is even possible to see how Mill made what he did of Coleridge's attempts at systematization. There is always in Coleridge a mixture of substantial and abstract knowledge, by his own definitions, and at times, easily enough, he mistook the one for the other. Yet in his major emphases he offers something so radically different from Bentham, and so different also from Mill's attempted enlargement, that his influence is not to be construed as that of a humanizing check, but rather, for all its incompleteness of formulation, as an alternative conception of man and society. Still, such a conception may be awakened, but it cannot be given. It is from Coleridge, and later from Ruskin, that the construction of culture in terms of the arts may be seen to originate. Yet this, also, is only a partial conclusion, for the arts, essentially, are only a symbol for the kind of substantial knowledge which Coleridge sought to describe. The same criterion is at least as necessary in other aspects of our whole activity. Coleridge was indeed, as Mill described him, a seminal mind, but the seed, like that of the parable, has fallen on different kinds of ground. In Mill himself, it produced what I have called humanized utilitarianism. In Ruskin and Carlyle, in part working from the same sources as Coleridge, it nourished a particular set of social principles, very different from those of Mill, yet also not without their influence on the subsequent development of society. Later again, it joined with the influence of T.H. Green, and with the whole idealist school which approached the question of the functions of the state in ways which Coleridge would have recognized and valued. Yet a seminal mind, when it is that of a Coleridge, is not to be adequately judged by its solely intellectual harvest. Independently of this, and independently even of some of his own abstract knowledge, Coleridge has remained as an instance, in experience, of the very greatest value. I never before saw such an abstract of thinking as a pure act and energy of thinking as distinguished from thought. 38. Chapter 4. Thomas Carlyle. In 1829, in the Edinburgh Review, Carlyle published his important essay, Signs of the Times. The essay was his first main contribution to the social thought of his time, yet it is perhaps also his most comprehensive contribution. It is a short essay, of little more than 20 pages, yet it states a general position which was to be the basis of all Carlyle's subsequent work, and which, moreover, was to establish itself in the general thinking of many other writers, and as a major element in the tradition of English social criticism. It is not easy to distinguish the elements of influence which coalesced in this decisive statement. The influence of German thought in the preceding 40 years is clear. The immediately relevant names are Goethe, Schiller, Jean-Paul, and Novalis. Carlyle had already read and written widely in this field, and the essay on Novalis, for example, written in the same year as Signs of the Times, shows evident relations to it. The contrast of mechanical and dynamic thinking is there, for instance, in a quotation from the fragments in the second volume of the Novalis Schriften which he was reviewing. Many of the other ideas, and phrases, may be similarly traced. There are, again, signs of the influence of Coleridge, who himself had gone to many of the same sources, but had also individually developed them. Carlyle had already met Coleridge at this time, and the relation between the two men, if not always clear, is substantial. Carlyle is more systematic, as he is also more limited, than Coleridge. A hint from Coleridge becomes a position in Carlyle. These and other influences must be acknowledged, yet the originality of Carlyle's essay is still not essentially affected. The history of ideas is a dead study if it proceeds solely in terms of the abstraction of influences. What is important in a thinker like Carlyle is the quality of his direct response. The terms, the formulations, the morphology of ideas, are properly a secondary matter, and as properly, also, the subject of influence. Carlyle is in this essay stating a direct response to the England of his times, to industrialism, which he was the first to name, to the feel, the quality, of men's general reactions, that structure of contemporary feeling which is only ever apprehended directly, as well as to the character and conflict of formal systems and points of view. Signs of the Times, as a phrase, carries the right emphasis. The essay, although known to students, is not as generally known as it deserves to be. More than anything else of Carlyle's, it requires quotation. We can begin with the general description. Were we required to characterize this age of ours by any single epithet, we should be tempted to call it, not an heroical, devotional, philosophical, or moral age, but, above all others, the mechanical age. It is the age of machinery, in every outward and inward sense of that word. Nothing is now done directly, or by hand, all is by rule and calculated contrivance. 1. This proposition is illustrated, first by reference to the changes in methods of production. On every hand, the living artisan is driven from his workshop, to make room for a speedier, inanimate one. The shuttle drops from the fingers of the weaver, and falls into iron fingers that ply it faster. 2. Then, there are the consequent social changes. What changes, too, this addition of power is introducing into the social system, how wealth has more and more increased, and at the same time gathered itself more and more into masses, strangely altering the old relations, and increasing the distance between the rich and the poor, will be a question for political economists, and a much more complex and important one than any they have yet engaged with. 3. These are clear statements of a kind of analysis that has continued and become familiar. It is easy, reading them, to understand Marx's subsequent tribute to this aspect of Carlyle's work. But Carlyle continues his analysis, in another direction, which Matthew Arnold, writing Culture and Anarchy, could have acknowledged. Not the external and physical alone is now managed by machinery, but the internal and spiritual also. The same habit regulates not our modes of action alone, but our modes of thought and feeling. Men are grown mechanical in head and in heart, as well as in hand. They have lost faith in individual endeavor, and in natural force, of any kind. Not for internal perfection, but for external combinations and arrangements, for institutions, constitutions, for mechanism of one sort or other, do they hope and struggle. Their whole efforts, attachments, opinions, turn on mechanism, and are of a mechanical character. Point 4. As examples of this, Carlyle adduces the following. An inward persuasion, that, except the external, there are no true sciences, that to the inward world, if there be any, our only conceivable road is through the outward, that, in short, what cannot be investigated and understood mechanically, cannot be investigated and understood at all. Point 5. The mighty interest taken in mere political arrangements. Were the laws, the government, in good order, all were well with us, the rest would care for itself. So devoted are we to this principle, and at the same time so curiously mechanical, that a new trade, specially grounded on it, has arisen among us, under the name of codification, or code-making in the abstract, whereby any people, for a reasonable consideration, may be accommodated with a patent code, more easily than curious individuals with patent breeches, for the people does not need to be measured first. Point 6. Mechanism has now struck its roots down into man's most intimate, primary sources of conviction, and is then sending up, over his whole life and activity, innumerable stems fruit-bearing and poison-bearing. Intellect, the power man has of knowing and believing, is now nearly synonymous with logic, or the mere power of arranging and communicating. Its implement is not meditation, but argument. Our first question with regard to any object is not, what is it? But, how is it? For every why we must have a wherefore. We have our little theory on all human and divine things. Point 7. Religion is now, for the most part, a wise prudential feeling grounded on mere calculation, whereby some smaller quantum of earthly enjoyment may be exchanged for a far larger quantum of celestial enjoyment. Thus religion too is profit, a working for wages. Point 8. This veneration for the physically strongest has spread itself through literature. We praise a work, not as true, but as strong. Our highest praise is that it has affected us. 9. Our superior morality is properly rather an inferior criminality, produced not by greater love of virtue, but by greater perfection of police, and of that far subtler and stronger police, called public opinion. Point 10. In all senses, we worship and follow after power. No man now loves truth, as truth must be loved, with an infinite love, but only with a finite love, and as it were par amours. Nay, properly speaking, he does not believe and know it, but only thinks it, and that there is every probability. He preaches it aloud, and rushes courageously forth with it if there is a multitude huzzaying at his back, yet ever keeps looking over his shoulder, and the instant the huzzaying languishes, he too stops short. Point 11. These are the faults of the external attachment, when viewed in the light of the inward claims. But, to define the limits of these two departments of man's activity, which work into one another, and by means of one another, so intricately and inseparably, were by its nature an impossible attempt. Their relative importance will vary in different times, according to the special wants and dispositions of those times. Meanwhile, it seems clear enough that only in the right coordination of the two, and the vigorous forwarding of both, does our true line of action lie. Undue cultivation of the inward or dynamical province leads to idle, visionary, impracticable courses. Undue cultivation of the outward, again, though less immediately prejudicial, and even for the time productive of many palpable benefits, must in the long run, by destroying moral force, which is the parent of all other force, prove not less certainly, and perhaps still more hopelessly, pernicious. This, we take it, is the grand characteristic of our age. Point 12. Carlyle wants to see a restoration of balance, in the terms he has set. He is writing, not a rejection of his time, but a criticism of it. These dark features, we are aware, belong more or less to other ages, as well as to ours. This faith in mechanism, in the all-importance of physical things, is in every age the common refuge of weakness and blind discontent. We are aware also, that, as applied to ourselves in all their aggravation, they form but half a picture. Neither, with all these evils more or less clearly before us, have we at any time despaired of the fortunes of society. Despair, or even despondency, in that respect, appears to us, in all cases, a groundless feeling. We have a faith in the imperishable dignity of man, in the high vocation to which, throughout this his earthly history, he has been appointed. This age also is advancing. Its very unrest, its ceaseless activity, its discontent contains matter of promise. Knowledge, education are opening the eyes of the humblest, are increasing the number of thinking minds without limit. This is as it should be, for not in turning back, not in resisting, but only in resolutely struggling forward, does our life consist. There is a deep-lying struggle in the whole fabric of society, a boundless grinding collision of the new with the old. The French Revolution, as is now visible enough, was not the parent of this mighty movement, but its offspring. The final issue was not unfolded in that country, nay, it is not yet anywhere unfolded. Political freedom is hitherto the object of these efforts, but they will not and cannot stop there. It is towards a higher freedom than mere freedom from oppression by his fellow mortal, that man dimly aims. Of this higher, heavenly freedom, which is man's reasonable service, all his noble institutions, his faithful endeavors and loftiest attainments, are but the body, and more approximated emblem. Point 13. The criticism of the characteristics of the age is fundamental, but the dominant tone, especially of these last paragraphs, is surely very surprising to a 20th century reader. For us, now, such phrases as the imperishable dignity of man, the high vocation, resolutely struggling forward are on one side of the argument, criticism of the faith in mechanism on the other. The former argument now commonly neglects the criticism, while the latter, as commonly, has purged itself of strength and hope. The idea of balance is not usually one which suggests itself when we are thinking of Carlyle, but there is genuine balance in this essay, as well as a fine, and now rare, unity of insight and determination. A man who began in this way might well seem qualified to become the most important social thinker of his century. There was a time, of course, when it was quite widely believed that this was in fact what Carlyle became. I suppose that no one believes this now, and certainly I do not wish to argue that it is so. The insight lasted in all his work. At his most savage he can still, on occasion, uncomfortably penetrate our normal assumptions. The limitation, as his life's work continued, is to be seen, primarily, in a false construction of basic issues of relationship. In this he is a victim of the situation which, in Signs of the Times, he had described. This veneration for the physically strongest has spread itself through literature. In all senses, we worship and follow after power. These are the marks of the sickness which Carlyle observed, and to which he himself succumbed. The leading principle of all his later social writing is the principle of the strong leader, the hero, and the subjects who revere him. Carlyle, writing himself, becomes the caricature of such a hero. He sees, with a terrible clarity, the spiritual emptiness of the characteristic social relationships of his day, with cash payment as the sole nexus between man and man, and there are so many things which cash will not pay. Point 14. The perception disqualifies him, wholly, from acquiescence in this construction of relationships, and he is therefore, without argument, a radical and a reformer. In this, however, he is isolated, feels himself isolated. The existing framework of relationships, the existing society, is against him, necessarily, because he is against it. He feels himself, in this situation, cut off from all fruitful social relationships. He has, in Burke's words, but by a force of circumstance which Burke overlooked, nothing of politics but the passions they excite. 15 What he lacks, or feels himself to lack, is power, and yet he is conscious of power, conscious, too, of the superiority of his insight, which is not to be reduced to a merely personal conceit, into the real problems of the day. Under this tension the conclusion is not necessary, but it has been reached again and again. He construes the generally desirable as what he personally desires, he creates the image of the hero, the strong man who stands alone, the leader possessed by vision, who shall be listened to, revered, obeyed. It is usual to explain this conclusion in terms of Carlyle's personal psychology, impotence projecting itself as power. But this, while relevant in so far as it can be ascertained, does less than justice to the representative quality of Carlyle's conclusion. The phenomenon is indeed general, and has perhaps been especially marked in the last 6 or 7 generations. The explanation is mechanical unless we discriminate, very carefully, about the purposes for which the power is wanted. In Carlyle's case, essentially, the purposes are positive and ennobling. The opposing normality, of the society which he wished to reform, is morally inferior to them in every way. This indeed is the tragedy of the situation, that a genuine insight, a genuine vision, should be dragged down by the very situation, the very structure of relationships, to which it was opposed, until a civilizing insight became in its operation barbarous, and a heroic purpose, a high vocation, found its final expression in a conception of human relationships which is only an idealized version of industrial class society. The judgment, in all senses we worship and follow after power, returns indeed as a mocking echo. The larger part of Carlyle's writing is the imaginative recreation of men of noble power. Lacking live men, we enter a social contract with the biography. The writings on Cromwell, on Frederick the Great, and on others, embody this most curious of experiences, a man entering into personal relations with history, setting up house with the illustrious dead. The more relevant writings, now, are the essay on Chartism, the lectures on heroes and hero worship, the latter-day pamphlets, Past and Present, and Shooting Niagara. Yet the unity of Carlyle's work is such that almost everything he wrote has a bearing on his main questions. His most complete analysis of mechanism, for example, is to be found in Sartor Resartus, and it is there, also, in a brilliant passage, that he named industrialism for us, and gave it its first definition. The essay on Chartism, published in 1839, is a fine example of his developed method and convictions. Written on the eve of the crisis of the Hungry Forties, it begins with characteristic insight. We are aware that, according to the newspapers, Chartism is extinct, that a reform ministry has put down the chimera of Chartism in the most felicitous effectual manner. So say the newspapers, and yet, alas, most readers of newspapers know withal that it is indeed the chimera of Chartism, not the reality, which has been put down. The living essence of Chartism has not been put down. Chartism means the bitter discontent grown fierce and mad, the wrong condition therefore or the wrong disposition, of the working classes of England. It is a new name for a thing which has had many names, which will yet have many. The matter of Chartism is weighty, deep-rooted, far-extending, did not begin yesterday, will by no means end this day or tomorrow. 16. After this recognition, and the parallel recognition that it is no answer to call the discontent mad, incendiary, nefarious, Carlyle proposes the famous condition of England question. Is the condition of the English working people wrong, so wrong that rational working men cannot, will not, and even should not rest quiet under it? 17. It is Cobbett's question, and in Cobbett's manner, and we have only to set such a question in the context of what passed in this period for political discussion to realize that the firmness of it, the essential and central strength of it now so easily taken for granted came by no kind of accident, but from a man with the qualities so often praised by Carlyle in others, a man strong and reverent. When Dickens came to write Hard Times, a book in which there is a great deal of Carlyle, one of the things against which he turned his mocking invective was the procedure of systematic inquiry into just this condition of England. Question Mr. Gradgrind's observatory, with its deadly statistical clock. It is a measure of the difference between Carlyle and Dickens, an essential difference of human seriousness, that Carlyle makes no such trivial error. He criticizes imperfect statistics, but his demand, rightly, is for the evidence, for rational inquiry, so that the legislature will not go on legislating in the dark. The failure to seek such evidence he sees, again rightly, as a symptom of the spirit of laissez-faire. The essay becomes a full-scale assault on the laissez-faire idea. That self-cancelling do-no-thingism and laissez-faire should have got so ingrained into our practice, is the source of all these miseries. Point 18. This 18th century doctrine, as Carlyle calls it, struggled still to prolong itself into the 19th, which, however, is no longer the time for it. It was a lucky century that could get it so practiced, a century which had inherited richly from its predecessors, and also which did, not unnaturally, bequeath to its successors a French Revolution, general overturn, and reign of terror, intimating, in most audible thunder, conflagration, guillotinement, cannonading and universal war and earthquake, that such century with its practices had ended. Point 19. The movement of which the French Revolution was a part is, however, not yet ended. These Chartisms, Radicalisms, Reform Bill, Tithe Bill, and infinite other discrepancy, and acrid argument and jargon that there is yet to be, are our French Revolution. God grant that we, with our better methods, may be able to transact it by argument alone. Point 20. Carlyle recognizes part of this movement as the struggle for democracy. But to him, here as later, democracy is merely a negative solution. All men may see, whose sight is good for much, that in democracy can lie no finality, that with the completest winning of democracy there is nothing yet won except emptiness, and the free chance to win. Point 21. Carlyle sees democracy, in fact, as in one sense an expression of the same laissez-faire spirit, a cancelling of order and government, under which men can be left free to follow their own interests. Any such criticism of democracy, read now, is only too likely to meet immediate prejudice. We have all learned to shout fascist at it. Yet the criticism has a certain justice, and is, indeed, a most relevant criticism of that kind of democracy which, for example, reached its climax in the Reform Bill of 1832. Whenever democracy is considered as solely a political arrangement, it is open to Carlyle's charge. A large part of the spirit of democracy in our kind of society is in fact the spirit of laissez-faire, extended to new interests and creating in consequence new kinds of problem. Carlyle's call is for government, for more government, not less, more order, not less. This, he represents, is the demand of the English working people, and in essence he is again right, and has continued right. The characteristic movements of the English working class, while certainly democratic in the wide sense, have been in the direction of more government, more order, more social control. Carlyle, however, interprets this demand in his own way. What is the meaning of the 5 points, if we will understand them? What are all popular commotions and maddest bellowings, from Peterloo to the Place de Grève itself? Bellowings, inarticulate cries as of a dumb creature in rage and pain. To the ear of wisdom they are inarticulate prayers, guide me, govern me. I am mad and miserable, and cannot guide myself. Surely of all rights of man, this right of the ignorant man to be guided by the wiser, to be, gently or forcibly, held in the true course by him, is the indisputablest. Nature herself ordains it from the first. Society struggles towards perfection by enforcing and accomplishing it more and more. If freedom have any meaning, it means enjoyment of this right, wherein all other rights are enjoyed. Point 22. In these last sentences, Carlyle is repeating a point that will be remembered from Burke, and, characteristically, it is again seen as the condition of society struggling towards perfection. Where Burke, however, saw an adequate ruling class ready-made, Carlyle saw only the dereliction of duty by the governing classes in society. As his thinking develops, and particularly in his later writings, his call is to the classes with power to equip themselves for the right exercise of power, to make themselves an active and responsible governing class, and purge themselves of donothingism. The call was addressed by Carlyle to the aristocracy, but it was most heeded in the middle class, where it became the basis of the appeal of reformers like Kingsley. The call to the aristocracy was meanwhile noted by Disraeli. The relations between Carlyle's Chartism and Disraeli's Sibyl are very close. Carlyle himself, more certainly in Chartism than elsewhere, had his own specific proposals. He was opposed, not only to the general spirit of laissez-faire, but to what he called paralytic radicalism, which, knowing the misery of industrial England, can refer it only to time and general laws. He observes in his best manner, "They are an unreasonable class who cry peace, peace, when there is no peace. But what kind of class are they who cry, peace, peace, have I not told you that there is no peace?" 23. Carlyle's proposals, against these practical men, are two: first, popular education; second, planned emigration. The latter, which had indeed been a specific since the first impact of Malthus, and which Cobbett, for good reasons, had fiercely opposed, was to become a major element in reformist feeling. It was, of course, the surplus working people who were to emigrate, under the leadership, literally, of unemployed intellectuals and half-pay officers. The only thing in this proposal that reflects credit on Carlyle is his contingent contempt for the advice to stop breeding, again addressed only to the working poor. He is as eloquent against Malthus as Cobbett had been. "Smart Sally in our alley proves all too fascinating to brisk Tom in yours. Can Tom be called on to make pause, and calculate the demand for labor in the British Empire first? O wonderful Malthusian prophets! Millenniums are undoubtedly coming, must come one way or the other, but will it be, think you, by 20 millions of working people simultaneously striking work in that department?" 24. The other proposal, for popular education, was equally, and more fortunately, influential. Carlyle is for practical beginnings, the alphabet first, the indispensable beginning of everything, handicraft, and the habit of the merest logic. These things must be done, even while recognizing their inadequacy. An irreverent knowledge is no knowledge, may be a development of the logical or other handicraft faculty inward or outward, but is no culture of the soul of a man. 25. The reservation is important. It is the reservation which the word culture was to embody, in criticism of many kinds of education. But Carlyle insisted, nevertheless, that fundamental, state-promoted education must be begun. To impart the gift of thinking to those who cannot think, and yet who could in that case think, this, one would imagine, was the first function a government had to set about discharging. 26. Education is thus the central theme of the general demand for more government. The Chartism essay contains the greater part of what is best in Carlyle's social thinking. In practical effect, as in the proposals for popular education and planned emigration, it is not really very different from utilitarianism, and in its call for more government it is a move in the same direction as that which the second phase of radical utilitarianism was to take. The decisive emphasis is on the need to transform the social and human relationships hitherto dictated by the laws of political economy. This emphasis, humane and general, was in fact to be more influential than Carlyle's alternative construction of heroic leadership and reverent obedience. After Chartism, the balance, or comparative balance, of Carlyle's first positions is lost. Past and present is eloquent, and the portrait of Abbot Sampson and his medieval community is perhaps the most substantial, as it is also the most literal, of all the visions of medieval order which the critics of 19th-century society characteristically attempted. But, while it was possible to expose the deficiencies of industrialism by contrast with selected aspects of a feudal civilization, the exercise was of no help to Carlyle, or to his readers, in the matter of perceiving the contemporary sources of community. The heroically drawn Samson, like the figures celebrated in Heroes and Hero Worship, underlines the steady withdrawal from genuinely social thinking into the preoccupations with personal power. In the latter-day pamphlets the decisive shift has taken place. It is to the existing holders of power, the aristocracy, the captains of industry 27, that Carlyle looks for leadership in the reorganization of society. The call is only for them to fit themselves for such leadership, and to assume it. By the time of Shooting Niagara this call has become a contemptuous absolutism, and the elements which made the former criticism humane have virtually disappeared. The recognition of the dignity of common men has passed into the kind of contempt for the masses swarmery, sons of the devil, in overwhelming majority 28 blockheedism, gullibility, bribeability, amenability to beer and balder-29 which has remained a constant element in English thought. The idea of culture as the whole way of living of a people receives in Carlyle a marked new emphasis. It is the ground of his attack on industrialism, that a society, properly so called, is composed of very much more than economic relationships, with cash payment the sole nexus. Supply and demand we will honor also, and yet how many demands are there, entirely indispensable, which have to go elsewhere than to the shops, and produce quite other than cash, before they can get their supply. 30. The emphasis which Carlyle commonly gave to these other kinds of demand is closely related to his characteristic conception of the genius, the hero as man of letters. He saw the neglect of such a man, and of the values which he represented, as a main symptom of the disorganization of society by the forces which elsewhere he attacked. Complaint is often made, in these times, of what we call the disorganized condition of society, how ill many arranged forces of society fulfill their work, how many powerful forces are seen working in a wasteful, chaotic, altogether unarranged manner. It is too just a complaint, as we all know. But perhaps, if we look at this of books and the writers of books, we shall find here, as it were, the summary of all other disorganization, a sort of heart, from which, and to which, all other confusion circulates in the world. That a wise great Johnson, a Burns, a Rousseau, should be taken for some idle nondescript, extant in the world to amuse idleness, and have a few coins and applause thrown in, that he might live thereby, this perhaps, as before hinted, will one day seem a still absurder phasis of things. Meanwhile, since it is the spiritual always that determines the material, this same man of letters hero must be regarded as our most important modern person. He, such as he may be, is the soul of all. What he teaches, the whole world will do and make. The world's manner of dealing with him is the most significant feature of the world's general position. 31. The relation of this to the romantic idea of the artist is clear. Carlyle was a contemporary of the younger generation of romantic poets, and his views on this subject are very similar to those of, say, Shelley. This can be readily seen when Carlyle writes of his man of letters hero. Whence he came, whither he is bound, by what ways he arrived, by what he might be furthered on his course, no one asks. He is an accident in society. He wanders like a wild Ishmaelite, in a world of which he is as the spiritual light, either the guidance or the misguidance. 32. Carlyle's share in the formation of the characteristic modern idea of the artist, to use our own generic term, must, then, be acknowledged. The specific development of this idea as one of the main lines of criticism of the new kind of industrial society must again be noted. It is here that the idea of culture as the body of arts and learning, and the idea of culture as a body of value superior to the ordinary progress of society, meet and combine. Carlyle, even when he appealed to the leadership of the aristocracy and captains of industry, never failed to emphasize this other conception of a spiritual aristocracy, a highly cultivated and responsible minority, concerned to define and emphasize the highest values at which society must aim. In the general anger of Shooting Niagara he warns this class to set aside poetry and fiction, in order to write the history of England as a kind of Bible, and to concentrate on rethinking of our basic social assumptions. But this, although significant of Carlyle, it is his own kind of work, as poetry was Shelley's, does not change the central emphasis, on the need for a class of such men writing and teaching heroes whose concern is with the quality of the national life. This had been Coleridge's idea of the national church, the clerisy. Carlyle, in different terms, makes the same proposal, for an organic literary class. He is not sure of the best arrangements for such a class, but if you ask, which is the worst? I answer, this which we now have, that chaos should sit umpire in it, this is the worst. 33. It is not a question of money furtherances to individual writers. The result to individual men of letters is not the momentous one, they are but individuals, an infinitesimal fraction of the great body, they can struggle on, and live or else die, as they have been wont. But it deeply concerns the whole society, whether it will set its light on high places, to walk thereby. I call this anomaly of a disorganic literary class the heart of all other anomalies, at once product and parent. 34. The idea of such an elite, for the common good of society, has not been lost sight of, down to our own day. All that now needs emphasis, with Carlyle as with Coleridge, and as with Matthew Arnold after them, is that the then existing organization of society, as they understood it, offered no actual basis for the maintenance of such a class. The separation of the activities grouped as culture from the main purposes of the new kind of society was the ground of complaint. Never, till about 100 years ago, was there seen any figure of a great soul living apart in that anomalous manner, endeavoring to speak forth the inspiration that was in him by printed books, and find place and subsistence by what the world would please to give him for doing that. Much had been sold and bought, and left to make its own bargain in the marketplace, but the inspired wisdom of a heroic soul never till then, in that naked manner. 35. This was the immediate criterion by which the faulty organization, the narrow purposes, of the new society might be perceived. It is in these terms, reinforced by more general conclusions, that culture came to be defined as a separate entity and a critical idea. Of Carlyle himself, much more might be said. He was in every way so remarkable a man that the contrast between the ideas which he deposited and the total experience within which they had immediate meaning holds more than the common irony. His influence was deep and wide, and we shall catch many echoes of him as we proceed, down to our own century. The faults, alike of the man and of his influence, remain obvious. But there is one common word of his which continues to express his essential quality, the word reverence, not for him, but in him, the governing seriousness of a living effort, against which every cynicism, every kind of half-belief, every satisfaction in indifference, may be seen and placed, in an ultimate human contrast. Chapter V. The Industrial Novels. Our understanding of the response to industrialism would be incomplete without reference to an interesting group of novels, written at the middle of the century, which not only provide some of the most vivid descriptions of life in an unsettled industrial society, but also illustrate certain common assumptions within which the direct response was undertaken. There are the facts of the new society, and there is this structure of feeling, which I will try to illustrate from Mary Barton, North and South, Hard Times, Sybil, Alton Locke, and Felix Holt. Mary Barton, 1848. Mary Barton, particularly in its early chapters, is the most moving response in literature to the industrial suffering of the 1840s. The really impressive thing about the book is the intensity of the effort to record, in its own terms, the feel of everyday life in the working-class homes. The method, in part, is that of documentary record, as may be seen in such details as the carefully annotated reproduction of dialect, the carefully included details of food prices in the account of the Tea Party, the itemized description of the furniture of the Bartons' living room, and the writing out of the ballad, again annotated, of the Oldham weaver. The interest of this record is considerable, but the method has, nevertheless, a slightly distancing effect. Mrs. Gaskell could hardly help coming to this life as an observer, a reporter, and we are always to some extent conscious of this. But there is genuine imaginative recreation in her accounts of the walk in green Hayes fields, and of tea at the Bartons' house, and again, notably, in the chapter Poverty and Death, where John Barton and his friend find the starving family in the cellar. For so convincing a creation of the characteristic feelings and responses of families of this kind, matters more determining than the material details on which the reporter is apt to concentrate, the English novel had to wait, indeed, for the early writing of D.H. Lawrence. If Mrs. Gaskell never quite manages the sense of full participation which would finally authenticate this, she yet brings to these scenes an intuitive recognition of feelings which has its own sufficient conviction. The chapter Old Alice's History brilliantly dramatizes the situation of that early generation brought from the villages and the countryside to the streets and cellars of the industrial towns. The account of Jobleg, the weaver and naturalist, vividly embodies that other kind of response to an urban industrial environment, the devoted, lifelong study of living creatures, a piece of amateur scientific work, and at the same time an instinct for living creatures which hardens, by its very contrast with its environment, into a kind of crankiness. In The Factory Workers Walking Out in Spring into Green Haze Fields, in Alice Wilson, remembering in her cellar the ling gathering for besoms in the native village that she will never again see, in Jobleg, intent on his impaled insects, these early chapters embody the characteristic response of a generation to the new and crushing experience of industrialism. The other early chapters movingly embody the continuity and development of the sympathy and cooperative instinct which were already establishing a main working class tradition. The structure of feeling from which Mary Barton begins is, then, a combination of sympathetic observation and of a largely successful attempt at imaginative identification. If it had continued in this way, it might have been a great novel of its kind. But the emphasis of the method changes, and there are several reasons for this. One reason can be studied in a curious aspect of the history of the writing of the book. It was originally to be called John Barton. As Mrs. Gaskell wrote later, "Round the character of John Barton all the others formed themselves, he was my hero, the person with whom all my sympathies went. 1. And she added, "The character, and some of the speeches, are exactly a poor man I know. 1. The change of emphasis which the book subsequently underwent, and the consequent change of title to Mary Barton, seem to have been made at the instance of her publishers, Chapman and Hall. The details of this matter are still obscure, but we must evidently allow something for this external influence on the shape of the novel. Certainly the John Barton of the later parts of the book is a very shadowy figure. In committing the murder, he seems to put himself not only beyond the range of Mrs. Gaskell's sympathy, which is understandable, but, more essentially, beyond the range of her powers. The agony of conscience is there, as a thing told and sketched, but, as the crisis of my hero, the person with whom all my sympathies went, it is weak and almost incidental. This is because the novel as published is centered on the daughter, her indecision between Jem Wilson and her gay lover, Harry Carson, her agony in Wilson's trial, her pursuit and last-minute rescue of the vital witness, the realization of her love for Wilson, all this, the familiar and orthodox plot of the Victorian novel of sentiment, but of little lasting interest. And it now seems incredible that the novel should ever have been planned in any other way. If Mrs. Gaskell had written round the character of Mary Barton all the others formed themselves, she would have confirmed our actual impression of the finished book. Something must be allowed for the influence of her publishers, but John Barton must always have been cast as the murderer, with the intention perhaps of showing an essentially good man driven to an appalling crime by loss, suffering and despair. One can still see the elements of this in the novel as we have it, but there was evidently a point, in its writing, at which the flow of sympathy with which she began was arrested, and then, by the change of emphasis which the change of title records, diverted to the less compromising figure of the daughter. The point would be less important if it were not characteristic of the structure of feeling within which she was working. It is not only that she recoils from the violence of the murder, to the extent of being unable even to enter it as the experience of the man conceived as her hero. It is also that, as compared with the carefully representative character of the early chapters, the murder itself is exceptional. It is true that in 1831 a Thomas Ashton, of Pole Bank, Werneth, was murdered under somewhat similar circumstances, and that the Ashton family appear to have taken the murder of Carson as referring to this. Mrs. Gaskell, disclaiming the reference in a letter to them, turned up some similar incidents in Glasgow at about the same time. But in fact, taking the period as a whole, the response of political assassination is so uncharacteristic as to be an obvious distortion. The few recorded cases only emphasize this. Even when one adds the cases of intimidation, and the occasional vitriol throwing during the deliberate breaking of strikes, it remains true, and was at the time a subject of surprised comment by foreign observers, that the characteristic response of the English working people, even in times of grave suffering, was not one of personal violence. Mrs. Gaskell was under no obligation to write a representative novel, she might legitimately have taken a special case. But the tone elsewhere is deliberately representative, and she is even, as she says, modeling John Barton on a poor man I know. The real explanation, surely, is that John Barton, a political murderer appointed by a trade union, is a dramatization of the fear of violence which was widespread among the upper and middle classes at the time, and which penetrated, as an arresting and controlling factor, even into the deep imaginative sympathy of a Mrs. Gaskell. This fear that the working people might take matters into their own hands was widespread and characteristic, and the murder of Harry Carson is an imaginative working out of this fear, and of reactions to it, rather than any kind of observed and considered experience. The point is made clearer when it is remembered that Mrs. Gaskell planned the murder herself, and chose, for the murderer, my hero, the person with whom all my sympathies went. In this respect the act of violence, a sudden aggression against a man contemptuous of the sufferings of the poor, looks very much like a projection, with which, in the end, she was unable to come to terms. The imaginative choice of the act of murder and then the imaginative recoil from it have the effect of ruining the necessary integration of feeling in the whole theme. The diversion to Mary Barton, even allowing for the publisher's influence, must in fact have been welcome. Few persons felt more deeply than Elizabeth Gaskell the sufferings of the industrial poor. As a minister's wife in Manchester, she actually saw this, and did not, like many other novelists, merely know it by report or occasional visit. Her response to the suffering is deep and genuine, but pity cannot stand alone in such a structure of feeling. It is joined, in Mary Barton, by the confusing violence and fear of violence, and is supported, finally, by a kind of writing off, when the misery of the actual situation can no longer be endured. John Barton dies penitent, and the elder Carson repents of his vengeance and turns, as the sympathetic observer wanted the employers to turn, to efforts at improvement and mutual understanding. This was the characteristic humanitarian conclusion, and it must certainly be respected. But it was not enough, we notice, for the persons with whom Mrs. Gaskell's sympathies were engaged. Mary Barton, Jem Wilson, Mrs. Wilson, Margaret, Will, Job Legh, all the objects of her real sympathy, and the book far removed from the situation which she had set out to examine. All are going to Canada, there could be no more devastating conclusion. A solution within the actual situation might be hoped for, but the solution with which the heart went was a cancelling of the actual difficulties and the removal of the persons pitted to the uncompromised New World. North and South, 1855. Mrs. Gaskell's second industrial novel, North and South, is less interesting, because the tension is less. She takes up here her actual position, as a sympathetic observer. Margaret Hale, with the feelings and upbringing of the daughter of a southern clergyman, moves with her father to industrial Lancashire, and we follow her reactions, her observations, and her attempts to do what good she can. Because this is largely Mrs. Gaskell's own situation, the integration of the book is markedly superior. Margaret's arguments with the mill owner Thornton are interesting and honest, within the political and economic conceptions of the period. But the emphasis of the novel, as the lengthy inclusion of such arguments suggests, is almost entirely now on attitudes to the working people, rather than on the attempt to reach, imaginatively, their feelings about their lives. It is interesting, again, to note the manner of the working out. The relationship of Margaret and Thornton and their eventual marriage serve as a unification of the practical energy of the northern manufacturer with the developed sensibility of the southern girl. This is stated almost explicitly, and is seen as a solution. Thornton goes back to the north to have the opportunity of cultivating some intercourse with the hands beyond the mere cash nexus. Point 2. Humanized by Margaret, he will work at what we now call the improvement of human relations in industry. The conclusion deserves respect, but it is worth noticing that it is not only under Margaret's influence that Thornton will attempt this, but under her patronage. The other manufacturers, as Thornton says, will shake their heads and look grave at it. This may be characteristic, but Thornton, though bankrupt, can be the exception, by availing himself of Margaret's unexpected legacy. Money from elsewhere, in fact by that device of the legacy which solved so many otherwise insoluble problems in the world of the Victorian novel, will enable Thornton, already affected by the superior gentleness and humanity of the South, to make his humanitarian experiment. Once again Mrs. Gaskell works out her reaction to the insupportable situation by going in part adventitiously outside it. Hard Times, 1854. Ordinarily Dickens's criticisms of the world he lives in are casual and incidental, a matter of including among the ingredients of a book some indignant treatment of a particular abuse. But in Hard Times he is for once possessed by a comprehensive vision, one in which the inhumanities of Victorian civilization are seen as fostered and sanctioned by a hard philosophy, the aggressive formulation of an inhumane spirit. Point 3. This comment by F.R. Levy on Hard Times serves to distinguish Dickens's intention from that of Mrs. Gaskell in Mary Barton. Hard Times is less imaginative observation than an imaginative judgment. It is a judgment of social attitudes, but again it is something more than North and South. It is a thoroughgoing and creative examination of the dominant philosophy of industrialism, of the hardness that Mrs. Gaskell saw as little more than a misunderstanding, which might be patiently broken down. That Dickens could achieve this more comprehensive understanding is greatly to the advantage of the novel. But against this we must set the fact that in terms of human understanding of the industrial working people Dickens is obviously less successful than Mrs. Gaskell. His Stephen Blackpool, in relation to the people of Mary Barton, is little more than a diagrammatic figure. The gain in comprehension, that is to say, has been achieved by the rigors of generalization and abstraction. Hard Times is an analysis of industrialism, rather than experience of it. The most important point, in this context, that has to be made about Hard Times is a point about Thomas Gradgrind. Josiah Bounderby, the other villain of the piece, is a simple enough case. He is, with rough justice, the embodiment of the aggressive money-making and power-seeking ideal which was a driving force of the Industrial Revolution. That he is also a braggart, a liar, and in general personally repellent is of course a comment on Dickens's method. The conjunction of these personal defects with the aggressive ideal is not, how much easier things would be if it were, a necessary conjunction. A large part of the Victorian reader's feelings against Bounderby, and perhaps a not inconsiderable part of the 20th century intellectuals, rests on the older and rather different feeling that trade, as such, is gross. The very name, and Dickens uses his names with conscious and obvious effect, incorporating Bounder, incorporates this typical feeling. The social criticism represented by Bounder is, after all, a rather different matter from the question of aggressive economic individualism. Dickens, with rough justice, fuses the separate reactions, and it is easy not to notice how one set of feelings is made to affect the other. The difficulty about Thomas Gradgrind is different in character. It is that the case against him is so good, and his refutation by experience so masterly, that it is easy for the modern reader to forget exactly what Gradgrind is. It is surprising how common is the mistake of using the remembered name, Gradgrind, as a class name for the hard Victorian employer. The valuation which Dickens actually asks us to make is more difficult. Gradgrind is a utilitarian, seen by Dickens as one of the philosophers against whom Cobbett thundered, or as one of the steam engine intellects described by Carlyle. This line is easy enough, but one could as easily draw another, say, Thomas Gradgrind, Edwin Chadwick, John Stuart Mill. Chadwick, we are told, was the most hated man in England, and he worked by methods, and was blamed for meddling, in terms that are hardly any distance from Dickens's Gradgrind. Mill is a more difficult instance, although the education of which he felt himself a victim will be related, by the modern reader, to the Gradgrind system. But it seems certain that Dickens has Mill's Political Economy, 1849, very much in mind in his general indictment of the ideas which built and maintained Coketown. Mill's reaction, it may be noted, was the expressive that creature Dickens. Point 4, it is easy now to realize that Mill was something more than a Gradgrind. But we are missing Dickens's point if we fail to see that in condemning Thomas Gradgrind, the representative figure, we are invited also to condemn the kind of thinking and the methods of inquiry and legislation which in fact promoted a large measure of social and industrial reform. One wonders, for example, what a typical Fabian feels when he is invited to condemn Gradgrind, not as an individual but as a type. This may, indeed, have something to do with the common error of memory about Gradgrind to which I have referred. Public commissions, blue books, parliamentary legislation, all these, in the world of hard times, are Gradgrindery. For Dickens is not setting reform against exploitation. He sees what we normally understand by both as two sides of the same coin, industrialism. His positives do not lie in social improvement, but rather in what he sees as the elements of human nature: personal kindness, sympathy, and forbearance. It is not the model factory against the satanic mill, nor is it the humanitarian experiment against selfish exploitation. It is, rather, individual persons against the system. In so far as it is social at all, it is the circus against Coketown. The schoolroom contrast of Sissy Jupe and Bitzer is a contrast between the education, practical but often inarticulate, which is gained by living and doing, and the education, highly articulated, which is gained by systemization and abstraction. It is a contrast of which Cobbett would have warmly approved, but in so far as we have all, and to some extent inevitably, been committed to a large measure of the latter, it is worth noting again what a large revaluation Dickens is asking us to make. The instinctive, unintellectual, unorganized life is the ground, here, of genuine feeling, and of all good relationships. The circus is one of the very few ways in which Dickens could have dramatized this, but it is less the circus that matters than the experience described by Sleary. That there ith a love in the world, not all thelfintereth after all, but Tomething very different, it hath a way of ith own of calculating or not calculating, which Tommy how or another ith at least ath hard to give a name to, ath the weight of the dog th. Point 5. It is a characteristic conclusion, in a vitally important tradition which based its values on such grounds. It is the major criticism of industrialism as a whole way of life, and its grounds in experience have been firm. What is essential is to recognize that Dickens saw no social expression of it, or at least nothing that could be given a name to. The experience is that of individual persons. Almost the whole organization of society, as Dickens judges, is against it. The circus can express it because it is not part of the industrial organization. The circus is an end in itself, a pleasurable end, which is instinctive and, in certain respects, anarchic. It is significant that Dickens has thus to go outside the industrial situation to find any expression of his values. This going outside is similar to the Canada in which Mary Barton ends, or the legacy of Margaret Hale. But it is also more than these, in so far as it is not only an escape but a positive assertion of a certain kind of experience, the denial of which was the real basis, as Dickens saw it, of the hard times. It was inevitable, given the kind of criticism that Dickens was making, that his treatment of the industrial working people should have been so unsatisfactory. He recognizes them as objects of pity, and he recognizes the personal devotion in suffering of which they are capable. But the only conclusion he can expect them to draw is Stephen Blackpool's. A muddle, 6. This is reasonable, but the hopelessness and passive suffering are set against the attempts of the working people to better their conditions. The trade unions are dismissed by a stock Victorian reaction, with the agitator Slackbridge. Stephen Blackpool, like Jobleg, is shown to advantage because he will not join them. The point can be gauged by a comparison with Cobbett, whose criticism of the system is in many ways very similar to that of Dickens, and rests on so many similar valuations, yet who was not similarly deceived, even when the trade unions came as a novelty to him. The point indicates a wider comment on Dickens's whole position. The scathing analysis of Coketown and all its works, and of the supporting political economy and aggressive utilitarianism, is based on Carlyle. So are the hostile reactions to Parliament and to ordinary ideas of reform. Dickens takes up the hostility, and it serves as a comprehensive vision, to which he gives all his marvelous energy. But his identification with Carlyle is really negative. There are no social alternatives to Bounderby and Gradgrind, not the time-serving aristocrat Harthouse, not the decayed gentlewoman Mrs. Sparsit, nowhere, in fact, any active hero. Many of Dickens's social attitudes cancel each other out, for he will use almost any reaction in order to undermine any normal representative position. Hard Times, in tone and structure, is the work of a man who has seen through society, who has found them all out. The only reservation is for the passive and the suffering, for the meek who shall inherit the earth but not Coketown, not industrial society. This primitive feeling, when joined by the aggressive conviction of having found everyone else out, is the retained position of an adolescent. The innocence shames the adult world, but also essentially rejects it. As a whole response, Hard Times is more a symptom of the confusion of industrial society than an understanding of it, but it is a symptom that is significant and continuing. Sybil, or the Two Nations, 1845. Sybil can be read now as the production of a future conservative prime minister, and hence in the narrow sense as a political novel. The elements of political pleading are indeed evident in any reading of it. Their curiosity, their partisanship, and their opportunism are matched only by their brilliance of address. The novel would be fascinating if it were only political. The stucco elegance of Disraeli's writing has a consonance with one kind of political argument. What is intolerable in his descriptions of persons and feelings becomes in his political flights a rather likable panache. The descriptions of industrial squalor are very like those of Dickens on Coketown, brilliant romantic generalizations, the view from the train, from the hustings, from the printed page, yet often moving, like all far-seeing rhetoric. There are similar accounts of the conditions of the agricultural poor which need to be kept in mind against the misleading contrasts of North and South. Again, in a quite different manner, there is in Sybil the most spirited description of the iniquities of the tommy shop, and of the practical consequences of the system of truck, to be found anywhere. Disraeli's anger, the generalized anger of an outsider making his way, carries him often beyond his formal text. The hostile descriptions of London political and social life are again generalization, but they have, doubtless, the same rhetorical significance as those of the forays among the poor. Anyone who is prepared to give credit to Disraeli's unsupported authority on any matter of social fact has of course mistaken his man, as he would similarly mistake Dickens. But Disraeli, like Dickens, is a very fine generalizing analyst of Kant, and almost as fine a generalizing rhetorician of human suffering. Both functions, it must be emphasized, are reputable. In terms of ideas, Sybil is almost a collector's piece. There is this, for instance, from Coleridge. But if it have not furnished us with abler administration or a more illustrious Senate, the Reform Act may have exercised on the country at large a beneficial influence. Has it? Has it elevated the tone of the public mind? Has it cultured the popular sensibilities to noble and ennobling ends? Has it proposed to the people of England a higher test of national respect and confidence than the debasing qualification universally prevalent in this country since the fatal introduction of the system of Dutch finance? Who will pretend it? If a spirit of rapacious covetousness, desecrating all the humanities of life, has been the besetting sin of England for the last century and a half. Since the passing of the Reform Act, the altar of Mammon has blazed with triple worship. To acquire, to accumulate, to plunder each other by viltry of philosophic phrases, to propose a utopia to consist only of wealth and toil, this has been the breathless business of enfranchised England for the last 12 years, until we are startled from our voracious strife by the wail of intolerable serfage. 7. It is true that this is political, a part of the grand assault on Whiggery. But the terms of the assault are familiar, as part of a much wider criticism. Or again this, which was to reappear in our own century with an air of original discovery. There is no community in England, there is aggregation, but aggregation under circumstances which make it rather a dissociating than a uniting principle. It is a community of purpose that constitutes society. Without that, men may be drawn into contiguity, but they still continue virtually isolated. And is that their condition in cities? It is their condition everywhere, but in cities that condition is aggravated. A density of population implies a severer struggle for existence, and a consequent repulsion of elements brought into too close contact. In great cities men are brought together by the desire of gain. They are not in a state of cooperation, but of isolation, as to the making of fortunes, and for all the rest they are careless of neighbors. Christianity teaches us to love our neighbor as ourself. Modern society acknowledges no neighbor aid. These views of the Chartist Stephen Morley were the common element in a number of varying political positions. They have remained the terms of a basic criticism of industrialism. The two nations, of rich and poor, have of course become famous. The basis of the attempt to make one nation of them is the restoration to leadership of an enlightened aristocracy. 4. There is a change in them, as in all other things, said Egremont. If there be a change, said Sybil, it is because in some degree the people have learnt their strength. Ah, dismiss from your mind those fallacious fancies, said Egremont. The people are not strong, the people never can be strong. Their attempts at self-vindication will end only in their suffering and confusion. 9. It is, of course, the familiar injunction, in Cobbett's words, to be quiet, and the familiar assumption of the business of regeneration by others, in this case the enlightened aristocracy. Disraeli shared the common prejudices about the popular movement, his account of the initiation of Dandy Mick into a trade union. You will execute with zeal and alacrity, every task and injunction that the majority of your brethren, shall impose upon you, in furtherance of our common welfare, of which they are the sole judges, such as the chastisement of nobs, the assassination of oppressive and tyrannical masters, or the demolition of all mills, works and shops that shall be deemed by us incorrigible. 10. Is characteristically cloak and dagger. This must be acknowledged alongside the shrewder assessment. The people she found was not that pure embodiment of unity of feeling, of interest, and of purpose which she had pictured in her abstractions. The people had enemies among the people, their own passions, which made them often sympathize, often combine, with the privileged. 11. This shrewdness might well have been also applied to some of Disraeli's other abstractions, but perhaps that was left for later, in the progress of his political career. The passages quoted are near the climax of that uniting of Egremont, the enlightened aristocrat, and Sybil, the daughter of the people, which, in the novel, is the symbolic creation of the one nation. This, again, is the way the heart goes, and it is the novel's most interesting illustration. For Sybil, of course, is only theoretically the daughter of the people. The actual process of the book is the discovery that she is a dispossessed aristocrat, and the marriage bells ring, not over the achievement of one nation, but over the uniting of the properties of Marney and Mowbray, one agricultural, the other industrial, a marriage symbolical, indeed, of the political development which was the actual issue. The restored era stands, in the general picture, with Margaret Thornton's legacy, with Canada, and with the horse riding. But it is significant of Disraeli's shrewdness that, through the device, he embodied what was to become an actual political event. Alton Locke, tailor and poet, 1850. In part, Alton Locke is in the orthodox sense an exposure, an informed, angry and sustained account of sweated labor in the cheap and nasty clothing trade. Much of it can still be read in these terms, with attention and sympathy. It is fair to note, however, that in respect of this theme the preface is more effective than the novel, and for the unexpected reason that it is more specific. The wider intention of the book is rather different. It is really a story of conversion, of the making of a Chartist in the usual sense, and of his remaking in Kingsley's sense. This is the basic movement in a book which is extremely discursive in mood. The earlier chapters are perhaps the most effective, the caricature of the Baptist home, the indignant realism of the apprenticeship in the sweating rooms, the generalized description of the longing from the prison house of brick and iron for the beauty apprehended as knowledge and poetry. The beginnings of Alton Locke in political activity are also, in general outline, convincing. With them, however, begins also the major emphasis on argument, on prolonged discussion of events, which is evidently Kingsley's motive and energy. Often this discussion is interesting, particularly as we recognize the familiar popularization of Carlyle and of the ideas which Carlyle concentrated. This merges, from the time of the conversion, the curious chapter Dreamland, into the Christian socialist arguments with which Kingsley's name is commonly identified. It is doubtful whether much attention of a different kind, attention, that is, other than to the genealogy of ideas, can be given to all these parts of the book. A very large part of it is like reading old newspapers, or at least old pamphlets. The issues are there, but the terms are arbitrary and the connections mechanical. The book is not an autobiography but a tract. We need note here only the conclusion, alike of the story and of the argument. Once again, the motive to Chartism, to a working-class political movement, has been sympathetically set down. It was on this score that Kingsley and others were thought of as advanced or dangerous thinkers. But again the effort is seen finally as a delusion. In effect, we understand and sympathize with your sufferings which drove you to this, but what you are doing is terribly mistaken. She went on, her figure dilating, and her eyes flashing, like an inspired prophetess, that is in the Bible. What would you more than that? That is your charter, the only ground of all charters. You, like all mankind, have had dim inspirations, confused yearnings after your future destiny, and, like all the world from the beginning, you have tried to realize, by self-willed methods of your own, what you can only do by God's inspiration, God's method. Oh! Look back, at the history of English radicalism for the last half-century, and judge by your own deeds, your own words, were you fit for those privileges which you so frantically demanded? Do not answer me, that those who had them were equally unfit, but thank God, if the case be indeed so, that your incapacity was not added to theirs, to make confusion worse confounded. Learn a new lesson. Believe at last that you are in Christ, and become new creatures. With those miserable, awful farce tragedies of April and June, let old things pass away, and all things become new. Believe that your kingdom is not of this world, but of one whose servants must not fight 12. It is not surprising after this that the destiny of the hero is once again emigration. Alton Locke dies as he reaches America, but his fellow Chartist, Crosthwaite, will come back after 7 years. The regeneration of society, according to Kingsley's Cambridge preface to the book, will meanwhile proceed under the leadership of a truly enlightened aristocracy. It will be a movement towards democracy, but not to that tyranny of numbers of which the dangers have been seen in the United States. 4. As long, I believe, as the throne, the House of Lords, and the press, are what, thank God, they are, so long will each enlargement of the suffrage be a fresh source not of danger, but of safety, for it will bind the masses to the established order of things by that loyalty which springs from content, from the sense of being appreciated, trusted, dealt with not as children, but as men. 13. Felix Holt, 1866. Felix Holt was not published till 1866, but we can set beside it a passage from a letter of George Eliot's, written to J. Sabri in 1848, just after the French Revolution of that year. You and Carlyle are the only two people who feel just as I would have them, who can glory in what is actually great and beautiful without putting forth any cold reservations and incredulities to save their credit for wisdom. I am all the more delighted with your enthusiasm because I didn't expect it. I feared that you lacked revolutionary ardor. But no, you are just as sansculotish and rash as I would have you. I thought we had fallen on such evil days that we were to see no really great movement, that ours was what Saint Simon calls a purely critical epoch, not at all an organic one, but I begin to be glad of my date. I would consent, however, to have a year clipped off my life for the sake of witnessing such a scene as that of the men of the barricades bowing to the image of Christ, who first taught fraternity to men. One trembles to look into every fresh newspaper lest there should be something to mar the picture. I should have no hope of good from any imitative movement at home. Our working classes are eminently inferior to the mass of the French people. In France the mind of the people is highly electrified, they are full of ideas on social subjects, they really desire social reform, not merely an acting out of Sancho Panza's favorite proverb, yesterday for you, today for me. The revolutionary animus extended over the whole nation, and embraced the rural population, not merely, as with us, the artisans of the towns. Here there is so much larger a proportion of selfish radicalism and unsatisfied brute sensuality, in the agricultural and mining districts especially, than of perception or desire of justice, that a revolutionary movement would be simply destructive, not constructive. Besides, it would be put down. And there is nothing in our Constitution to obstruct the slow progress of political reform. This is all we are fit for at present. The social reform which may prepare us for great changes is more and more the object of effort both in Parliament and out of it. But we English are slow crawlers. Point 14. The distinctions in this are doubtful, but the tone indicates an intelligence of a different order from the other novelists discussed. We are interested in Mrs. Gaskell or Kingsley or Disraeli because of what they testified. With George Eliot there is another interest, because of the quality of the witness. This quality is evident in Felix Holt, which as a novel has a quite different status from those previously discussed. It has also, however, much in common with them. The formal plot turns on the familiar complications of inheritance in property, and Esther, with her inherited breeding showing itself in poor circumstances, has something in common with Sybil. As with Sybil, her title to a great estate is proved, but there the comparison with Disraeli ends. Harold Transome is, like Egremont, a second son. Like him, he turns to the reforming side in politics. But George Eliot was incapable of resting on the image of an Egremont, the figurehead of the enlightened gentleman. Harold Transome is a coarser reality, and it is impossible that Esther should marry him. She renounces her claim and marries Felix Holt. It is as if Sybil had renounced the Mowbray estates and married Stephen Morley. I do not make any claim for the superior reality of George Eliot's proceedings. The thing is as contrived, in the service of a particular image of the desirable, as Disraeli's very different denouement. George Eliot works with a rather finer net, but it is not in such elements of the novel that her real superiority is apparent. Nor again is there much superiority in her creation of Felix Holt himself. He is shown as a working man radical, determined to stick to his own class, and to appeal solely to the energies of moral force. He believes in sobriety and education, argues for social rather than merely political reform, and wants to be a demagogue of a new sort, an honest one, if possible, who will tell the people they are blind and foolish, and neither flatter them nor fatten on them. Point 15. It is not easy, at any time, to say whether a character convinces. We are all apt, in such questions, to impose our own conceptions both of the probable and the desirable. But one can usually see, critically, when a character comes to existence in a number of aspects, forming something like the image of a life, and, alternatively, when a character is fixed at a different and simpler stage, in the case of Felix Holt, at a physical appearance and a set of opinions. Mrs. Gaskell could conceive the early John Barton in much these terms, but, because other substance was lacking, she had virtually to dismiss him as a person when the course of action found necessary on other grounds went beyond the limits of her sympathy. Felix Holt, like Alton Locke, is conceived as a more probable hero, that is to say, as one whose general attitude is wholly sympathetic to the author, and who is detached from him only by relative immaturity. Like Alton Locke, Felix Holt becomes involved in a riot; like him, he is mistaken for a ringleader; like him, he is sentenced to imprisonment. This recurring pattern is not copying, in the vulgar sense. It is rather the common working of an identical fear, which was present also in Mrs. Gaskell's revision of John Barton. It is at root the fear of a sympathetic, reformist-minded member of the middle classes at being drawn into any kind of mob violence. John Barton is involved in earnest, and his creator's sympathies are at once withdrawn, to the obvious detriment of the work as a whole. Sympathy is transferred to Jem Wilson, mistakenly accused, and to Margaret's efforts on his behalf, which have a parallel in Esther's impulse to speak at the trial of Felix Holt. But the basic pattern is a dramatization of the fear of being involved in violence, a dramatization made possible by the saving clause of innocence and mistaken motive, and so capable of redemption. What is really interesting is that the conclusion of this kind of dramatization is then taken as proof of the rightness of the author's original reservations. The people are indeed dangerous, in their constant tendency to blind disorder. Anyone sympathizing with them is likely to become involved. Therefore, a most ratifying word, it can be sincerely held that the popular movements actually underway are foolish and inadequate, and that the only wise course is dissociation from them. Of course, that there is inadequacy in any such movement is obvious, but the discriminations one would expect from a great novelist are certainly not drawn in Felix Holt. Once again Cobbett is a touchstone, and his conduct at his own trial after the laborers' revolts of 1830 is a finer demonstration of real maturity than the fictional compromises here examined. Cobbett, like nearly all men who have worked with their hands, hated any kind of violent destruction of useful things. But he had the experience and the strength to inquire further into violence. He believed, moreover, what George Eliot so obviously could not believe, that the common people were something other than a mob, and had instincts and habits something above drunkenness, gullibility, and ignorance. He would not have thought Felix Holt an honest demagogue for telling the people that they were blind and foolish. He would have thought him rather a very convenient ally of the opponents of reform. George Eliot's view of the common people is uncomfortably close to that of Carlyle in Shooting Niagara: blockheedism, gullibility, bribeability, amenability to beer and balderdash. This was the common first assumption, and was the basis for the distinction, alike in her 1848 comment and in Felix Holt, between political and social reform. The former is only machinery, the latter is seen as substance. The distinction is useful, but consider this very typical speech by Felix Holt. The way to get rid of folly is to get rid of vain expectations, and of thoughts that don't agree with the nature of things. The men who have had true thoughts about water, and what it will do when it is turned into steam and under all sorts of circumstances, have made themselves a great power in the world. They are turning the wheels of engines that will help to change most things. But no engines would have done, if there had been false notions about the way water would act. Now, all the schemes about voting, and districts, and annual parliaments, and the rest, are engines, and the water or steam, the force that is to work them, must come out of human nature, out of men's passions, feelings, and desires. Whether the engines will do good work or bad depends on these feelings. Point 16. But the engines mentioned are, after all, particular engines, proposed to do different work from the engines previously employed. It is really mechanical to class all the engines together and to diminish their importance, when in fact their purposes differ. The new proposals are an embodiment of passions, feelings, and desires, alternative proposals, supported by alternative feelings, so that a choice can properly be made. The real criticism, one suspects, is of thoughts that don't agree with the nature of things, and this nature of things can either be a supposedly permanent human nature, or else, as probably, the supposedly immutable laws of society. Among these laws, as Felix Holt's argument continues, is the supposition that among every 100 men there will be 30 with some soberness, some sense to choose, and 70, either drunk or ignorant or mean or stupid. With such an assumption it is easy enough to prove that a voting reform would be useless. George Eliot's advice, essentially, is that the working men should first make themselves sober and educated, under the leadership of men like Felix Holt, and then reform will do some good. But the distinction between political and social reform is seen at this point at its most arbitrary. The abuses of an unreformed parliament are even dragged in as an argument against parliamentary reform. It will only be more of the same sort of thing. The winning through political reform of the means of education, of the leisure necessary to take such opportunity, of the conditions of work and accommodation which will diminish poverty and drunkenness, all these and similar aims, which were the purposes for which the engines were proposed, are left out of the argument. Without them, the sober, responsible, educated working man must, presumably, spring fully armed from his own, drunken, ignorant, mean, and stupid, head. It has passed too long for a kind of maturity and depth in experience to argue that politics and political attachments are only possible to superficial minds, that any appreciation of the complexity of human nature necessarily involves a wise depreciation of these noisy instruments. The tone-cold reservations and incredulities to save their credit for wisdom is often heard in Felix Holt. Crying abuses, bloated paupers, bloated pluralists, and other corruptions hindering men from being wise and happy had to be fought against and slain. Such a time is a time of hope. Afterwards, when the corpses of those monsters have been held up to the public wonder and abhorrence, and yet wisdom and happiness do not follow, but rather a more abundant breeding of the foolish and unhappy, comes a time of doubt and despondency. Some dwelt on the abolition of all abuses, and on millennial blessedness generally, others, whose imaginations were less suffused with exhalations of the dawn, insisted chiefly on the ballot box. Point 17. The wise shake of the head draws a complacent answering smile. But what I myself find in such a passage as this, in the style, suffused with exhalations of the dawn, millennial blessedness generally, as in the feeling, a more abundant breeding of the foolish and unhappy, is not the deep and extensive working of a generous mind, but rather the petty cynicism of a mind that has lost, albeit only temporarily, its capacity for human respect. Felix Holt's opinions are George Eliot's opinions purged of just this element, which is a kind of intellectual fatigue. It is the mood of the 60s of shooting Niagara and culture and anarchy holding an incompetent post-mortem on the earlier phases of radicalism. Felix Holt himself is not so much a character as an impersonation, a role in which he again appears in the Address to Working Men, by Felix Holt, which George Eliot was persuaded to write by her publisher. Here the dangers of active democracy are more clearly put. The too absolute predominance of a class whose wants have been of a common sort, who are chiefly struggling to get better and more food, clothing, shelter, and bodily recreation, may lead to hasty measures for the sake of having things more fairly shared which, even if they did not fail, would at last debase the life of the nation. Point 18. Reform must proceed. Not by any attempt to do away directly with the actually existing class distinctions and advantages, but by the turning of class interests into class functions. If the claims of the unendowed multitude of working men hold within them principles which must shape the future, it is not less true that the endowed classes, in their inheritance from the past, hold the precious material without which no worthy, noble future can be molded. Point 19. George Eliot, in this kind of thinking, is very far from her best. Her position, behind the facade of Felix Holt, is that of a Carlyle without the energy, of an Arnold without the quick practical sense, of an anxiously balancing Mill without the intellectual persistence. Yet it is clear that, inadequate as her attempt at a position may be, it proceeds, though not fruitfully, from that sense of society as a complicated inheritance which is at the root of her finest work. In Felix Holt, this sense is magnificently realized at the level of one set of personal relationships, that of Mrs. Transome, the lawyer German, and their son Harold Transome. In Middlemarch, with almost equal intensity, this realization is extended to a whole representative section of provincial society. Always, at her best, she is unrivaled in English fiction in her creation and working of the complication and consequence inherent in all relationships. From such a position in experience she naturally sees society at a deeper level than its political abstractions indicate, and she sees her own society, in her own choice of word, as vicious. Her favorite metaphor for society is a network, a tangled skein, a tangled web. The long-growing evils of a great nation are a tangled business. This, again, is just, it is the ground of her finest achievements. But the metaphor, while having a positive usefulness in its indication of complexity, has also a negative effect. For it tends to represent social and indeed directly personal relationships as passive, acted upon rather than acting. One fears, she remarked, to pull the wrong thread, in the tangled scheme of things. The caution is reasonable, but the total effect of the image false. For in fact every element in the complicated system is active, the relationships are changing, constantly, and any action, even abstention, certainly the impersonation of Felix Holt affects, even if only slightly, the tensions, the pressures, the very nature of the complication. It is a mark, not of her deep perception, but of the point at which this fails, that her attitude to society is finally so negative, a negativeness of detail which the width of a phrase like deep social reform cannot disguise. The most important thing about George Eliot is her superb control of particular complexities, but this must not be stated in terms of an interest in personal relationships as opposed to social relationships. She did not believe, as others have tried to do, that these categories are really separate. There is no private life which has not been determined by a wider public life, as she remarks near the beginning of Felix Holt. Yet it is a fact that when she touches, as she chooses to touch, the lives and the problems of working people, her personal observation and conclusion surrender, virtually without a fight, to the general structure of feeling about these matters which was the common property of her generation, and which she was at once too hesitant to transcend, and too intelligent to raise into any lively embodiment. She fails in the extension which she knows to be necessary, because indeed there seems no right thread to pull. Almost any kind of social action is ruled out, and the most that can be hoped for, with a hero like Felix Holt, is that he will in the widest sense keep his hands reasonably clean. It is indeed the mark of a deadlock in society when so fine an intelligence and so quick a sympathy can conceive no more than this. For patience and caution, without detailed intention, are very easily converted into acquiescence, and there is no right to acquiesce if society is known to be vicious. These novels, when read together, seem to illustrate clearly enough not only the common criticism of industrialism, which the tradition was establishing, but also the general structure of feeling which was equally determining. Recognition of evil was balanced by fear of becoming involved. Sympathy was transformed, not into action, but into withdrawal. We can all observe the extent to which this structure of feeling has persisted, into both the literature and the social thinking of our own time. Chapter 6. J. H. Newman and Matthew Arnold. In his Discourse 7, on the Scope and Nature of University Education, 1852, Newman wrote: "It were well if the English, like the Greek language, possessed some definite word to express, simply and generally, intellectual proficiency or perfection, such as health, as used with reference to the animal frame, and virtue with reference to our moral nature. I am not able to find such a term. Talent, ability, genius, belong distinctly to the raw material, which is the subject matter, not to that excellence which is the result of exercise and training. When we turn, indeed, to the particular kinds of intellectual perfection, words are forthcoming for our purpose, as, for instance, judgment, taste, and skill, yet even these belong, for the most part, to powers or habits bearing upon practice or upon art, and not to any perfect condition of the intellect, considered in itself. Wisdom, again, which is a more comprehensive word than any other, certainly has a direct relation to conduct and to human life. Knowledge, indeed, and science express purely intellectual ideas, but still not a state or habit of the intellect, for knowledge, in its ordinary sense, is but one of its circumstances, denoting a possession or influence, and science has been appropriated to the subject matter of the intellect, instead of belonging at present, as it ought to do, to the intellect itself. The consequence is that, on an occasion like this, many words are necessary, in order, first, to bring out and convey what is surely no difficult idea in itself, that of the cultivation of the intellect as an end, next, in order to recommend what surely is no unreasonable object, and lastly, to describe and realize to the mind the particular perfection in which that object consists. 1. The most surprising fact about this paragraph is that Newman does not meet the want of some definite word with the word culture. The staple of his argument is clearly connected with the ideas of cultivated and cultivation as defined by Coleridge. He is moreover, in his concluding phrases, virtually announcing the task which Arnold was about to undertake in Culture and Anarchy. Elsewhere, he in fact made the essential connection with culture. And so, as regards intellectual culture, I am far from denying utility in this large sense as the end of education, when I lay it down, that the culture of the intellect is a good in itself and its own end. As the body may be sacrificed to some manual or other toil, so may the intellect be devoted to some specific profession, and I do not call this the culture of the intellect. Again, as some member or organ of the body may be inordinately used and developed, so may memory or imagination or the reasoning faculty, and this again is not intellectual culture. On the other hand, as the body may be tended, cherished, and exercised with a simple view to its general health, so may the intellect also be generally exercised in order to its perfect state, and this is its cultivation. 2. The proposition is in terms of the general health of the mind, as in Coleridge's distinction between the hectic of disease of one kind of civilization, and the bloom of health of a civilization grounded in cultivation. Health is Newman's standard for the body, his standard for the mind is perfection. There is a physical beauty and a moral, there is a beauty of person, there is a beauty of our moral being, which is natural virtue, and in like manner there is a beauty, there is a perfection, of the intellect. There is an ideal perfection in these various subject matters, towards which individual instances are seen to rise, and which are the standards for all instances whatever. 3. This, again, is within the tradition, from Burke to Arnold. The work of perfection, which Arnold was to name as culture, received increasing emphasis in opposition to the powerful utilitarian tendency which conceived education as the training of men to carry out particular tasks in a particular kind of civilization. Coleridge, Newman, and others set a different ideal. The harmonious development of those qualities and faculties that characterize our humanity. 4. This part of the preparation for Matthew Arnold's work is now clear. But, by the time he came to write, there was also another consideration, the general reaction to the social effects of full industrialism, and in particular to the agitation of the industrial working class. One stock reaction to this agitation is well known in Macaulay's phrase, "We must educate our masters." Macaulay, characteristically, argued that the ignorance of the common people was a danger to property, and that therefore their education was necessary. Carlyle, on the other hand, had rejected any argument for education based on grounds of social expediency, as if the first function of a government were not to impart the gift of thinking. 5. Kingsley, in his Cambridge preface to Alton Locke, recommended the new working men's colleges. Without insulting them by patronage, without interfering with their religious opinions, without tampering with their independence in any wise, but simply on the ground of a common humanity, they, i.e. members of the University of Cambridge, have been helping to educate these men, belonging for the most part, I presume, to the very class which this book sets forth as most unhappy and most dangerous, the men conscious of unsatisfied and unemployed intellect. And they have their reward in a practical and patent form. Out of these men a volunteer corps is organized, officered partly by themselves, partly by gentlemen of the university, a nucleus of discipline, loyalty, and civilization for the whole population of Cambridge. 6. Kingsley's last sentence, his practical and patent reward, is something of a revision of his earlier reason, simply on the ground of a common humanity. But however phrased, and however now interpreted, the response itself is evident. We can see it very clearly in an extract from a speech by F. D. Maurice to the Manchester, Ancoats, and Salford Working Men's College, in 1859. Now while we were thinking about these things, and thinking earnestly about them, there came that awful year 1848, which I shall always look upon as one of the great epochs of history. I do say that when I think how it has affected the mind and the heart of the people of England, yes, of all classes of Englishmen. I hear one intelligent man and another confessing, 10 years ago we thought differently. But all of us have acquired since that time, a new sense of our relation to the working class. It did cause us to fear, I own, but it was not fear for our property and position, it was the fear that we were not discharging the responsibilities, greater than those which rank or property imposes, that our education laid upon us. We believed and felt that unless the classes in this country which had received any degree of knowledge more than their fellows were willing to share it with their fellows, to regard it as precious because it bound them to their fellows, England would fall first under an anarchy, and then under a despotism. 7. This was the reaction, and Maurice added a note on method. What we wanted, if possible, was to make our teaching a bond of intercourse with the men whom we taught. How that could be, we might never have found out. But the working men themselves had found it out. We heard in 1853 that the people of Sheffield had founded a People's College. The news seemed to us to mark a new era in education. We had belonged to colleges. They had not merely given us a certain amount of indoctrination in certain subjects, they had not merely prepared us for our particular professions, they had borne witness of a culture which is the highest of all culture. 8. This aspect of the preparation of Arnold's ground could hardly be more evident. Culture, quite explicitly, is offered as the alternative to anarchy. The need for popular education might be met in a number of ways. The utilitarians, in particular, had been early in the field. But Morris's emphasis is that of Coleridge and Newman. The general opposition to utilitarianism, and the alarmed reaction to increasing working class power, here came together in a most significant way. One other aspect of Arnold's inheritance needs to be briefly examined, the important attitudes which he had learned from his father. Thomas Arnold's liberalism, in the difficult 1830s, was best expressed in his Englishman's Register, 1831, and in the letters to the Sheffield Courant at the beginning and to the Hertford Reformer at the end of the decade. These are all worth reading, but only 2 or 3 points need be noted here. There is, for instance, this characteristic emphasis. When I call the great evil of England the unhappy situation in which the poor and the rich stand towards each other, I wish to show that the evil is in our feelings quite as much or more than in our outward condition. 9. The period is one of revolution. We have been living, as it were, the life of 300 years in 30. All things have made a prodigious start together, or rather all that could have done so, and those that could not have, therefore, been left at a long distance behind. 10. One proper response is education. Education, in the common sense of the word, is required by a people before poverty has made havoc among them, at that critical moment when civilization makes its first burst, and is accompanied by an immense commercial activity. 11. The other, deeper response is to end the habit of laissez-faire. One of the falsest maxims which ever pandered to human selfishness under the name of political wisdom. We stand by and let this most unequal race take its own course, forgetting that the very name of society implies that it shall not be a mere race, but that its object is to provide for the common good of all. 12. This is the new humane liberalism, which can join itself with attitudes drawn from quite other ways of thinking, as here. The unwieldy and utterly unorganized mass of our population requires to be thoroughly organized. Where is the part of our body into which minute blood vessels and nerves of the most acute sensibility are not insinuated, so that every part there is truly alive? 13. This is the organic stress, as in Coleridge, and it is not surprising that such a liberal as a father had such a liberal as a son. We can now turn to Matthew Arnold's important definition of culture, which at last gives the tradition a single watchword and a name. His purpose in Culture and Anarchy, he writes, is to recommend culture as the great help out of our present difficulties, culture being a pursuit of our total perfection by means of getting to know, on all the matters which most concern us, the best which has been thought and said in the world, and, through this knowledge, turning a stream of fresh and free thought upon our stock notions and habits, which we now follow staunchly but mechanically, vainly imagining that there is a virtue in following them staunchly which makes up for the mischief of following them mechanically. 14. The quotation often stops halfway, as if perfection were to be striven for merely by getting to know. As is clear, Arnold intends this only as a first stage, to be followed by the re-examination of stock notions and habits. And further, culture, which is the study of perfection, leads us to conceive of true human perfection as a harmonious perfection, developing all sides of our humanity, and as a general perfection, developing all parts of our society. 15. Culture, then, is both study and pursuit. It is not merely the development of literary culture, but of all sides of our humanity. Nor is it an activity concerning individuals alone, or some part or section of society. It is, and must be, essentially general. Culture and Anarchy is, first, a description of this attitude, second, a re-examination of certain dominant 19th-century notions and habits, and third, a consideration of the bearings of this position on the progress of society. In all three elements, Arnold draws heavily on the thinkers who had immediately preceded him, in particular on Coleridge, Burke, Newman and Carlyle. Yet the work is original in tone and in certain of its examples and emphases. It was written, moreover, in a rather different social situation. Its impact was immediate, and it has remained more influential than any other single work in this tradition. Arnold begins with a point familiar to us from Carlyle and Coleridge. In our modern world, the whole civilization is, to a much greater degree than the civilization of Greece and Rome, mechanical and external, and tends constantly to become more so. 16. This is the social fact, and the corresponding social attitudes are described, in the usual phrase, as an overvaluation of machinery, means valued as ends. The first piece of machinery, or stock notion, is wealth. 9 Englishmen out of 10 at the present day believe that our greatness and welfare are proved by our being so very rich. 17. The people who believe this are the Philistines. And culture says, consider these people then, their way of life, their habits, their manners, the very tones of their voice, look at them attentively, observe the literature they read, the things which give them pleasure, the words which come forth out of their mouths, the thoughts which make the furniture of their minds. Would any amount of wealth be worth having with the condition that one was to become just like these people by having it? 18. This is a paragraph which one kind of reader will appreciatively underline. He will enjoy the spectacle of these people, with their British banner and their tea meetings, as he enjoyed Josiah Bounderby of Coketown. I am sorry to dissent, but there is something in the tone which reminds us that Arnold not only popularized the tradition, but brought down on it the continuing charges of priggishness and spiritual pride. The damage done by the stock notion of wealth is its narrowing of human ideals to a single end, which is really only a means. The question, certainly, is what quality of life the wealth is used to sustain. Arnold asked this question, but included in his answer a stock reaction to the vulgar which is surely vulgar in itself. The description of spiritual perfection, in Newman, comes through with a remarkable purity that commands respect even where assent is difficult. In Arnold, on the other hand, the spiritual ideal is too often flanked by a kind of witty and malicious observation better suited to minor fiction. The most bitter opponent of Newman could never have called him a prig, and Burke, at the height of his prejudices, retains an always admirable strength. Arnold has neither this inviolability nor this power. This may be seen again in his attack on the stock notion of progress, in Friendship's Garland. Your middle-class man thinks it is the highest pitch of development and civilization when his letters are carried 12 times a day from Islington to Camberwell, and from Camberwell to Islington, and if railway trains run to and fro between them every quarter of an hour. He thinks it is nothing that the trains only carry him from an illiberal, dismal life at Camberwell to an illiberal, dismal life at Islington, and the letters only tell him that such is the life there. 19. The bearing of the question is again fruitful, but Arnold's demonstration of the point depends, first, on prior assent to the judgment illiberal and dismal, and, second, on the inclusion of Islington and Camberwell, which are really false particulars, very similar in function to Mr. Eliot's Camden Town and Golders Green. One might say that the light penetrates, but that it is hardly accompanied by sweetness. The literary method, rather, is that of a soured romanticism, of which we have had sufficient examples in the stock notions about subtopia in our own day. The fact is that in the developed social structure of a fully industrialized society few reactions of any kind could escape an admixture of largely self-regarding feelings of class. The worst harm done by the stock notion of class, a notion receiving constant assent from the material structure of society, was that it offered category feelings about human behavior, based on a massing and simplifying of actual individuals, as an easy substitute for the difficulties of personal and immediate judgment. Arnold had many useful things to say about class, but it is one of the stock notions and habits whose influence he did not wholly escape. What Arnold had to say about industry and production, as stock notions, seems to me admirable. It is of a piece with the ideas of Carlyle, Ruskin, and, in our own day, Tawney. But his best treatment of a stock notion is his discussion of freedom. It is very much what Burke had said in the early part of the Reflections, but it is admirably enriched and extended by Arnold's contact with the high period of liberalism. Freedom is a very good horse to ride, but to ride somewhere. You think that you have only to get on the back of your horse Freedom, and to ride away as hard as you can, to be sure of coming to the right destination. If your newspapers can say what they like, you think you are sure of being well informed. 20. The text is still apt, and unanswerable. Arnold was an excellent analyst of the deficiencies of the gospel of doing as one likes, partly because of his reliance on the traditional idea of man's business as the pursuit of perfection, and partly, in social terms, because he lived through a period in which the freedom of one group of people to do as they liked was being challenged by that much larger group who were being done by as others liked. He saw the consequences, in both spheres, the danger of spiritual anarchy when individual assertion was the only standard, the danger of social anarchy as the rising class exerted its power. Yet the most influential part of Arnold's work is not his treatment of the stock notions, but his effort to give his revaluation a practical bearing in society. It is often said, and his tone, at times, lends unfortunate support, that Arnold recommends a merely selfish personal cultivation, that although he professes concern about the state of society, the improvement of the state must wait on the process of his internal perfection. The culture we recommend is, above all, an inward operation. Culture places human perfection in an internal condition. 21. But this, if Arnold has been read, can be only a deliberate misunderstanding. For example, perfection, as culture conceives it, is not possible while the individual remains isolated. The individual is required, under pain of being stunted and enfeebled in his own development if he disobeys, to carry others along with him in his march towards perfection, to be continually doing all he can to enlarge and increase the volume of the human stream sweeping thitherward. 22. Or again, The fewer there are who follow the way to perfection, the harder that way is to find. So all our fellow men, in the east of London and elsewhere, we must take along with us in the progress towards perfection, if we ourselves really, as we profess, want to be perfect, and we must not let the worship of any fetish, any machinery, such as manufactures or population which are not, like perfection, absolute goods in themselves, though we think them so, create for us such a multitude of miserable, sunken, and ignorant human beings, that to carry them all along with us is impossible, and perforce they must for the most part be left by us in their degradation and wretchedness. 23. The position is quite clear. And it is evidently in line with the basic criticism of industrialism, and with the traditional reaction to the accumulating evidence of poverty and suffering. Others had argued for a new national education, but none with the authority or effect of Arnold. Those who accuse him of a policy of cultivated inaction forget not only his arguments but his life. As an inspector of schools, and independently, his effort to establish a system of general and humane education was intense and sustained. There is nothing of the dandy in Arnold's fight against the vicious mechanism of the revised code. On a number of similar educational matters of great importance he showed a fine capacity for detailed application of principles that in his theoretical writings are often open to a charge of vagueness. Culture and Anarchy, in fact, needs to be read alongside the reports, minutes, evidence to commissions and specifically educational essays which made up so large a part of Arnold's working life. When we have said this, we may have rescued Arnold from a common and insupportable charge, but we have not finally construed either his significance or his effect. The most interesting point to consider is his recommendation of the state as the agent of general perfection. Here, in part, he is following the ideas, and the language, of Burke. He speaks, characteristically, of ways which are naturally alluring to the feet of democracy, though in this country they are novel and untried ways. I may call them the ways of Jacobinism. Violent indignation with the past, abstract systems of renovation applied wholesale, a new doctrine drawn up in black and white for elaborating down to the very smallest details a rational society for the future. These are the ways of Jacobinism. 24. I may call them the ways of Jacobinism, they had been called this for 3/4 of a century. In any event, we are now well used to this kind of criticism as typical of the opposition to state power. In Arnold, as in Burke, this is not the conjunction. The argument against state power depends, nearly always, on who is the state. Arnold's position is that of Burke. He who gave our nature to be perfected by our virtue willed also the necessary means of its perfection, he willed therefore the state. 25. Arnold, similarly, imagined the state as the center of light and authority, the organ of the best self. But how, in practical terms, was this center to be composed? Burke had accepted the existing ruling class as, though imperfect, the natural center of light and authority. Arnold, though he looked at each class in turn, could find none which seemed to him at all qualified for so high a duty. The aristocracy, barbarians, were, as a class, useless, because their characteristic virtues were those created by the business of defending the status quo. Their very vigor in this defense made them inaccessible to the free play of new ideas, on which light and authority must depend. The middle classes, Philistines, were also useless, because of their attachment to an external civilization. Their faith in machinery, wealth, industry, production, progress, and in individual success denied, respectively, the harmonious and the general pursuit of perfection. As for the working classes, populace, they either shared with the middle classes the attachment to external civilization, wishing only to become Philistine as quickly as possible, or else they were merely degraded and brutal, the repository of darkness rather than of light. Others might see all this, and consequently fear the idea of state power, which could only be the embodiment of the interest of one or other of these classes. And if this were indeed true, could the state, in practical terms, be considered as a likely center of light and authority at all? but how to organize this authority, or to what hands to entrust the wielding of it. How to get your state, summing up the right reason of the community, and giving effect to it, as circumstances may require, with vigor. And here I think I see my enemies waiting for me with a hungry joy in their eyes. But I shall elude them. Point 26. He saw his enemies waiting indeed, and we too, who are not his enemies, still wait, and are still, in a sense, hungry. One is glad to see Arnold eluding the 19th century pack, or to see him enjoying the thought of doing so, even if the glint has a certain ridiculous effect. The problem, however, remained a most difficult one. The existing social classes, the ordinary candidates for power, were in Arnold's view inadequate for its proper exercise. The political conflict was merely a deadlock of their imperfections. For these reasons a state was needed, as an adequate and transcending organ. The classes were the embodiment of our ordinary selves. To embody our best self we must create a state. But by what means, and through what persons? Arnold's answer depends on what he called the remnant. In each class, he argued, there existed, alongside the characteristic majority, a minority, a number of aliens, who were not disabled by the ordinary notions and habits of their class. Persons who are mainly led, not by their class spirit, but by a general humane spirit, by the love of human perfection. Point 27. In such persons the best self is active, and they can try, in a number of ways, to awaken the best self that is latent in all men but is obscured by the inadequacies of class ideology and habit. The means of awakening will include education, poetry, and criticism. Education will base itself on the best that has been thought and written in the world. By extending and communicating this record of the best self of humanity it will create an adequate general knowledge and a standard of effective thinking. Poetry, as a distinct organ of the best self of men, will set a standard of beauty, and of a human nature perfect on all sides. In this sense, adding to itself a religious and devout energy, it can work on a broader scale for perfection, and with greater masses of men, and can therefore save us, by providing a lasting and actual standard of the best self. Finally, criticism, as in his general writings Arnold exemplified it, is a further part of the same process, a creation, by the free play of intelligence, of the authority of the best self. These ways might be dismissed as impractical, but it may truly be averred, that at the present juncture the center of movement is not in the House of Commons. It is in the fermenting mind of the nation, and his is for the next 20 years the real influence who can address himself to this. Point 28. Whatever we may think of this as an answer, we can easily recognize in its mood and attitude a position which since Arnold's day has been widely and sincerely held. It is attacked as a slow and timid program, but those who hold to it are entitled to ask whether any quick and ready alternative for the achievement of Arnold's ends has in fact, in the 90 years since he wrote, manifested itself. Nevertheless, there is a real ambiguity in the position, and this must be examined. For it is not merely the influence of the best individuals that Arnold is recommending, it is the embodiment of this influence in the creation of a state. On this point, Arnold quotes Wilhelm von Humboldt. Humboldt's object in this book, The Sphere and Duties of Government, is to show that the operation of government ought to be severely limited to what directly and immediately relates to the security of person and property. Wilhelm von Humboldt, one of the most beautiful souls that have ever existed, used to say that one's business in life was first to perfect oneself by all the means in one's power, and secondly to try and create in the world around one an aristocracy, the most numerous that one possibly could, of talents and characters. He saw, of course, that in the end, everything comes to this, that the individual must act for himself, and must be perfect in himself, and he lived in a country, Germany, where people were disposed to act too little for themselves, and to rely too much on the government. But even thus, such was his flexibility, so little was he in bondage to a mere abstract maxim, that he saw very well that for his purpose itself, of enabling the individual to stand perfect on his own foundations and to do without the state, The action of the state would for long, long years be necessary. And soon after he wrote his book on the sphere and duties of government, Wilhelm von Humboldt became Minister of Education in Prussia, and from his ministry all the great reforms which give the control of Prussian education to the state, take their origin. Point 29. The relevance of this to Arnold's immediate purposes in state education is clear and important. He backs it up with a quotation from Raynald. A liberal believes in liberty, and liberty signifies the non-intervention of the state. But such an ideal is still a long way off from us, and the very means to remove it to an indefinite distance would be precisely the state's withdrawing its action too soon. Point 30. The point helps in a local argument, but the position in which it leaves the general argument is this, that the state itself must be the principal agent through which the state as a center of authority and light is to be created. Yet the existing state, loaded with such an agency, is in fact, on Arnold's showing, subject to the deadlock of the existing and inadequate social classes. The aristocracy uses the power and dignity of the state as an instrument of protection of its own privileges. The middle class, reacting against this, seeks only to diminish state power, and to leave perfection to those simple natural laws which somehow arise out of unregulated individual activity. It scarcely seems likely, if Arnold is right about these classes, that any actual state, expressing the power of one or other of them, or a deadlocked compromise, could undertake the all-important function which he proposes. The state which for Burke was an actuality has become for Arnold an idea. The position is further complicated by the nature of Arnold's reaction to his third great class, the populace. The working class was organizing itself. It was, as Arnold put it, our playful giant, which was beginning to assert and put in practice an Englishman's right to do what he likes, his right to march where he likes, meet where he likes, enter where he likes, hoot as he likes, threaten as he likes, smash as he likes. All this, I say, tends to anarchy. 31. This reaction, as we know, is a typical one, and Arnold's fears run deep. He comes in immense numbers, and is rather raw and rough. And thus that profound sense of settled order and security, without which a society like ours cannot live and grow at all, sometimes seems to be beginning to threaten us with taking its departure. 32. So great indeed is the threat that, for resisting it, even the lovers of culture may prize and employ fire and strength. 33. With this sort of thing in his mind, Arnold's idea of the state as a center of authority takes on a new coloring. For us, who believe in right reason, in the duty and possibility of extricating and elevating our best self, in the progress of humanity towards perfection, for us, the framework of society, that theater on which this august drama has to unroll itself, is sacred, and whoever administers it, and however we may seek to remove them from their tenure of administration, yet, while they administer, we steadily and with undivided heart support them in repressing anarchy and disorder, because without order there can be no society, and without society there can be no human perfection. 34. It is here, at so vital a point, that we see Arnold surrendering to a stock notion or habit of his class. The organizing, and at times demonstrating, working class was not, on any showing, seeking to destroy society as such. It was seeking by such methods as were available to it, to change the particular ordering of society which then prevailed. Often, indeed, it sought only the remedy of some particular grievance. For Arnold to confuse the particular, temporary ordering of interests, which was indeed being threatened, with human society as such, is the confusion which elsewhere he so clearly analyzed, the confusion between machinery and purpose. The existing framework of society is always machinery. Arnold, who found it in so many ways so inadequate, should have known that this was so, and restrained his right reason from the talk of fire and strength. He is, indeed, ready for change. He looks forward cheerfully and hopefully to a revolution by due course of law. But can it honestly be said that the working people asked for anything other than this, in the terms of their own experience? Arnold might defend himself from a charge of simple authoritarianism by arguing that he is concerned only to ensure that necessary minimum of order which would allow the civilizing and humanizing process to be sustained. But again, can it now honestly be said that this was threatened, when Arnold was writing? Further, we must remember that Arnold was asking, not for the liberal minimum of order, but, essentially, for the maximum of order, the state to become a real center of authority. When the emphasis on state power is so great, any confusion between that ideal state which is the agent of perfection, and this actual state which embodies particular powers and interests, becomes dangerous and really disabling. The case is one which Arnold, detached from his particular position, would readily understand. A prejudice overcomes right reason, and a deep emotional fear darkens the light. It is there in his words: hoot, bawl, threaten, rough, smash. This is not the language of a stream of fresh thought, nor is the process it represents any kind of delicacy and flexibility of thinking. Calm, Arnold rightly argued, was necessary. But now the Hyde Park railings were down, and it was not Arnold's best self which rose at the sight of them. Certainly he feared a general breakdown into violence and anarchy, but the most remarkable facts about the British working class movement, since its origin in the Industrial Revolution, are its conscious and deliberate abstention from general violence, and its firm faith in other methods of advance. These characteristics of the British working class have not always been welcome to its more romantic advocates, but they are a real human strength, and a precious inheritance. For it has been, always, a positive attitude, the product not of cowardice and not of apathy, but of moral conviction. I think it had more to offer to the pursuit of perfection than Matthew Arnold, seeing only his magnified image of the rough, was able to realize. One final point must be made about Arnold's use of the idea of culture. Culture is right knowing and right doing, a process and not an absolute. This, indeed, is Arnold's doctrine. But his emphasis in detail is so much on the importance of knowing, and so little on the importance of doing, that culture at times seems very like the dissenter's salvation, a thing to secure first, to which all else will then be added. There is surely a danger of allowing culture also to become a fetish. Freedom is a very good horse to ride, but to ride somewhere. Perfection is a becoming, culture is a process, but a part of the effect of Arnold's argument is to create around them a suggestion that they are known absolutes. One of the elements in this effect is his style. In a sentence like this, for example, culture looks beyond machinery, culture hates hatred, culture has one great passion, the passion for sweetness and light. 35. It is difficult not to feel the pressure of St. Paul's description of charity, and it seems not improbable that there has been a, perhaps unconscious, but in any case invalid, transference of emotion from the old concept to the new. Culture as a substitute for religion is a very doubtful quantity, especially when it is taken, as so often, in its narrowest sense. I agree, from a different standpoint, with Newman's comment on the result. Accordingly, virtue being only one kind of beauty, the principle which determines what is virtuous is, not conscience, but taste. 36. The implied relaxation has been lived through, and at its worst it has not been very edifying, at its best not very convincing, to watch. Moreover, this kind of intonation of culture seems to be largely responsible for the common English hostility to the word, which has in some respects been damaging. I have found no hostile or derisive reference before 1860, but in this immediate context such references are common. J.C. Sharp comments in 1870 on the artificiality of the word. 37. Frederick Harrison refers to this same, sauerkraut or culture. 38. In the course of arguing that Arnold makes culture mean whatever suits himself. Now, the challenge of the valuations concentrated in the idea of culture was bound to provoke hostility from defenders of the existing system. With such hostility, one wants no kind of truce. Yet this essential conflict has been blurred by adventitious effects. Almost all the words standing for learning, seriousness, and reverence have in fact been compromised, and the struggle against this ought not to be hindered by our own faults of tone and feeling. The attachment to culture which disparages science, the attachment which writes off politics as a narrow and squalid misdirection of energy, the attachment which appears to criticize manners by the prickish intonation of a word, all these, of which Arnold and his successors have at times been guilty, serve to nourish and extend an opposition which is already formidable enough. The idea of culture is too important to be surrendered to this kind of failing. The difficulty of tone indicates, however, a more general difficulty. Arnold learned from Burke, from Coleridge and from Newman, but he was differently constituted from each of them. Burke rested on an existing society, and on a faith. Coleridge drew nourishment, in a period of transition, from the values known from the old kind of society, and again from a faith. Newman, more certainly than either, based his thinking on a convinced experience of the divine order. Arnold learned from them, but he had learned, also, from the reformers who rejected the old kind of society and from the thinkers who had asserted, against the claims of the divine order, the supremacy of human reason. For Coleridge the idea of cultivation had at least a vestigial relation to an actual society, the relation is there in the word, with its dependence on the social idea of the cultivated man. For Newman, culture had a reality in experience, as an element of the divine perfection. Arnold grasped at these holds, but he had also commitments elsewhere. And it may of course be argued that, being thus committed, he was nearer the actual truth. Culture was a process, but he could not find the material of that process, either, with any confidence, in the society of his own day, or, fully, in a recognition of an order that transcended human society. The result seems to be that, more and more, and against his formal intention, the process becomes an abstraction. Moreover, while appearing to resemble an absolute, it has in fact no absolute ground. The difficulty can be seen in such a paragraph as this. Perfection will never be reached, but to recognize a period of transformation when it comes, and to adapt themselves honestly and rationally to its laws, is perhaps the nearest approach to perfection of which men and nations are capable. No habits or attachments should prevent their trying to do this, nor indeed, in the long run, can they. Human thought, which made all institutions, inevitably saps them, resting only in that which is absolute and eternal. 39. The general tone of this is convincing and admirable, but the final reservation, the desperate grasp in the last phrase at a traditional hold, is disabling, once he has conceded so much. Human thought makes and saps all institutions, yet must rest, finally, in something absolute and eternal, that is to say, by his own argument, in something above and beyond institutions. In Newman, this position might make sense, he could at least have said clearly what the absolute and eternal was. Arnold, however, was caught between two worlds. He had admitted reason as the critic and destroyer of institutions, and so could not rest on the traditional society which nourished Burke. He had admitted reason, human thought, as the maker of institutions, and thus could not see the progress of civil society as the working of a divine intention. His way of thinking about institutions was in fact relativist, as indeed a reliance on the best that has been thought and written in the world, and on that alone, must always be. Yet at the last moment he not only holds to this, but snatches also towards an absolute, and both are culture. Culture became the final critic of institutions, and the process of replacement and betterment, yet it was also, at root, beyond institutions. This confusion of attachment was to be masked by the emphasis of a word. Arnold is a great and important figure in 19th-century thought. His recognition of a period of transformation when it comes was deep and active, as the strength of his essay on equality clearly shows. Even the final breakdown in his thinking, as I judge it to be, is extremely important, as the mark of a continuing and genuine confusion. We shall, if we are wise, continue to listen to him, and, when the time comes to reply, we can hardly speak better than in his own best spirit. For if we center our attention on a tradition of thinking rather than on an isolated man, we shall not be disposed to underrate what he did and what he represented, nor to neglect what he urged us, following him, to do. As he himself wrote, culture directs our attention to the natural current there is in human affairs, and its continual working, and will not let us rivet our faith upon any one man and his doings. It makes us see, not only his good side, but also how much in him was of necessity limited and transient. 40. Chapter 7. Art and Society. A. W. Pugin, John Ruskin, William Morris. An essential hypothesis in the development of the idea of culture is that the art of a period is closely and necessarily related to the generally prevalent way of life, and further that, in consequence, aesthetic, moral and social judgments are closely interrelated. Such a hypothesis is now so generally accepted, as a matter of intellectual habit, that it is not always easy to remember that it is, essentially, a product of the intellectual history of the 19th century. One of the most important forms of the hypothesis is, of course, that of Marx, to which I shall return. But there is another line, of great importance in 19th century England, in which the important names are Pugin, Ruskin and Morris. As an idea, the relation between periods of art and periods of society is to be found earlier, in Europe, in the work of, among others, Vico and Herder and Montesquieu. But the decisive emphasis in England begins in the 1830s, and it is an emphasis which was at once novel and welcome. Sir Kenneth Clarke in the Gothic Revival is explicit about the novelty. Standard writers of art criticism Aristotle, Longinus, and Horace all described art as something imposed, so to speak, from without. The idea of style as something organically connected with society, something which springs inevitably from a way of life, does not occur, as far as I know, in the 18th century. 1. And that the new emphasis was welcome, a development which other currents of thinking had prepared, may be judged from the extraordinary influence which first Pugin, and later Ruskin, almost immediately exerted. If we remember the direction of parts of the Romantic theory of art, and the examination, in Coleridge and Carlyle, of the relations between culture and civilization, we shall see that, in fact, the ground had been very well prepared. The history of architecture is the history of the world, Pugin wrote, in his Apology for the Present Revival of Christian Architecture in England, 1843. Different nations have given birth to so many various styles of architecture, each suited to their climate, customs, and religion, he had written earlier, in 1835, in contrasts, or a parallel between the noble edifices of the Middle Ages, and corresponding buildings of the present day, shewing the present decay of taste. Pugin was writing, of course, with evident polemical and practical intent. His concern, as another title shows, was to define the true principles of pointed or Christian architecture, 1841, so that the present degraded state of ecclesiastical buildings might be remedied. In his advocacy of the Gothic style he had, of course, been widely preceded. His father, A. C. Pugin, had edited 2 volumes of specimens of Gothic architecture, and Shaw, Savage and especially James Wyatt had, among other architects, tried to build in this way. The new element in the younger Pugin was his insistence that revival of the style must depend on revival of the feelings from which it originally sprang. The architectural revival must be part of a general religious, and truly Catholic, revival. This controlling principle is evident in his remark in the preface to the second edition of Contrasts: revivals of ancient architecture, although erected in, are not buildings of, the 19th century. Such a judgment serves to distinguish Pugin from the Gothic revivalists who had preceded him. He was not offering Gothic as one of a number of possible styles from which the competent architect might choose, but rather as the embodiment of true Christian feeling, which, understood in this way, might be helped to revive. It is very curious, of course, to find this principle of the necessary relation between art and its period being enunciated in the context of a revivalist tract. This paradox was to have its own effect on the subsequent history of Gothic building. Yet the dominant mediaevalism, here as elsewhere in 19th century thought, had byproducts more important than its formal advocacy. The most important element in social thinking which developed from the work of Pugin was the use of the art of a period to judge the quality of the society that was producing it. To this, Pugin himself made a notable contribution. In the text of the Contrasts, he writes, significantly, "The erection of churches, like all that was produced by zeal or art in ancient days, has dwindled down into a mere trade. They are erected by men who ponder between a mortgage, a railroad, or a chapel, as the best investment of their money, and who, when they have resolved on relying on the persuasive eloquence of a cushion-thumping, popular preacher, erect 4 walls, with apertures for windows, cram the same full of seats, which they readily let, and so greedy after pelf are these chapel raisers, that they form dry and spacious vaults underneath, which are soon occupied, at a good rent, by some wine and brandy." Merchant. Point 2. This kind of extension, from an architectural to a social judgment, is brilliantly continued in the actual contrasts, the paired engravings. A contrast of altars is immediately followed by the contrasted residences for the poor, the one a Benthamite panopticon, with its attendant master, armed with whip and leg irons, its diet sheet of bread, gruel, and potatoes, and its pauper dead being carried away for dissection, the other a monastery, in a natural relationship with its surrounding countryside, with its kindly master, its well-clothed poor, its religious burials, and its diet sheet of beef, mutton, bacon, ale, and cheese. The past and present theme occurs again, in social terms, in the contrasted public conduits, of which the modern version, surmounted by a lamp-post, is set in front of the police station, the pump is locked, and a child who wants to drink is being warned off by a constable carrying a truncheon. The widest contrast, however, is between a Catholic town in 1440 and the same town in 1840. It is not only that several of the medieval churches have been spoiled, architecturally, and have been interspersed with bare dissenting chapels. It is also that the abbey is ruined, and is now bordered by an iron works, that the churchyard of St. Michael's on the hill is now occupied by a new parsonage house and pleasure grounds, and that in addition to such new institutions as a town hall and concert room and a socialist hall of science there are, dominating the foreground, the new jail, again a panopticon, the gas works and the lunatic asylum. From criticizing a change of architecture, Pugin has arrived at criticizing a civilization, and he does so in terms that became familiar enough during the remaining part of the century. The relations with Carlyle, Ruskin, and Morris, and with figures in our own century, are clear and unmistakable. Both Ruskin and Morris were, in fact, unkind in their references to Pugin, but this is mainly due to their difference from him, and from each other, in matters of belief. Ruskin, for example, wanted to capture Gothic for Protestantism, and was therefore bound to oppose Pugin, whereas for Morris, Pugin's prejudice against anything to do with the working class movement was sufficiently distasteful. Ruskin, more than any other 19th century figure, is now very difficult to approach. One has indeed to cut one's way back to him through a mass of irrelevant material and reactions. The successors of Lytton Strachey have applied to him, as to Carlyle, an almost wholly irresponsible biographical attention, while his own more interesting writings are comparatively little read. It is worth turning back to the comment of a contemporary reader, which will indicate the more general problem. I don't know whether you look out for Ruskin's books whenever they appear. His little book on the political economy of art contains some magnificent passages, mixed up with stupendous specimens of arrogant absurdity on some economical points. But I venerate him as one of the great teachers of the day. The grand doctrines of truth and sincerity in art, and the nobleness and solemnity of our human life, which he teaches with the inspiration of a Hebrew prophet, must be stirring up young minds in a promising way. Point 3. The writer is George Eliot, in a letter to Miss Sarah Hennell. If one takes her comment point by point, and sets it beside the conventional modern reaction, the difficulty of a return to Ruskin becomes sufficiently apparent. We should, of course, be far less sure than she was of his arrogant absurdity on some economical points. It is true that Ruskin has now no sort of authority as an economist, but his approach to social and economic problems is very much nearer our own than is the normal approach of his contemporaries. With George Eliot's reservation discounted, however, we should begin a different kind of amendment. The grand doctrines of truth and sincerity in art, if indeed such a formulation meant anything to us at all, would be merely a cue for our rejection of Ruskin's aesthetics. The nobleness and solemnity of our human life, when we had pondered the phrase, would seem a very general thing to begin teaching upon. The inspiration of a Hebrew prophet, and the magnificent passages, indicate only why Ruskin is now reputed so difficult to read. And the Ruskin societies are dead, the books with their extraordinary titles neglected, while we occupy ourselves with a discussion of his sexual life more sterile than any nullity. Yet, without question, Ruskin must still be read if the tradition is to be understood. It does not seem to me, as it does to Dr. Levy, fairly easy to say what his place and significance are. The reading has to be done, and in relation to the tradition, otherwise we shall fall into the other error, of Mr. Graham Hoff, in assuming that the new ideas about the arts and their relations to religion and the social order all seem to originate somewhere in the dense jungle of Ruskin's works. Ruskin is best understood, and necessarily read, as a major contributor to the development of our complex ideas of culture. Ruskin was an art critic before he was a social critic, but his work must now be seen as a whole. The worst biographies have put into circulation a number of discreditable motives for his transfer of interest from art to society. It has been suggested that his social criticism was a passing on of the indictment of Effie, a suit for nullity proclaimed against England. 4. Mr. Wilansky, who can see the crudity of this, implies that the social criticism was the result of Ruskin's failure to capture something called the art dictatorship in the 50s. But in fact the nature of Ruskin's thinking, and of the tradition as a whole, made the inclusive examination of both art and society a quite natural thing. There is, also, sufficient evidence of Ruskin's direct reaction to the evils of industrialism, and it is perhaps we, not Ruskin, who are on questionable ground when we suppose that social criticism requires some special, usually disreputable, explanation. It remains true, however, that Ruskin's social criticism would not have taken the same form if it had not arisen, as it did inevitably, from his kind of thinking about the purposes of art. The central nature of Ruskin's concern may be seen in one of his early definitions of beauty. By the term beauty, properly are signified two things. First, that external quality of bodies, which, whether it occur in a stone, flower, beast, or in man, is absolutely identical, which may be shown to be in some sort typical of the divine attributes, and which therefore I call typical beauty, and secondarily, the appearance of felicitous fulfillment of function in living things, more especially of the joyful and right exertion of perfect life in man, and this kind of beauty I call vital beauty. 5. Here, indeed, is the basis of his whole work. In his criticism of art, his standard was always this typical beauty, the absolute evidence, in works of art, of the universal grand design. In his social criticism, his concern was with the felicitous fulfillment of function in living things, and with the conditions of the joyful and right exertion of perfect life in man. The absolute standard of perfection in works of art, the conditions of perfection in man, these are the common bases of the tradition. Both sides of Ruskin's work are comprised in an allegiance to the same single term, beauty, and the idea of beauty, which in his writings is virtually interchangeable with truth, rests fundamentally on belief in a universal, divinely appointed order. The art criticism and the social criticism, that is to say, are inherently and essentially related, not because one follows from the other, but because both are applications, in particular directions, of a fundamental conviction. The purpose of art, according to Ruskin, is to reveal aspects of the universal beauty or truth. The artist is one who, in Carlyle's words, reads the open secret of the universe. Art is not imitation, in the sense of illusionist representation, or an adherence to the rules of models, but art is imitation, in the older sense of an embodiment of aspects of the universal, ideal truth. These essential doctrines were ready to Ruskin's hand, from Romantic theory, and there was the additional emphasis, seen in Pugin and the ideas of the ecclesiologist and the Camden Society, on the necessary goodness, moral goodness, of the artist, charged with this high function of revelation. Any corruption of the artist's nature would blur or distort his capacity for realizing and communicating the ideal, essential beauty. But, Ruskin added, and here again he is influenced by the Pugin relation between the quality of a society and the quality of its art, it is impossible, finally, for the artist to be good if his society is corrupt. Ruskin's constant definition of this theme is now unfashionable, but is still significant. The art of any country is the exponent of its social and political virtues. The art, or general productive and formative energy, of any country, is an exact exponent of its ethical life. You can have noble art only from noble persons, associated under laws fitted to their time and circumstances. 6. The question of the goodness of the artist is, however, at times ambiguous. At times, he must be good in order to reveal essential beauty, at other times he is good because he reveals essential beauty. Other criteria of goodness are irrelevant. The latter will be recognized as characteristic of what was later called aestheticism, a body of feeling from which Ruskin is not always distinct. Consider, for example, as the great painter is not allowed to be indignant or exclusive, it is not possible for him to nourish his, so-called, spiritual desires, as it is to an ordinarily virtuous person. Your ordinarily good man absolutely avoids, either for fear of getting harm, or because he has no pleasure in such places or people, all scenes that foster vice, and all companies that delight in it. But you can't learn to paint of blackbirds, nor by singing hymns. You must be in the wildness of the midnight masque, in the misery of the dark street at dawn, on the moor with the wanderer or the robber. Does a man die at your feet, your business is not to help him, but to note the color of his lips. Does a woman embrace her destruction before you, your business is not to save her, but to watch how she bends her arms. 7. So extreme a position, of a subsequently familiar kind, is not, however, Ruskin's normal conclusion. The aberration, here as in the more general movement, sprang from the implications of the claim of the artist as an instrument of revelation, in conflict with a corrupt society, one in which morality, normally, was little more than negative. Ruskin, characteristically, insisted on the need for positive spiritual goodness in artists, and it is only occasionally that he is betrayed into that substitution of art for life which is, perhaps, always latent in a conception of the artist as one who reveals a more than ordinary reality. Certainly, as a rule, he did not grant exemption to artists from common ethical considerations. He insisted, rather, on the contrary, on the artist's role as an agent of general perfection, and on the dependence of this on his positive personal goodness. So moral an emphasis became unfashionable, but Ruskin, although he described the greatest art as that which was capable of arousing the greatest number of the greatest ideas, did not in fact separate the great ideas from the actual business of painting. It is well when we have strong moral or poetical feeling manifested in painting, to mark this as the best part of the work, but it is not well to consider as a thing of small account the painter's language in which that feeling is conveyed, for if that language be not good and lovely, the man indeed may be a just moralist or a great poet, but he is not a painter, and it was wrong of him to paint. If the man be a painter indeed, and have the gift of colors and lines, what is in him will come from his hand freely and faithfully, and the language itself is so difficult and so vast, that the mere possession of it argues that the man is great, and that his works are worth reading. Neither have I ever seen a good expressional work without high artistical merit, and that this is ever denied is only owing to the narrow view which men are apt to take both of expression and of art, a narrowness consequent on their own especial practice and habits of thought. 8. Thus a man is not a good artist merely because he has good ideas, but, rather, The artist's apprehension of good ideas is an intrinsic element of his artist's skill. The quality of seeing, the special quality of apprehension of essential form, these are the particular faculties through which the artist reveals the essential truth of things. His goodness, as artist, depends on these special qualities, but then, to communicate, he depends on the existence of these same qualities, in some degree, in others, he depends, that is to say, on their active presence in society. Here is a main line to Ruskin's radical criticisms of 19th-century society, for he finds such qualities generally lacking, prevented from emergence by an imposed mechanical habit of apprehension. In these circumstances, a great national art was impossible. Once again, a particular kind of experience, here most powerfully identified with the arts, is being used as a standard of the health of a civilization. In a civilization in which such kinds of experience are being constantly overlaid by the attitudes of industrialism, Ruskin argues not only that a national art is impossible, but that the civilization itself is therefore bad. The key words of the opposition of kinds of experience are, once again, mechanical and organic. For what the artist perceives is organic, not external, form. The universal life which he reveals is that organic life, Ruskin's typical beauty, which is common throughout the universe, and is in fact the form of God. The artist sees this typical beauty as a whole process. Art is not merely the product of an aesthetic faculty, but an operation of the whole being. The artist's goodness is also his wholeness, and the goodness of a society lies in its creation of the conditions for wholeness of being. The decisive stage in Ruskin's formulation of this position was in the work preparatory to his Stones of Venice. He was judging artists by their degree of wholeness, and, when he found variations of degree, he sought to explain them by corresponding variations in the wholeness of man's life in society. So forcing me into the study of the history of Venice herself, and through that into what else I have traced or told of the laws of national strength and virtue. 9. The transition to social criticism is then quite natural, within the forms of Ruskin's thinking. It is best understood, as I have indicated, in the context of a general transition between thinking about art and thinking about society, the transition which is marked, in all its complexity of reference, by the changes in the meanings of culture. The organic society, the whole way of life, and similar phrases, are certainly open to charges of obscurity, but they are not in any case likely to be understood except by reference to conceptions of experience, largely drawn from the practice and study of art, which are their basis and substance. We have seen how the idea of wholeness, as a distinguishing quality of the mind of the artist, led Ruskin into a criticism of society by the same criterion, which was in fact to be most influential. We must now see how his conception of beauty directed his continuing social thinking. The artist's standard was typical beauty, but, related to this, and extending beyond the sphere of art, was the other category, vital beauty. The felicitous fulfillment of function in living things, more especially of the joyful and right exertion of perfect life in man. 10. This, throughout Ruskin's work, was to be the standard by which a society must be judged, whether in its essential order it created the conditions for such a fulfillment. The relation of such a standard to the ideas of Burke, Coleridge, Carlyle and Arnold is evident. The central word of all these ideas, in their reference to society, is the perfection of man. In Ruskin, it will be noted, it is the exertion, rather than the discovery, of perfect life in man, and it is felicitous fulfillment of function, the word function carrying an inescapable reference to the idea of design. It is here, as in all generally conservative criticism of laissez-faire society, that the greatest difficulty shows itself. If Ruskin's criticisms of the 19th century economy are examined piecemeal, he may at times be seen as a socialist forerunner, as indeed he has been often described. It is perhaps true that the ideas of an organic society are an essential preparation for socialist theory, and for the more general attention to a whole way of life, in opposition to theories which consistently reduce social to individual questions, and which support legislation of an individualist as opposed to a collectivist kind. but the theories can hardly be abstracted from actual social situations, and the organic theory has in fact been used in support of very different, and even opposing, causes. The detail of much of Ruskin's criticism of a laissez-faire society was in fact perfectly acceptable to socialists, but the ideas of design and function, as he expressed them, supported not a socialist idea of society but rather an authoritarian idea, which included a very emphatic hierarchy of classes. One who learned much from him, J. A. Hobson, put this point precisely. This organic conception everywhere illuminates his theory and his practical constructive policy. It gives order to his conception of the different industrial classes and to the relations of individual members of each class. It releases him from the mechanical atomic notion of equality, and compels him to develop an orderly system of interdependence sustained by authority and obedience. Point 11. In this respect Ruskin is very far from socialism, as, for similar reasons, was Carlyle. It is, however, perhaps one of the most important facts about English social thinking in the 19th century that there grew up, in opposition to a laissez-faire society, this organic conception, stressing interrelation and interdependence. This conception was at one point the basis of an attack on the conditions of men in industrial production, the cash nexus their only active relation, and on the claims of middle-class political democracy. Meanwhile, at another point it was the basis of an attack on industrial capitalism, and on the limitations of triumphant middle-class liberalism. One kind of conservative thinker, and one kind of socialist thinker, seemed thus to use the same terms, not only for criticizing a laissez-faire society, but also for expressing the idea of a superior society. This situation has persisted, in that organic is now a central term both in this kind of conservative thinking and in Marxist thinking. The common enemy, or, if it is preferred, the common defender of the true faith, is liberalism. Burke was perhaps the last serious thinker who could find the organic in an existing society. As the new industrial society established itself, critics like Carlyle and Ruskin could find the organic image only in a backward look. This is the basis of their medievalism, and of that of others. It was not, in this tradition, until Morris that this image acquired a distinctly future reference, the image of socialism. Even in Morris, as we shall see, the backward reference is still important and active. Ruskin, like Carlyle, was one of the destroyers of liberalism. This may now be seen as his merit. It is for his destructive social criticism that he is important. The basic indictment is in the chapter on the nature of Gothic. The great cry that rises from all our manufacturing cities, louder than their furnace blast, is all in very deed for this, that we manufacture everything there except men. We blanch cotton, and strengthen steel, and refine sugar, and shape pottery, but to brighten, to strengthen, to refine, or to form a single living spirit, never enters into our estimate of advantages. And all the evil to which that cry is urging our myriads can be met only in one way, not by teaching or preaching, for to teach them is but to show them their misery, and to preach to them, if we do nothing more than preach, is to mock at it. It can be met only by a right understanding on the part of all classes, of what kinds of labor are good for men, raising them, and making them happy. Point 12. A right understanding of what kinds of labor, this is the fundamental emphasis. Not labor for profit, or for production, or for the smooth functioning of the existing order, but the right kind of labor, the felicitous fulfillment of function in living things. A society is to be governed by no other purposes than what is good for men, raising them, and making them happy, the joyful and right exertion of perfect life in man. Immediately, as part of the same argument, Ruskin introduces his criterion of wholeness. We have much studied and much perfected, of late, the great civilized invention of the division of labor, only we have given it a false name. It is not, truly speaking, the labor that is divided, but the men divided into mere segments of men broken into small fragments and crumbs of life. You are put to stern choice in this matter. You must either make a tool of the creature, or a man of him. You cannot make both. It is verily this degradation of the operative into a machine, which, more than any other evil of the times, is leading the mass of the nations everywhere into vain, incoherent, destructive struggling for a freedom of which they cannot explain the nature to themselves. Their universal outcry against wealth, and against nobility, is not forced from them either by the pressure of famine, or by the sting of mortified pride. These do much, and have done much, in all ages, but the foundations of society were never yet shaken as they are at this day. It is not that men are ill-fed, but that they have no pleasure in the work by which they make their bread, and therefore look to wealth as the only means of pleasure. It is not that men are pained by the scorn of the upper classes, but they cannot endure their own, for they feel that the kind of labor to which they are condemned is verily a degrading one, and makes them less than men. 13. This emphasis on the kind of labor created by an industrial system was to be widely adopted. It is the basis of Ruskin's social values, the contrast between the kind of labor which the system made necessary, and the right kind of labor. The contrast is supported by his important analysis of wealth. Wealth, he argues, is that which avails for life. It is, as everyone agrees, the possession of goods, but goods cannot be a neutral word, it involves, necessarily, a positive valuation. Wealth is not automatically equivalent with possessions and production, for of these some part are wealth, and some part, in the useful word that Ruskin coined, ilth. Wealth is the possession of useful things, which we can use. And usefulness is determined by intrinsic value, that is to say the extent to which it avails for life. Intrinsic value is independent of opinion, and of quantity. Think what you will of it, gain how much you may of it, the value of the thing itself is neither greater nor less. For ever it avails, or avails not, no estimate can raise, no disdain repress, the power which it holds from the maker of things and of men. 14. Value is intrinsic because it is a part of the universal grand design. It must not, in this sense, be confused with exchange value, which is only the price its possessor will take for some labor or commodity. Intrinsic value is not determined by this, which is a temporary and often defective estimate. Value rests properly only in the fitness of such labor or commodity as a means to the joyful and right exertion of perfect life in man. This position was necessarily a fundamental challenge to the 19th century system of production, and to the laws of political economy which supported it. Value, wealth, labor were taken out of the jurisdiction of the law of supply and demand, and related to a wholly different social judgment. In asserting this, Ruskin was also, necessarily, asserting the idea of a social order. At the root of all his thinking is his idea of function, the fulfillment of each man's part in the general design. Such a fulfillment was only possible if society was regulated in terms of the general design. A society must regulate itself by attention to intrinsic values primarily, and anything which prevented this must be swept away. But a system of production geared only to the laws of supply and demand made regulation impossible, for it reduced men to available labor and thus made impossible any whole fulfillment of their ultimate function as human beings. There could be only one right economy, that which led men to the joyful and right exertion of perfect life. Political economy was neither an art nor a science, but a system of conduct and legislature, founded on the sciences, directed by the arts, and impossible, except under certain conditions of moral culture. 15. To these conditions of moral culture, and to an economic order morally determined, the principal obstacle was an economic system based on competition. Government and cooperation are the laws of life. Anarchy and competition the laws of death. 16. Thus, the contrast between culture and anarchy was again made, but now in terms that directly challenged the basic principles of 19th century industrial economy. Not only was the supply of real wealth impossible under such conditions, production, at hazard, being both wealth and ilth, but also the effects of competition extended to consumption. Wealth was the possession of useful articles which we can use. 17. So that even if the existing system always produced useful articles, the kind of society which it also produced made just distribution and wise consumption difficult or impossible. And since intrinsic value depended not only on the value of the thing in itself, but, by its relation to function in the general design, on its right and valuable use, the question of the wealth of a society could not be settled by attention to production only, but necessarily involved the whole life of a society. A society had to be judged in terms of all its making and using, and in terms of all the human activities and relationships which the methods of manufacture and consumption brought into existence. A good example of Ruskin's assertion of this principle is contained in a speech made at Bradford. You must remember always that your business, as manufacturers, is to form the market, as much as to supply it. If, in short-sighted and reckless eagerness for wealth, you catch at every humor of the populace as it shapes itself into momentary demand, if, in jealous rivalry with neighboring states, or with other producers, you try to attract attention by singularities, novelties, and gaudenesses, to make every design an advertisement, and pilfer every idea of a successful neighbor's, that you may insidiously imitate it, or pompously eclipse, no good design will ever be possible to you, or perceived by you. You may, by accident, snatch the market, or, by energy, command it. You may obtain the confidence of the public, and cause the ruin of opponent houses, or you may, with equal justice of fortune, be ruined by them. But whatever happens to you, this, at least, is certain, that the whole of your life will have been spent in corrupting public taste and encouraging public extravagance. Every preference you have won by gaudiness must have been based on the purchaser's vanity, every demand you have created by novelty has fostered in the consumer a habit of discontent, and when you retire into inactive life, you may, as a subject of consolation for your declining years, reflect that precisely according to the extent of your past operations, your life has been successful in retarding the arts, tarnishing the virtues, and confusing the manners of your country. 18. This is Ruskin at his best, and the passage, for all the calculation of its rhetoric, comes through to our own century and our own social situation with all the penetration of genius. What is interesting also is that Ruskin is here discussing design, industrial design as we should now call it. The argument is a practical example of his refusal to treat aesthetic questions in isolation. Good design in industry, he argued, depended on the right organization of industry, and this in turn, through labor and consumption, on the right organization of society. He made the point in a negative way, in another speech at Bradford, where he had been invited to lecture in the town hall on the best style of building for a new exchange. I do not care about this exchange, because you don't. You think you may as well have the right thing for your money. You know there are a great many odd styles of architecture about, you don't want to do anything ridiculous. You hear of me, among others, as a respectable architectural man-milliner, and you send for me, that I may tell you the leading fashion, and what is, in our shops, for the moment, the newest and sweetest thing in pinnacles. 19. But architecture was the expression of a whole way of life, and the only appropriate style for their exchange would be one built to your great goddess of getting on. I can only at present suggest decorating its frieze with pendant purses, and making its pillars broad at the base, for the sticking of bills. 20. The tone of this sufficiently indicates the nature of Ruskin's attack on 19th-century society. There is something of Pugin in it, and something of Arnold, but, more certainly than either of these, Ruskin pressed home his criticism to the actual economic system which seemed to him to be at the root of the matter. Arnold's is very much more the flexible intelligence, but he falls notably short of Ruskin in terms of penetration. The difference may be seen, perhaps, in the fact that when the essays composing unto this last were published in the Cornhill, the editor discontinued them because of violent protest and indignation, whereas Culture and Anarchy, when started through the same medium, was at least tolerated. Ruskin, in the opinion of his contemporaries, was not only stupendously and arrogantly absurd, on some economical points, he was writing in a deliberate attempt to alter an economic system. Arnold, on the other hand, where he was opposed, was blamed as a prig, the bookish and pedantic dismissal was easily available, and the criticism did not hurt in the same way. Yet both Arnold and Ruskin are, in the end, victims of abstraction in their social criticism. Arnold, because he shirked extending his criticism of ideas to criticism of the social and economic system from which they proceeded; Ruskin, as becomes apparent in his proposals for reform, because he was committed to an idea of inherent design as a model for society, a commitment which led him into a familiar type of general replacing of society on paper, without close attention to existing forces and institutions. His criticism is always close, because he saw industrialism and hated it. His proposals for reform, on the other hand, are abstract and dull. The basic idea of organic form produced, in Ruskin's thinking about an ideal society, the familiar notion of a paternal state. He wished to see a rigid class structure corresponding to his ideas of function. It was the business of government, he argued, to produce, accumulate, and distribute real wealth, and to regulate and control its consumption. Government was to be guided in this by the principles of intrinsic value which became apparent in any right reading of the universal design. Democracy must be rejected, for its conception of the equality of men was not only untrue, it was also a disabling denial of order and function. The ruling class must be the existing aristocracy, properly trained in its function. The office of the upper classes, as a body, is to keep order among their inferiors, and raise them always to the nearest level with themselves of which those inferiors are capable. 21. This of course is Carlyle again, but it is interesting to notice also that Ruskin's definition of the three functional orders of aristocracy corresponds exactly with that of Coleridge: first estate, landowners; second estate, merchants and manufacturers; third estate, scholars and artists, Coleridge's clerisy. These three groups, working together, would ensure order, initiate honest production and just distribution, and, by the training of taste, develop wise consumption. All would be educated by the state, and receive salaries from it, for the proper performance of these functions. Below this ruling class, the basic form of society would be the guild, with a variety of grades for each kind of work. The guilds would take over the functions of the existing capitalist employer, and would regulate conditions of work and quality of product. Finally, at the base of this edifice would be a class whose business was the necessarily inferior labor. This class would include criminals, men on probation, and a certain number of volunteers from the aristocracy. The commonwealth thus established would ensure felicitous fulfillment of function, and the joyful and right exertion of perfect life in man. Moreover, it would rest upon a foundation of eternal law, which nothing can alter nor overthrow. 22. Ruskin's scheme has its relations with many earlier and later conceptions of society. But the problem, when it had been drawn up, was what to do about getting it implemented. There was no force to which Ruskin could appeal, and increasingly, as he got older, he narrowed his range to that of local, small-scale experiment. The Guild of St. George was established, with himself as master. Carlyle, who had always a shrewd sense of the practical, said at once that such a thing was nonsense. It was not, however, Ruskin's personal nonsense alone. This is where the biographical emphasis is most misleading. This kind of deadlock, followed by absurd attempts to break it, is really a general phenomenon. The image of a society organized in terms of value is recurring and inevitable. In Ruskin, as in so many others, the failure was one of realization. His society was an image without energy, because the necessary social commitment could not or would not be made. And because this is a general phenomenon, we have to look at the deadlock very carefully. It is not enough to rationalize it and blame Ruskin for, say, mediaevalism. In fact, Ruskin knew quite well that mediaevalism was inadequate. We don't want either the life or the decorations of the 13th century back again, and the circumstances with which you must surround your S.C. Bradford workmen are those simply of happy modern English life. the designs you have now to ask for from your workmen are such as will make modern English life beautiful. All that gorgeousness of the Middle Ages, beautiful as it sounds in description, noble as in many respects it was in reality, had, nevertheless, for foundation and for end, nothing but the pride of life, the pride of the so-called superior classes, a pride which supported itself by violence and robbery, and led in the end to the destruction both of the arts themselves and the states in which they flourished. 23. This was a just recognition that the real issues were always immediate and contemporary, and that the establishment of a new kind of society had to begin in conditions of the old anarchy which it sought to replace. Beyond this recognition, however, Ruskin cannot help us. His remarkable and admirable inquiry into the values of his society brought us to this point, but could not take us past it. And it is precisely here that our attention is drawn to the man most immediately and deeply influenced by Ruskin, William Morris. The significance of Morris in this tradition is that he sought to attach its general values to an actual and growing social force, that of the organized working class. This was the most remarkable attempt that had so far been made to break the general deadlock. Morris's own retrospective account of his development is clear and interesting. Before the uprising of modern socialism, almost all intelligent people either were, or professed themselves to be, quite contented with the civilization of this century. Again, almost all of these really were thus contented, and saw nothing to do but to perfect the said civilization by getting rid of a few ridiculous survivals of the barbarous ages. 24a. This, evidently, is Morris's judgment of the utilitarian liberals. To be short, this was the Whig frame of mind, natural to the modern prosperous middle-class men, who, in fact, as far as mechanical progress is concerned, have nothing to ask for, if only socialism would leave them alone to enjoy their plentiful style. But besides these contented ones there were others who were not really contented, but had a vague sentiment of repulsion to the triumph of civilization, but were coerced into silence by the measureless power of Whiggery. 24b. Civilization, in this last sentence, is used in a Coleridgean sense, as a limited term. In the previous sentence, the limiting function of mechanical is also evident. These are the traditional terms. Lastly, there were a few who were in open rebellion against the said Whiggery, a few, say two, Carlyle and Ruskin. The latter, before my days of practical socialism, was my master towards the ideal. 24c. Thus Morris acknowledges both the tradition and his own extension of it. He now restates the grounds of the opposition to civilization. Apart from the desire to produce beautiful things, the leading passion of my life has been and is hatred of modern civilization. What shall I say concerning its mastery of and its waste of mechanical power, its commonwealth so poor, its enemies of the commonwealth so rich, its stupendous organization for the misery of life, its contempt of simple pleasures, which everyone could enjoy but for its folly, its eyeless vulgarity which has destroyed art, the one certain solace of labor? The struggles of mankind for many ages had produced nothing but this sordid, aimless, ugly confusion. The immediate future seemed to me likely to intensify all the present evils by sweeping away the last survivals of the days before the dull squalor of civilization had settled down on the world. This was a bad lookout indeed, and, if I may mention myself as a personality and not as a mere type, especially so to a man of my disposition, careless of metaphysics and religion, as well as of scientific analysis, but with a deep love of the earth and the life on it, and a passion for the history of the past of mankind. Think of it! Was it all to end in a counting house on the top of a cinder heap, with Podsnap's drawing room in the offing, and a Whig committee dealing out champagne to the rich and margarine to the poor in such convenient proportions as would make all men contented together, though the pleasure of the eyes was gone from the world, and the place of Homer was to be taken by Huxley. 24d. This kind of opposition is by now very familiar, and we can see in it elements of Carlyle, Ruskin, and Pugin, and of the popularization of these ideas in Dickens. There is also, significantly, the anti-scientific element, the romantic prejudice that a mechanical civilization had been created by a mechanical science, and that science was attempting to substitute for art. One would have expected Morris to remember, as he elsewhere insisted, that the offered substitute for art was bad art, and that it was not scientific inquiry, however indifferent to it Morris might personally be, but the organization of economic life, which had produced the misery and the vulgarity. Keeping this point aside, we pass to Morris's important new emphasis. So there I was in for a fine pessimistic end of life, if it had not somehow dawned on me that amidst all this filth of civilization the seeds of a great change, what we others call social revolution, were beginning to germinate. This prevented me, luckier than many others of artistic perceptions, from crystallizing into a mere railer against progress on the one hand, and on the other from wasting time and energy in any of the numerous schemes by which the quasi-artistic of the middle classes hope to make art grow when it has no longer any root, and thus I became a practical socialist. Surely anyone who professes to think that the question of art and cultivation must go before that of the knife and fork, and there are some who do propose that, does not understand what art means, or how that its roots must have a soil of a thriving and unanxious life. Yet it must be remembered that civilization has reduced the workman to such a skinny and pitiful existence, that he scarcely knows how to frame a desire for any life much better than that which he now endures perforce. It is the province of art to set the true ideal of a full and reasonable life before him, a life to which the perception and creation of beauty, the enjoyment of real pleasure that is, shall be felt to be as necessary to man as his daily bread, and that no man, and no set of men, can be deprived of this except by mere opposition, which should be resisted to the utmost. 25. The social revolution, then, was to be the answer to the deadlock of the railers against progress. The priority of cultivation is set aside, in terms that remind one of Cobbett. Yet, unlike Cobbett, Morris uses the idea of culture, in particular in its embodiment in art, as a positive criterion, the true ideal of a full and reasonable life. Like Cobbett, Morris would have nothing set as a priority over the claims of working men to an improvement in their conditions, but unlike Cobbett, who set his objective in terms of a remembered society, Morris, like Blake or Ruskin, sets his social objective in terms of the fullness of life which art especially reveals. Morris's principal opponent, in fact, was Arnold. The word culture, because it was associated in his mind with Arnold's conclusions, is usually roughly handled. In the 30 years during which I have known Oxford, more damage has been done to art, and therefore to literature, by Oxford culture than centuries of professors could repair, for, indeed, it is irreparable. These coarse brutalities of light and leading make education stink in the nostrils of thoughtful persons, and, are more likely than is socialism to drive some of us mad. I say that to attempt to teach literature with one hand while it destroys history with the other is a bewildering proceeding on the part of culture. 26. The point of this was Morris's opposition to the modernization of Oxford. I wish to ask if it is too late to appeal to the mercy of the Dons to spare the few specimens of ancient town architecture which they have not yet had time to destroy. Oxford 30 years ago, when I first knew it, was full of these treasures, but Oxford culture, cynically contemptuous of the knowledge which it does not know, and steeped to the lips in the commercialism of the day, has made a clean sweep of most of them. 27. As so often, a particular argument is here entangled with a much more general judgment. This is very typical of Morris's method, which is often no more than a kind of generalized swearing. Yet the general argument is there, when he troubles to control it. Oxford was for him a test case, on the issue whether culture could be saved from commercialism by isolating it. There are of the English middle class, today, men of the highest aspirations towards art, and of the strongest will, men who are most deeply convinced of the necessity to civilization of surrounding men's lives with beauty, and many lesser men, thousands for what I know, refined and cultivated, follow them and praise their opinions, but both the leaders and the led are incapable of saving so much as half a dozen commons from the grasp of inexorable commerce. They are as helpless in spite of their culture and their genius as if they were just so many overworked shoemakers, less lucky than King Midas, are green fields and clear waters, nay the very air we breathe, are turned not to gold, which might please some of us for an hour maybe, but to dirt, and to speak plainly we know full well that under the present gospel of capital not only there is no hope of bettering it, but that things grow worse year by year, day by day. 28. For indeed, Morris argues, the commercial habits of the middle class can destroy even those things which many individual members of the middle class value. It is this commercialism which has destroyed even such a center of alternative values as Oxford. What is it, for instance, that has destroyed the Rouen, the Oxford of my elegant poetic regret? Has it perished for the benefit of the people, either slowly yielding to the growth of intelligent change and new happiness? Or has it been, as it were, thunderstricken by the tragedy which mostly accompanies some great new birth? Not so. Neither phalanxeter nor dynamite has swept its beauty away, its destroyers have not been either the philanthropist or the socialist, the cooperator or the anarchist. It has been sold, and at a cheap price indeed, muddled away by the greed and incompetence of fools who do not know what life and pleasure mean, who will neither take them themselves nor let others have them. 29. To the constant question of this tradition, can the middle classes regenerate themselves? Morris returned a decided no. The middle classes cannot or will not change the consequences of industrialism, they will only try to escape them, in one of two ways. Either men get rich now in their struggles not to be poor, and because their riches shield them from suffering from the horrors which are a necessary accompaniment of the existence of rich men, example the sight of slums, the squalor of a factory country, the yells and evil language of drunken and brutalized poor people. 30. This way, an energetic entry into commercialism in order to escape its consequences, is a kind of moral sinking fund, which continues to be heavily subscribed. The other way is the way of minority culture. Nothing made by man's hand can be indifferent, it must be either beautiful and elevating, or ugly and degrading, and those things that are without art are so aggressively, they wound it by their existence, and they are now so much in the majority that the works of art we are obliged to set ourselves to seek for, whereas the other things are the ordinary companions of our everyday life, so that if those who cultivate art intellectually were inclined never so much to wrap themselves in their special gifts and their high cultivation, and so live happily, apart from other men, and despising them, they could not do so. They are as it were living in an enemy's country, at every turn there is something lying in wait to offend and vex their nicer sense and educated eyes, they must share in the general discomfort, and I am glad of it. 31. The cultivated were indeed aliens, as Arnold had called them, but they were helpless to prevent further damage, even to themselves. 40 years of publicized revival of the arts had shown, Morris argued, not an improvement in the quality of things seen, but even a deterioration. The world is everywhere growing uglier and more commonplace, in spite of the conscious and very strenuous efforts of a small group of people towards the revival of art, which are so obviously out of joint with the tendency of the age, that while the uncultivated have not even heard of them, the mass of the cultivated look upon them as a joke, and even that they are now beginning to get tired of. 32. Art, Morris argued, in line with his tradition, depends on the quality of the society which produces it. There is no salvation in art for art's sake, of which a school does, in a way, theoretically at least, exist at present. Its watchword is a piece of slang that does not mean the harmless thing it seems to mean. An art cultivated professedly by a few, and for a few, who would consider it necessary a duty, if they could admit duties, to despise the common herd, to hold themselves aloof from all that the world has been struggling for from the first, to guard carefully every approach to their palace of art, that art at last will seem too delicate a thing for even the hands of the initiated to touch, and the initiated must at last sit still and do nothing, to the grief of no one. 33. The hope for art was not here, but in the belief that the cause of art is the cause of the people. One day we shall win back art, that is to say the pleasure of life, win back art again to our daily labor. 34. This, at the end of the century, is a rejection of the specialization of art which was common at its beginning. But the terms of the rejection are in part a result of the specialization. In particular, Morris profits from Ruskin's thinking about art and labor, as here. Nothing should be made by man's labor which is not worth making, or which must be made by labor degrading to the makers. Simple as that proposition is, it is a direct challenge to the death to the present system of labor in civilized countries. The aim of art is to destroy the curse of labor by making work the pleasurable satisfaction of our impulse towards energy, and giving to that energy hope of producing something worth the exercise. 35. Art had become a particular quality of labor. Delight in work had been widely destroyed by the machine system of production, but, Morris argued, it was the system, rather than the machines as such, which must be blamed. If the necessary reasonable work be of a mechanical kind, I must be helped to do it by a machine, not to cheapen my labor, but so that as little time as possible may be spent upon it. I know that to some cultivated people of the artistic turn of mind, machinery is particularly distasteful. But, it is the allowing machines to be our masters and not our servants that so injures the beauty of life nowadays. In other words, it is the token of the terrible crime we have fallen into of using our control of the powers of nature for the purpose of enslaving people, we careless meantime of how much happiness we rob their lives of. 36. That Morris could feel like this is of considerable importance. He was himself a handcraftsman, and he had a respect born from experience for work of that kind. In his utopian writings, the removal of machines from the process of work is often emphasized. Yet the reaction Morris handicrafts get rid of the machines is as misleading as the reaction Ruskin Gothic medievalism. The regressive elements are present in Morris, as they were in Ruskin. These elements seek to compensate for the difficulties in the way of practical realization of certain qualities of life, and because their function is compensatory, they are often sentimental. Yet, although their reference is to the past, their concern is with the present and the future. When we stress, in Morris, the attachment to handicrafts, we are, in part, rationalizing an uneasiness generated by the scale and nature of his social criticism. Morris wanted the end of the capitalist system, and the institution of socialism, so that men could decide for themselves how their work should be arranged, and where machinery was appropriate. It was obviously convenient to many of his readers, and to many of Ruskin's readers, to construe all this as a campaign to end machine production. Such a campaign could never be more than an affectation, but it is less compromising than Morris's campaign to end capitalism, which lands one directly in the heat and bitterness of political struggle. It is most significant that Morris should have been diluted in this way. The dilution stresses what are really the weaker parts of his work, and neglects what is really strong and alive. For my own part, I would willingly lose the Dream of John Ball and the Romantic Socialist songs and even News from Nowhere, in all of which the weaknesses of Morris's general poetry are active and disabling, if to do so were the price of retaining and getting people to read such smaller things as How We Live, and How We Might Live, The Aims of Art, Useful Work versus Useless Toil, and A Factory as It Might Be. The change of emphasis would involve a change in Morris's status as a writer, but such a change is critically inevitable. There is more life in the lectures, where one feels that the whole man is engaged in the writing, than in any of the prose and verse romances. These seem so clearly the product of a fragmentary consciousness of that very state of mind which Morris was always trying to analyze. Morris is a fine political writer, in the broadest sense, and it is on that, finally, that his reputation will rest. The other and larger part of his literary work bears witness only to the disorder which he felt so acutely. He was not a Hopkins to make art when the time seemed unpropitious. The nearest figure to him, in his own century, is Cobbett, with the practice of visual instead of rural arts as the controlling sanity from which the political insights sprang. And as with Cobbett, we come to accept the impatience and the ritual swearing as the price of the vitality, which has its own greatness. It remains to look briefly at Morris's socialism, since it grew out of the tradition which we have been examining. He is often mentioned by modern members of the Labour Party, but usually in terms that suggest a very limited acquaintance with his actual ideas. He is, for instance, something very different from an orthodox Fabian. Socialism, for him, is not merely substituting business-like administration in the interests of the public for the old Whig muddle of laissez-faire backed up by coercion. 37. This was the socialism the utilitarians had come to, but Morris, always, applied to socialism the modes of judgment which had been developed in opposition to utilitarianism. This, for example, socialism might gain higher wages and shorter working hours for the working men themselves. Industries may be worked by municipalities for the benefit both of producers and consumers. Working people's houses may be improved, and their management taken out of the hands of commercial speculators. In all this I freely admit a great gain, and am glad to see schemes tried which would lead to it. But great as the gain would be, the ultimate good of it, would, I think, depend on how such reforms were done, in what spirit, or rather what else was being done, while these were going on. 38. This is a familiar kind of argument, from the tradition, and Morris confirms it in its usual terms. The great mass of what most non-socialists at least consider at present to be socialism, seems to me nothing more than a machinery of socialism, which I think it probable that socialism must use in its militant condition, and which I think it may use for some time after it is practically established, but does not seem to me to be of its essence. 39. Yet the result of this point of view is not modification of the socialist idea, but its emphasis. Morris wonders whether, in short, the tremendous organization of civilized commercial society is not playing the cat and mouse game with us socialists. Whether the society of inequality might not accept the quasi-socialist machinery above mentioned, and work it for the purpose of upholding that society in a somewhat shorn condition, maybe, but a safe one. The workers better treated, better organized, helping to govern themselves, but with no more pretence to equality with the rich, nor any more hope for it than they have now. 40. This insight into what has been perhaps the actual course of events since his death is a measure of Morris's quality as a political thinker. Yet it is no more than an application, under new circumstances, of the kind of appraisal which the centuries thinking about the meanings of culture had made available. The arts defined a quality of living which it was the whole purpose of political change to make possible. I hope we know assuredly that the arts we have met together to further are necessary to the life of man, if the progress of civilization is not to be as causeless as the turning of a wheel that makes nothing. 41. Socialist change was the means to a recovery of purpose. The limitation of such change to machinery would only be possible on the grounds that the working people have ceased to desire real socialism and are contented with some outside show of it joined to an increase in prosperity enough to satisfy the cravings of men who do not know what the pleasures of life might be if they treated their own capacities and the resources of nature reasonably with the intention and expectation of being happy. 42. The business of a socialist party is not only to organize political and economic change. It is, more vitally, to foster and extend a real socialist consciousness, among working men, so that finally they understand themselves to be face to face with false society, themselves the only possible elements of true society. 43. We realize the tradition behind Morris even as, in this remarkable way, he gives a radically new application to its ideas. For Morris is here announcing the extension of the tradition into our own century, and setting the stage for its continuing controversy. Part 2. Interregnum. The pivotal figure of the tradition which has been examined, and which we shall see continued and extended to our own day, is William Morris. In the middle of the 20th century Morris remains a contemporary thinker, for the directions which he indicated have become part of a general social movement. Yet he belongs, essentially, with the great Victorian rebels, sharing with them an energy, an expansion, a willingness to generalize which marks him, from our own period of critical specialism, as an historic figure. The life went out of that kind of general swearing and homily soon after Morris's death, and we look at it now post-mortem with mixed feelings of respect and suspicion. It is almost true that there are no periods in thought, at least, within a given form of society. But if there are, the chances of reign and century deal hardly with them. The temper which the adjective Victorian is useful to describe is virtually finished in the 1880s, the new men who appear in that decade, and who have left their mark, are recognizably different in tone. To the young Englishman in the 1920s, this break was the emergence of the modern spirit, and so we have tended to go on thinking. But now, from the 1950s, the bearings look different. The break comes no longer in the generation of Butler, Shaw, Wilde, who are already period figures. For us, our contemporaries, our moods, appear in effect after the War of 1914 to 1918. D.H. Lawrence is a contemporary, in mood, in a way that Butler and Shaw are clearly not. As a result, we tend to look at the period 1880 to 1914 as a kind of interregnum. It is not the period of the masters, of Coleridge, or of George Eliot. Nor yet is it the period of our contemporaries, of writers who address themselves, in our kind of language, to the common problems that we recognize. I shall then treat the writers of that period who have affected our thinking about culture, in a brief, separate section. If they were neglected altogether, certain important links would be missing. Yet we shall not find in them, except perhaps in Hume, anything very new, a working out, rather, of unfinished lines, a tentative redirection. Such work requires notice, but suggests brevity. I.W.H. Mallock. Mallock's The New Republic is as good a starting point for this period as could be found, not so much as a foretaste of what is to come but as a valediction to the period we are leaving. The evident if fragile brilliance of the New Republic has commanded for Mallock less readers than one might reasonably expect. His later work, which gains in substance as it loses in brilliance, has been almost wholly neglected. The Plan of the New Republic, which was published in 1877 when Mallock was 28, is the bringing together in a weekend house party of a number of the figures we have been discussing, together with the other masters of Mallock's 20s. Matthew Arnold is there as Mr. Luke, Ruskin as Mr. Herbert, Pater as Mr. Rose, Jowett as Dr. Jenkinson, together with figures representing Herbert Spencer, W. K. Clifford, Violet Fane, and others who were more important to Mallock than they can now be to us. Their discussion of an ideal republic is made the occasion for a number of very brilliant parodies. The book has about the weight, in terms of ideas, of Aldous Huxley's early novels. It is interesting to see the relative respect and disrespect with which Mallock treats his figures. Pater, for instance, is savaged in a way that Huxley has made familiar. His two topics are self-indulgence and art. Arnold is little more than a dandy and a bore. Ruskin, though shown as theatrical, is still evidently respected. These are the uses of the book as a document, the tradition seen at a certain point in time through the eyes of an intelligent critic. The second chapter of the third book is particularly useful. For example, "You mean then," said Miss Merton, "that a man of the highest culture is a sort of emotional bon vivant?" "That surely is hardly a fair way," began Lawrence. "Excuse me, my dear Lawrence," broke in Mr. Luke in his most magnificent of manners, "it is perfectly fair, it is admirably fair." "Emotional bon vivant," he exclaimed. "I thank Miss Merton for teaching me that word, for it may remind us all," Mr. Luke continued, drawing out his words slowly, as if he liked the taste of them, "how near our view of the matter is to that of a certain Galilean peasant of whom Miss Merton has perhaps heard, who described the highest culture by just the same metaphor, as a hunger and a thirst after righteousness. Our notion of it differs only from his, from the zeitgeist having made it somewhat wider one. The irony of just the same metaphor retains its relevance even if we wish to rescue Arnold from Mr. Luke. The subsequent direction of the argument about culture is towards Otho Lawrence's, the host's, definition. It is with the life about us that all our concern lies, and culture's double end is simply this: to make us appreciate that life, and to make that life worth appreciating too. And then its dilution into The aim of culture is to make us better company as men and women of the world. 3. It is on this weakened preoccupation that the wrath of Mr. Herbert's theatrical sermon descends. Will art, will painting, will poetry be any comfort to you? You have said that these were magic mirrors which reflected back your life for you. Well, will they be any better than the glass mirrors in your drawing rooms, if they have nothing but the same listless orgy to reflect? What, then, shall you do to be saved? Rend your hearts, I say, and do not mend your garments. 4. This is as far as the house party gets, except for a discriminating renewal of invitations. Mallock is not concerned, in the New Republic, to commit himself, but his later work shows him as perhaps the most able conservative thinker of the last 80 years. The mood of the later books is sceptical and critical, and Mallock is not to be recommended to socialists, or even Democrats, who have merely received a doctrine and want to keep it. The Limits of Pure Democracy, 1917, anticipates, and is better written than, those many books presenting a similar thesis which have appeared since 1945. The political and economic arguments must be referred elsewhere, but the result, in social thinking, is Mallock's dictum. Only through oligarchy does civilized democracy know itself. 5. In the second chapter of Book 7, Mallock works this idea out in terms of culture. In each of the three lives, that of knowledge, that of aesthetic appreciation, and that of religion, on which the quality of social intercourse in a civilized country depends, the activities of the few play a part of such supreme importance that were their activities absent, the mass of the citizens, whatever their material wealth, would be unlettered, superstitious, and half-brutal barbarians, as many newly enriched men on the outskirts of civilization actually are today. 6. It is the truth of democratic theory that whatever the few may add to the possible things of civilization, the many must, according to their several talents, share them. 7. But there will be nothing to share if the oligarchy, or minority, is not recognized and maintained. The many can prosper only through the participation in benefits which, in the way alike of material comfort, opportunity, culture, and social freedom, would be possible for no one unless the many submitted themselves to the influence or authority of the super-capable few. 8. Two other points from the Limits of Pure Democracy may be briefly noted. Mallock's discussion of the idea of equality of opportunity, in terms of wages and of education. He says of the idea in general, the demand for equality of opportunity may, indeed, wear on the surface of it certain revolutionary aspects, but it is in its very nature a symptom of moderation, or rather of an unintended conservatism, of which the masses of normal men cannot, if they would, divest themselves. The very meaning of the word opportunity, a word saturated as it is with implications, is enough in itself to show this. For if the ideal demand of pure democracy were realized, and the social conditions of all men made equal by force of law, there would be no such thing as opportunity, equal or unequal, for anybody. The desire for equality of opportunity, the desire for the right to rise in so far as it is really experienced by the morally typical man of all ages and nations, is a desire that everybody, he himself, as included in everybody, being a prominent figure in his thoughts, shall have an opportunity of achieving by his own talents, if he can, some position or condition which is not equal, but which is, on the contrary, superior to any position or condition which is achievable by the talents of all. 9. He then argues that, as applied to wage negotiations, the advocates of equality of opportunity invariably in practice seek, not absolute equality, but relative equality, that is to say, wages graduated in proportion to effort, skill, length of training, etc., with an insistence on the maintenance of their proper graduation. What is demanded, if Mallock's argument may be paraphrased, is an equal opportunity to become unequal. It is so, also, he argues, in the advocacy of popular education. What is emphasized is giving a chance to gifted but poor children, so that they may better themselves. The idea assumes the existence of some average mass, whose capacities and whose wages represent those normal lots, by their upward distance from which those ampler lots are measured, which opportunity offers to talents above the average. Point 10. A large part of democratic sentiment, therefore, is in Malek's view merely a demand for the right to become a member of the oligarchy. But when this demand is, by the theory of pure democracy, granted to every member of society, there can only be disillusion. Democratic theory is a sentimental reassurance that the thing can be done, but the facts of society, and of production in all its aspects, will demand major inequalities, corresponding to differences of effort and ability, and these will be assessed on a basis of fact rather than on that self-estimate which democratic theory, in its encouragement of everyone, seems to support. The masses can only, in following this path, be deluded or disillusioned. It is better, then, to recognize that the general welfare depends on exceptional ability and effort, which have to be stimulated and maintained, and to recognize, in consequence, that oligarchy is not the opposite of democracy, but its necessary complement. The confusion between government and social contribution, in this argument, is comparatively easy to spot. But the aristocracy of talent, which Carlyle had first defined, was a popular notion in this period, as may be seen in Shaw and Wells. We can see now its inevitable confusion with arbitrary inequalities, and we limit Malek accordingly. Yet the democratic idea needed its sceptics, and Malek, always, is shrewd enough to be attended to. To the new aesthetics. If the 80s and 90s in England had really produced a new aesthetics, it might have stood greatly to their credit. But what was called, from Pater in the late 60s, the new doctrine of art for art's sake, was really little more than a restatement of an attitude which properly belongs to the first generations of the Romantics. The most extreme form of this restatement is to be found in Whistler, but in Pater and Wilde, who have been associated with Whistler's position, the continuity from the earlier tradition is quite evident. We need trace only the point at which this kind of reaffirmation swung over, in certain extreme statements, to something approaching its negation. What we sometimes suppose to be a change in ideas is perhaps properly identified as a change for the worse in prose. This is particularly evident in the case of Pater, whose ideas, when visible through the gauze, are the ideas of Wordsworth, of Shelley, and of Arnold. The conclusion of the essay on Wordsworth is the obvious illustration of this. Pater writes that the end of life is not action but contemplation, being as distinct from doing a certain disposition of the mind, is, in some shape or other, the principle of all the higher morality. In poetry, in art, if you enter into their true spirit at all, you touch this principle, in a measure. These, by their very sterility, are a type of beholding for the mere joy of beholding. To treat life in the spirit of art, is to make life a thing in which means and ends are identified, to encourage such treatment, the true moral significance of art and poetry. Not to teach lessons, or enforce rules, or even to stimulate us to noble ends, but to withdraw the thoughts for a little while from the mere machinery of life, to fix them, with appropriate emotions, on the spectacle of those great facts in man's existence which no machinery affects. To witness this spectacle with appropriate emotions is the aim of all culture. Point 11. The elements of continuity in this statement are clear: the distinction between being and doing, the criticism of mere machinery, the description of this true moral significance of art and poetry as culture. This to the very words is no more than a summing up of the long preceding tradition. And it is doubtful whether Pater believed that he was saying anything different when he wrote the notorious sentence in the conclusion, 1868, to the Renaissance. Of this wisdom, the poetic passion, the desire of beauty, the love of art for art's sake, has most, for art comes to you professing frankly to give nothing but the highest quality to your moments as they pass, and simply for those moments' sake. Point 12. For Pater is here saying no more than Mill said when he described poetry as a culture of the feelings. If we disapprove the attitude in Pater, we must similarly disapprove it in Mill. I suggested, in my discussion of Mill, its inadequacy. Yet Mill is approvingly quoted, while Pater is commonly dismissed in a cloud of roses and stars. The composition of this curious cloud is indeed the whole point. It is